Hello and welcome to Alliance Tournament 19. I am CCP Overload and we're here once again for some guaranteed spaceship explosions. I have been looking forward to this for so long. I am joined on the desk by Black Bart Pirate and Moderator. We have so many amazing matches for you in this coming couple of weeks. We had the feeder tournaments a little while ago. Winner stays on. It was a super exciting thing. This year, most importantly, only the top 4 teams from last year got the direct invite. There was no more flexing the plex and buying your way in. So the feeders, every single team had to go through that, meaning that this year's selection of competition, 32 teams, 32 of the best teams in all of New Eden are going to compete for that #1 spot in Alliance Tournament 19. Bart, how excited are you?
I'm so excited. I love the feeders. We're a little bit over a month away from having just finished them off. They were fantastic matches. Every single team that's in, like you said, they deserve to be here. They all played fantastically. I think we're going to maybe have one of the best Alliance tournaments we've ever seen, with some of the best play we've ever seen. This is awesome. I'm so glad to be back here, too.
And what about you, Moderator?
I'm so excited to be back here in lovely Nottingham with the crew for another amazing Alliance tournament. Just like BBP said, the teams are stacked this year. I'm ready for some excellent matches.
Yeah, I mean, just in our round 1 matches, we have a couple of really cool ones. So we have Templis CALSF versus Boundary Experts. We have WeForm Volta versus DarkSide. Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports versus Rote Kapelle. And Exodus versus Platinum Sensitivity. That's 4 incredible matches, and we're going to see them all today. Bart, any of those do you think are going to be really exciting?
Oh, I am always so happy to watch the team that I will not say the entire name of because I will not say it correct, but Esports, just because I know that the Baza hopes so much for them to win, and I love seeing his reactions. So I like to see it for maybe slightly eviler reasons, but I do love watching those guys play. They always do some interesting stuff.
Before we get to that match, we have our first match, which is going to be Truth.Honor.Light versus Laserhawks. Truth.Honor.Light, last year's defending champions. This is the first match of the year. They have to go up against Laserhawks. Historically, they did pretty well in Alliance Tournament 15, but since then, a little bit of a struggle for them. Let's have a look at the bans and see what these teams have chosen to ban in our first match of Alliance Tournament 19. Okay, so Truth.Honor.Light here, banning out the Curse, the Executor Navy issue, the Scorpion Navy issue, and the Lachesis, whereas Laserhawks banning out the Oneros, the Guardian, the Blackbird, and the Sentinel. Moderator, what do you think of these bans here?
Yeah, Truth.Honor.Light basically saying, hey, we don't want to deal with getting damped out really hard. We don't want to deal with tracking disruption and newts. Both teams are really opting to deal with getting rid of, jams, getting rid of tracking disruption, and Laserhawks going heavy for Logi. First time we've ever seen the 4 bans for each side get played, and we're seeing a lot of comps get pushed out of the way as a result.
Yeah, we've gone up to 4 bans this year from 3 last year, so it's definitely going to make more depth in some of these comps that the teams are going to have to field. I guess we're going to see a lot of Blackbird bans. It's always a popular ban, and now with 4 available bans, it's almost going to be, for some teams, so easy, just like, hey, get rid of that thing. ECM, we don't want to see it. I think it's really interesting to see the Executor Navy issue get banned. It was a very popular ship last year in the Max Threat comp, which was one of the Apex comps of the year, and it's still a generally very good ship. Of course, it's also discounted this year. It's point reduced due to the Gallente Federation sponsoring this year's Alliance tournament. Bart, do you think we're going to see a lot of Executor Navy issue bans?
I think we will. It is probably one of the most cost-effective ships you can possibly have right now. We saw a couple of people would fly 2 to 3 of them last year to really good effect. Like you said, it's cheaper this year, massive amounts of damage, and in all honesty, we're going to see a lot of these medium gun, high DPS setups, and the Executor Navy issue is kind of a key to that.
Awesome. Well, it is time for us to head over to the arena for our first match of Alliance Tournament 19. It's going to be Truth.Honor.Light. They're going to go against Laserhawks, and your casters are Fearvina and the Basilisk.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the arena. And this isn't just any arena. This is, in fact, the Burninator arena. So Laserhawks, Truth.Honor.Light are going to christen it here with some blood, some fire, some explosions, bringing us all the joy of the tournament realm. So I'd ask you all in Twitch chat to spam your 07s, your less than 3s, your RIPs, for those that we've lost over the past year. And let's enjoy the explosions that are coming our way. Fear, what are we looking at here?
On the red side, it is Truth.Honor.Light bringing a comp we have not seen in a long time. It is Genuine Fly Killer with artillery Sleipnirs and Hurricane Fleet issues. Meanwhile, on the blue side, what do we have from Laserhawks?
Looks like a fairly conventional sort of pseudo-dad that we're calling it here, with a bunch of, battle cruisers with medium guns, Orgor navies as well. So they're just going to be trying to project from range here, I think, and the Arbitrator hoping to just disrupt those artillery boats on the other side.
Crucifier and Maulus doing a lot of work off the start from Truth.Honor.Light. Look at all those damps going out, as well as their Celestis, all those damps and tracking disruptors, and they immediately delete a Confessor off the side of Laserhawks. Laserhawks has to burn in to make anything work, but they are up against a shield setup who's going to be faster and has a lot of volley with these medium artillery cannons.
Yeah, that's the power of this artillery comp, is what they want to do is just frag off anything small that comes in, the Confessor, the Hecate. They are actually going for the Astarte now, which surprises me a little bit, but I'm not going to doubt these guys in their target calling. They obviously know what they're doing. We don't see any webs actually applied here, so I would expect Kaba to be able to catch reps on this Astarte and the Org Navy taking damage as well, but they are getting in closer here, but not actually. I mean, they're going to be lacking on tackle in their comp. They're up against a Hyena and they don't have any ranged webs themselves.
Navy Augur getting painted by the Hyena, as well as webs landing on the Absolution Navy Augur. So this is devolving into a brawl. Might favor the Pseudodad, who has a little bit more DPS overall, but this Aug Navy issue is going down very, very quickly from Laserhawks, and they have not been able to trade onto this Fleet Hurricane quite yet, only getting a paint right now from the Laserhawks side, and they lose their Aug Navy of Baku.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much tackle on that side, and of course they've got damp control on the Truth.Honor.Light side as well, with the Osprey and the Maulus going to be making it very difficult for anything that does get in range to actually lock and apply those webs. So Laserhawks continuing to get kites around here is still they are shooting the Fleet Hurricane. He's going into low shield, but he's still not actually tackled down at all. So he's just going to keep burning. And
the Arbitrator Baracus, BA Baracus going down into structure already. These medium artilleries do a lot of volley, and they just aren't able to hold them up with just an Augurer from the Laserhawk side. This is a complete surprise. I think no one expected to see Fly Killer, especially first match from Truth.Honor.Light, but they're showing a comp that we haven't seen in years, and they're flying it really well into the comp that a lot of teams thought was going to be the top of the meta. This is going to change a lot of teams' thought processes going into the rest of the day.
Yeah, with the Arbitrator going down there, that makes it just even easier for these artilleries to hit. As we see the Hecate get volleyed straight through, no chance of the Augur catching him. He was gone. And I think the reason they chose Fly Killer is because it is a hard comp to fly, but if you can do it right, and they definitely can, you can reap the rewards of it. They trust in themselves, in each other, to execute the transmatching, the positioning, the kiting that's necessary to make this comp work. And they've shown against Laserhawks here, they've still got it.
Yeah, I mean, I expect nothing less from the defending champions. I think one thing that we saw a lot of from them and Pseudodad last year when they brought it was they had tracking disruptors and damps on a lot of their mid slots. You can't do that this year because those modules are now only allowed on ships that are bonus to them. And we see they're still using the Crucifier, the Celestis, the Maulus to their advantage, but just teching straight into we are faster than you, we do more volley than you, and our projection is just better because we can fight and fall off unlike you. They're onto this Oracle as well. This is going to be 100-0 to Truth.Honor.Light to start off the match. I expect nothing less of the defending champions.
Yeah, for sure. This was always going to be a doomed bracket for Laserhawks, to be honest. I'm not surprised at all to see them bring a comp without a flagship in the first match, because you come into this matchup against the reigning champions, you know that if you bring your flagship, odds are it's probably going to die, and you maybe want to save it for the lower bracket. It is an unfortunate bracket draw for them, but you gotta sometimes it comes your way, sometimes it doesn't. On this occasion, it hasn't come their way for Laserhawks.
No, not at all. I mean, Laserhawks is a team that hasn't had a whole lot of success since AT15, AT16. They do have some very good placements in those tournaments, but have really been trying to claw back their once winning ways. And this time, they're going to have to claw back through the lower bracket. They are going to face the loser of Barcode versus Ancients, which is the next matchup as our star day falls. I mean, this is just absolute perfect execution from Truth.Honor.Light on what is a comp that I might stress, we have not seen this comp be meta in quite some time.
Yeah, I like their adaptations of putting, sprinkling some E-War in the low end as well. Now that we've got the hull restrictions as to what ships can actually fit E-War, they've opted to use basically their entire low end for E-War. They've got a decent spread there of damps, of tracking disruption, they've got Recibo support probably from the Jackdaw. They've got webs. And it means that this comp, which tends to play quite slowly, it still has a very sort of snowbally feel as you concentrate that E-War on the remaining targets.
Yeah, I mean, perfect control. I mean, we're seeing some jam drones going out as well from some of these ships with drone bays from Truth.Honor.Light as they chew through one more ship. It is the Absolution. 5 minutes remain left in the match. They're going to go to Kava and the Augurer, and then Blurby, Burgundy, and the Og Navy, and that will be all she wrote for the first match. Baza, we're back in the AT. What a way to start it out.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra, obviously coming into this were just such heavy favorites. Obviously, you know, they're an incredible team. And obviously you have to think, first match, you know, you're first up to the plate, you're giving your presentation first in class. Would there be any nerves? Probably not from them. Is the pressure on Laserhawks maybe lower though? Maybe they maybe feel, you know, we're not expected to win this. Can we perform an upset? Would that be, how awesome would that be? They're probably pretty hyped. Yeah, it was a good match to kick things off for sure. Hydra still got it.
Hydra definitely do still got it. As we wait for the Og Navy issue of Blurby Burgundy to fall, these are artillery cannons against a ship that has a buffer bonus, so it does take a little bit of time to chew through the Augurer Navy issue, especially if they have to deal with artillery reloads. They're finally back on them into structure, and as soon as this goes, we're going to send it to the desk to bring us, or a break, excuse me, then bringing it to the desk for Barcode versus the Ancients. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this.
You guys are looking in the past. There's nothing back there for you. And I see the future here. And I see full control.
No, I'm scrammed. Help!
Where are you?
Killer rats, killer rats, killer rats, killer rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw, kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw!
Relax!
Repelling claw.
Relax!
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Truth.Honor.Light, they're the defending champions, showing why they are the defending champions as they annihilate Laserhawks 100-0 in a just commanding victory. Bart, we saw a lot of interesting things going on, a lot of throwbacks to last year's meta, some new stuff as well. Talk to me about what happened in that match.
A whole lot happened. So we saw Fly Killer, which for those who don't know is when you get, generally it's artillery-based ships. We saw Fleet Hurricanes and Sleipnirs, which just go from the bottom up and they one-shot things and they do absolute damage. I think we saw, you know, immediately Truth.Honor.Light got ahead. They one-shot the enemy, and then they kind of just slowly popped up there, wiping out the entire setup of the bottom in there. Sorry, I just got distracted slightly. But yeah, no, they played it really well. They brought a lot of ECM and different types of ECM, which is something interesting because of the way that the rule set works this year.
Yeah, we saw what looked like a bunch of EC300 drones flying around there and causing absolute havoc for the Laserhawks team. Lots of ships just getting hit by those jams. Moderator, EC300s?
Yeah, they could be that, or they could be the Vespas, the medium drones. You combine those EC drones with, you know, the damps. They had target range and target and lock speed. So you get jammed, and then you're like, oh crap. And then I have to relock. It takes forever. Maybe you get another jam cycle in like the 20 seconds it's going to take that Augurer who is getting damped down everywhere. And that's why we see a lot of those Laserhawk ships not being able to get any reps.
Yeah, we really saw the Laserhawks team struggle to get reps from that Augurer onto almost any pilot, really. Like, we were standing watching it, Mod, and you were pointing out, like, look, this Oracle still not got reps, still not got reps. And that Augurer, he was 50 MNAB, so he was just struggling to keep up with the rest of his buddies. And with a Mollis and the Celestis on field from Truth.Honor.Light, chances are he could not lock very fast and he could not lock very far away at all. Bart, I mean, how powerful do you think is this meta going to be?
I think we saw, this is that team, Fly Killer, has been traditionally very, very difficult to fly. So whether or not it's going to be the meta, or maybe it was just the Truth.Honor.Light meta, I don't know. But we still saw damps are incredibly powerful. Tracking disruptors are incredibly powerful. And the reason why you generally don't bring ships like a Mollis is because all of the medium guns on the Laserhawks team theoretically should be able to alpha it. But their medium guns were damped down. They were tracking disrupted down. They couldn't kill anything. Very, very good play on Truth.Honor.Light's side, and they're showing that despite these kind of slightly different rules, you can still bring similar setups and still do really, really well with them.
I think one of the interesting changes this year to the rules is the restriction of E-War to ships with the bonuses on the hulls. So last year we saw a lot of armored jackdaws. People just, Jackdaw obviously a shield ship, so it has lots of mid slots. People would take those mid slots and just ram them full of jams, tracking disruptors, guidance disruptors, damps, whatever they really wanted, and just armor tank this little jackdaw. Super powerful, super popular last year. This year, you can't do that. You can only bring damps on ships that have the bonus. So things like the Celestis, things like the Mollis. And of course, if you are offended by those personally, you are more than welcome to ban them. Bart, do you think we're going to see a lot of banning of damp ships? Damps are powerful.
I don't know if we're going to see a lot of banning of the Mollis. So we have 4 bans this year, which is there's a potential of up to 12 bans. We were kind of doing the math in the background there. If every team bans the exact same ship and every team bans a different one, that's a lot of bans. But I think that at the end of the day, do you use one of your bans on a Celestis when they could just bring a Mollis or maybe an Arazu or, something else like a Carries? I don't know if damps are the things to ban. Maybe tracking disruptors. And we did see a curse ban, and curses have traditionally been, for years and years, one of the best ships in the AT. But then again, this is the first match. The meta evolves throughout the whole thing. Maybe Truth.Honor.Light will get target banned. Who knows?
Who knows? And moderator, do you agree with that in terms of ban strategies around things like damps, guidance disruptors, tracking disruptors?
Yeah, I mean, we saw one of the bans being used on Lachesis, I believe, by the Hydra side. And what do? They just bring, Celestis and then a Mollis, the Tech 1 version, instead of the Tech 2 ship that's much more expensive. And they used it very effectively. So it can be very difficult to ban, an entire class of ECM ship or, E-War ship.
And one last thing, Bart, do you think there's anything really that Laserhawks could have done against that? Now, you talked about how they should have been able to just alpha off or volley off that Celestis or the Mollis right at the very start, and they were not. What could they have done differently with what they had there?
For what they had, I mean, they could have pushed in better, but that Hyena on the Truth.Honor.Light team was just constantly swapping webs around and slowing them down. I don't necessarily want to say that the game was lost from the start, but I do feel that the Laserhawks team setup was very much based around bringing a Navy Executor, because we saw Navy Augurs, which are not the same ship as Navy Executors in any way, shape, or form beyond that they are a Navy armor cruiser. I think that if Laserhawks had been able to bring Navy Executors, that gives you so much more projection, damage, and range that they could have pulled it off. So you kind of have to, when you're designing your team comps, assume they might ban your key ship and have a replacement for it that is similar. And a Navy Augur, it's not the same range, not the same speed, not the same tracking, not the same damage, not the same equivalent ship.
Mod, what do you think about bringing an Augur? So Laserhawks were the ones that banned out the Nears and the Guardian, both Tech 2 logistics cruisers in armor, banned, and then they chose to bring armor with a Tech 1 logistics cruiser. I mean, it's a lot weaker. It doesn't have those Tech 2 resists. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's one of the risks that you run into when you end up deciding, hey, we're going to be bringing a very heavy, battle cruiser core. You run out of points, and then you're like, okay, we either need to bring Frig Logi, we need to bring Tech 1 Logi, and we saw that, with the weaker sensor strength, they just got completely outplayed. The Augur just wasn't fast enough, being an afterburning ship, to keep up, and Hydra just absolutely played around that and, picked them apart, bottom up.
Yeah, this is one of these teams. They've been doing this for a very long time. Truth.Honor.Light, again, last year's defending champions. You can actually see them if we cut to the wide shot, by the way. This is the Alliance Tournament Monument in Monarch. This does exist in-game, by the way. You can fly to this right now in the high-sec system of Monarch and see this. So there's the main statue in the middle, which is pretty cool. And then there's a beacon for every team that's ever won an Alliance tournament. We have Band of Brothers right at the very start. We have some historic teams like Pandemic Legion. We got the Tuskers Co. We see Vidra Reloaded. We see the Alliance Open. That's Templis, CALSF there, right there. And then, of course, last year, Truth.Honor.Light. So it's a pretty cool monument. I recommend heading over to Monarch if you feel like checking it out. So let's move on to look at our next match. So it's going to be the Ancients versus Barcode Alliance. And let's take a look at the bans and see what these teams have chosen to avoid. Okay, so Barcode banning out the Balgorn, the Curse, the Abaddon, and the Nighthawk, whereas the Ancients are going for Barghest, Vindicator, Oneros, and Scimitar. Bart, what are you thinking here?
It's interesting to see all of those kind of Amar-based ships being banned out by Barcode. The Abaddon's is an incredibly high DPS sort of laser rush ship. Curses, we're gonna see them appear and be absolutely dominant at some point. So that getting banned has been a staple for years and years and years. Nighthawk, the classic rush there. I don't really know about a Balgorn ban though. I think that in sort of the modern times, the Balgorn's points are so high that bringing one is like, you're kind of all-inning with the Balgorn at that point.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. I mean, the Abaddon, like you say, really good laser projection. You do see them quite a lot in those laser rush comps. Barghest, very powerful ship. 2 years ago, in fact, it was downpointed because we were sponsored by Mordu's Legion. This year, it's kind of more expensive. Still a very, very good ship. As a battleship, a lot of comps based around it. It's very kitey. It's got the long-range scram. I mean, what kind of comps do you think you would base that around here, moderator?
Well, the Barghest is a ship that very much can fill into either an armor or a shield role. We see that, that's one of the reasons why people take it as a flagship so much this year, is because you can really flex around the modules to do whatever you need in a given setup. And with that bonus long-range scram you get from the Mortis bonus, it is very effective at defensively preventing anyone from getting on top of you. And it's, a lot of utility in those high slots as well, besides the rapid heavies that are commonly used. It's, going to be one of the most banned ships throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, that flexibility is definitely one of the reasons why the Ancients are going to choose to ban that here. But what about the Vindicator, Bart? It's usually not the strongest tournament ship. It's kind of got a... It's great if your enemy sits right next to you and lets you web them, and then you press F1 and they kind of vanish. But if you stay more than 20 kilometers away from that Vindicator, you're probably going to be okay.
I think the thing with the Vindicator is it's really, really scary to teams that aren't maybe necessarily prepared to go against it. You can tackle a Vindicator, but your tackle's going to get vindicated. That's basically how the ship works. Is no matter what you tackle it with, it's going to 90% web you and switch to it if the Vindicator pilot's being, smart. There are ways to deal with it. I mean, ECM's always great on it. Tracking disruptors work fairly well, but interestingly enough, it's a little bit harder to bring those this year. So I could see, at the end of the day, these teams practice, and maybe their practice partner's been rolling them with a Vindicator. Well, sorry. At the end of the day, I hope these teams have been practicing, and maybe they've been getting rolled by a Vindicator, so they could be scared.
Yeah, sometimes you see teams, they have a practice partner, sometimes multiple practice partners, and they almost develop their own metas within their little group. And you see these telegraphed on day one of an Alliance tournament where the bans can be a little bit weird as people haven't really figured out the true meta yet, and it's just sort of what they think the meta is and what the meta is in their practice partners. Sometimes we see this work to great effect. I think Alliance Tournament 15 or 16 was the rise of Octodad, which didn't come until right at the end, and suddenly it was unveiled, and then that was then the Apex comp. That was developed, Hydra Reloaded and Vid Reloaded, exclusive practice partners, discovered that basically themselves, and then next year suddenly everyone was bringing it because it was very, very, very good. Now, they've obviously banned a bunch of stuff there. Bart, what are your predictions for what we might see?
Oh, gosh. Well, so what they didn't ban, unlike the last one, was the Executor Navy and the ability to bring that, max threat, pseudo-dad, whatever you want to call it. I'm not going to use the other one because I hate that one. But they didn't bring the ability, they did not ban out the ability to bring a medium gun spam. And obviously, this is match 2, so we can't say, well, as we've seen in this tournament so far. But what we did see in the feeders, the max DPS long-range gun setups just wiped the floor with some teams. So I think I think one team's going to bring that. I don't know if both of them are going to do, but somebody's bringing that, and they're going to do a ton of damage.
Awesome. Well, I'm super excited for it. So we can pretty much get ready to go to the arena for this one. So it is going to be Barcode, and they're going up against the Ancients with your casters, Wingnut Cross and Gintam.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Alliance Tournament. I am Wingnut, joined by the ever lovely, ever glorious, ever golden Jintan, and we have what looks to be an absolute bloodbath of a match. This is Barcode versus the Ancients, and it's either going to be an absolute landslide or an upset. And I'm honestly excited either way. What are you thinking, Jin?
It is absolutely amazing. Look at all of the DPS we've got here from the blue side team, bringing a Macarial here to kind of anchor around their rush. That's a very unusual ship. And on the other side, we've got a Rediva, so there's a lot of interesting ships we do not see very often. What do you think that Macarial is going to be attempting to do in this match, Wingnut?
Murder things as fast as it can. The good thing is it's got high speed, so we can catch things or run away, but I'm very curious with the choice of Macarial over maybe a Tempest fleet, or even just a Tempest on its own. This is a very surprising call, but I am a fan of a Macarial. It is a big, thick, heavy machine, and it's good for DPS. As the match is underway, here we go.
It's got so much utility as well, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough versus all of the medium guns that are being brought here by Barcode. They should be able to eviscerate this low end. Those scalpels shouldn't, sorry, the scalpel and killer shouldn't be long for this world, but it looks like they're focusing their fire on the Scythe fleet issue of Ikeo, just trying to take the fast tackle effectively off the grid here. And give themselves the complete tackle advantage. They're going to be able to...
In a game of DPS versus tank, the Scythe are the easiest thing to kill on that grid for them. That will provide the most DPS lost. Remember, they're going for the Oracle the other side. It is the obvious call, and it could potentially be the bad one if, for instance, people start over-tanking their Oracles. But at the moment, he's tanking very nice, but at the moment, that Scythe fleet is not looking very happy.
Yeah, and it just doesn't look like this rush team from the Ancients is putting a hell of a lot back down range. They're only just getting about halfway through that Punisher now, and they're already on their way to losing their first ship. Why are they not able to apply here?
I just don't think they're close enough at the moment. And that Oracle is just playing really well, staying as far away as he can. Meanwhile, Punisher just tackles down the Macarial for a while there. And now I see a Scythe fleet trying to get in as well. They're not being able to get there just yet.
Yeah, great little
Punisher's
spot
gone.
there as well from Barcode, just sniping that Zwipple. Had really low transversal, and they were able to take quick advantage of it. The Scythe fleet issue now has, it looks like he's broken tackle a little bit, managing to get away here, surviving for just a little bit longer, but they are quickly
Oracle's
addressing that
hard-tackled.
and moving on to Sierra Sin, taking a different ship off the grid here. This is great. Not tunnel visioning, not getting locked down on that first target you shoot, and they are going to take a kill for it here and losing nothing in return.
And
really,
speaking
really
of tunnel
dominant
vision, that's the
position
problem
for
right here.
Barcode.
They have gone for this Oracle hard. This Oracle is really tanking. At this point, that Rodiva, I don't think that Oracle is going to die with that Rodiva holding him on. They got to switch and pick something else quickly and just start really breaking up the Rodiva's reps. At the moment, they're not doing anything. They're putting all DPS into one ship, and it's not dying.
Yeah, I got to call out Star Malink here, the Orc Navy issue pilot from Barcode, because he's doing a great job just tackling down this Macarial. He's a big chunky ship. He's not going to be able to catch anything else, but he's got his objective and he's just holding on there. The Macarial isn't turning to newt him out yet, and because of that, he's just completely useless in this match.
You can also tell that Barcode is being really smart with this as well, because at the moment, they've actually got an Orc Navy just staying next to their Rodiva and just playing defensively. In case this team manages to break away and charge and remove the Logi, he's there ready to go. He's firing off his distance as well, so he's not in a bad spot. Their team is just getting obliterated now. They just can't do anything.
Oh, Scorpion
switched
in
over
the
to Rodiva
Jaguar.
now.
He's going for the back line. The desperation play, trying to catch that Rodiva, but he just right-click approached, spiraling now, chasing him. And I think he might have gotten tagged by the Org Navy issue there very briefly, lost a lot of speed. Going to eventually catch that Rodiva, but it's not going to be enough, and his teammates will not be able to project enough to kill him. Although that's
There is a Sleipnir chasing after as well.
How did
Jaguar
he get
will
free?
tackle- Jaguar will tackle Rodiva. The Sleipnir, I believe, is currently free. He's gotten away from the Org Navy, so he might get there, but honestly, by the time he does, what's that going to change? He'll kill the Logi for sure, but they've already lost their entirety of their comp. Their big ship, the Macarial, is about to die as well. This has just been pulling this team apart.
Yeah, absolutely. They weren't able to use that initial push. They weren't able to use that initial slap of DPS. And I think, honestly, Barcode have been applying more DPS throughout the entire fight. Really great piloting from them.
This was basically a Minmatar rush with a Macarial, but they kind of started at range and weren't able to really rush in time. And when they caught something, they caught the ship, which, when you look at it, you go, oh, yeah, it's an Oracle. You kill that. But I'm honestly starting to see more really tanked Oracles or even pre-repped Oracles, because they are just the obvious target. So this Oracle actually outlasted their entire team.
Yeah, not only that, you also lose the broadsword for bringing the Macarial in this composition, and that is so brutal. The fact that they don't have any sort of long-range scrams to hold things so that they can get on top of them in that first burst of speed, it looked like it just crippled them in this game.
Yeah, they had to rely on the Swipple, and as you saw and as you said, the Swipple died instantly for that.
The second
they
he
just
wasn't
can't do
keeping perfect transversal, yeah.
Yeah. The Jaguar did survive, which is good. That's Jaguars are incredibly tanky little frigates. They're actually one of my favorite assault frigates because they can be an absolute nightmare to even attempt to kill. But he didn't really manage to do anything until the end here. And even then, they could not get the Rodiva kill. It's too late. His Sleipnir just died. That's it.
Yeah, and now we're just watching a Sleipnir get very, very quickly killed. Not even his XLASB can sustain through this much DPS.
They're a tanky ship, not tanky enough.
No. Still, I think this is the comp here from Barcode is something we're going to see a lot during this first weekend. It's so versatile, it's so hard to ban out, and as you can see, it is brutally effective if well piloted. So with that, let's hand it back to the studio and find out about maybe what could possibly stop it.
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 19. I am CSP Overload, and that was Barcode defeating the Ancients in our second match of the tournament on our first day of four full days of these fantastic spaceship explosions. Moderator, what happened there?
Yeah, so it felt like the side of Ancients, they definitely wanted to bring a bit of a Minmatar rush comp, but the problem was they ended up putting way too many points, it felt like, in the high end. So they had a Macarial, double Sleipnir. They wanted to bring something like a Nighthawk, which was banned. And then they had so few points in their low end, they were failing to deal with kind of the rush concept of getting on top of one thing. Except they tried. They got on the Oracle, which people think, oh, it's an Oracle, it'll die easily. Not at all. In the AT, you put, a proper brick tank on that, it's going to have near 85-90% resist if you max it out. So they went all in on that, and it was not the right target.
Yeah, I feel like Oracle is one of those ships that you always have to get rid of it pretty quickly because of the DPS potential from a ship like that, especially the projection, especially if you're bringing a shield comp like we just saw there. Bart, I mean, do you think maybe target fixation on the wrong ship there? Is there a better target they could have gone for?
I think that it's always worth trying, because what if it's, like you said, what if it's an Oracle with 3 heat sinks and it just explodes immediately? Because that is massive damage. The problem is that they stayed on the Oracle. And normally, if a ship's not breaking, sometimes you want to hang out on it for 20, 30 seconds just because maybe it's not breaking because the Logi has its reppers fully heated and they just could all burn out and now you win. Maybe it's not breaking because the Oracle has its hardeners heated. Except in this specific case, they stayed on a ship when the other team had a Rodiva.
Yes.
And so they had a ramping Triglavian Logi that continues to get higher and higher rep amounts, and they just were like, oh yeah, maybe we'll break the Oracle. Well, the other ship reps it more and more and more.
It's just an uphill battle at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Rodiva, for those of you who maybe don't know, is one of the Triglavian Logi ships. It's Tech 1 Logi ship still, but it has the spooling mechanic that we see in other Triglavian ships. This time, instead of DPS, it spools the rep amount. But if you're shooting something and you're not already breaking it, it's just going to get harder and harder, as you say, Bart. One of the things that people will do against a Rodiva is perhaps switch targets, because then it breaks its spool. But we didn't really see that much there. I mean, the Macarial in the first place mod, bit of an interesting choice. Not a common ship that we see in the Alliance tournament. Why not?
Yeah, the problem with Macarial is that it's basically worth the same as other pirate faction battleships at 23 points. But what do you get out of Macarial? You get some optimal range bonus, but you don't get the scram that you would get on a Barghest. You don't get the the Web of the Vindicator, it just doesn't do that much damage or have that much utility for the point economy. And, if you put 23 points into one ship, that's other points you're not putting into the rest of the team. That's why we saw, they had to bring, those fleet size and those, Logi frigates, is they spent all their points on 3 ships.
So I was just looking at the bans for that last match. There was ships like the Typhoon Fleet issue was available. Bart, do you think maybe that would have been a better choice in this case?
No.
Why not?
Typhoon Fleet issues are not that great. But the Tempest Fleet issue is really good. And a Tempest is actually really good. And we saw a couple, it was either last year or the year before, we saw this kind of resurgence of the Minmatar Rush, where they would use a Tempest, like just a bog standard Tempest, as the sort of key battleship, which it's not the same as a Macarial, but it's very, very similar to a Macarial. And maybe if you use that, you just freed up several points. Well, maybe that's another Spitful. Maybe that's another tackle ship. Maybe that's another, fleet scythe there. And if they had done that instead of using, like you said, 23-point Macarial, there's not that much that a Macarial gives you. Like, all the things that make them good on Tranquility aren't really as effective in the AT.
We also saw the Ancients there bringing dual Sleipnir's dual fleet scythes. Maybe a good time, Maud, to talk about the point inflation rule. How does that work in Alliance Tournament?
Yeah, so if you bring more than one of a ship, every other subsequent ship is going to be 2 points. So, for example, a Sleipnir is normally 18 points as a command ship, but now you bring 2 of them, and now they're both worth 19 points, so it's 38 instead of 36. So that's 2 less points you can bring somewhere else. So you run into that issue where, maybe I wanted to bring Nighthawks. Well, now you can't because they're banned, or maybe you have trouble, and then you have to bring some, much cheaper ships on the lower end, and that's what we're going to see a lot of with 4 bans, on each side. Maybe your comp gets banned out, and you just have to pick something else.
And Bart, when teams are coming up with these comps and things, how much are they taking into point inflation? Like, at what point do you say, no, I'm going to take 10 completely different ships, even though one of them is slightly less good, versus spending more points to bring 2 of the same? Like, what's the trade-offs?
I don't think we really will see that too much, except for with these setups where you're doing like maximum medium gun range. But we have seen, since the point inflation rules put into place, you'll almost never see 3 of the same ship anymore. Like, it's a very rare thing, because even if like last year we saw a couple teams bring 3 Navy Execers, and it's 6 points each, but with 3 of them now they're 8 points each, and that's at that point, like, that's basically another ship. So you'll still bring 2 of the same ship. We'll see it a lot, but you're not going to bring 3 unless you have some like really wacky, crazy plan. I don't think I know that one of our ATs in the past, you could only bring 1 of each ship, which was crazy. But there's a reason why people were really angry about that rule, and it's specifically because sometimes you want to double up. 2 Sleipnirs is better than 1. 3 Sleipnirs is maybe too many points, though.
Yeah, I believe one time we saw a 4 Deimos comp from our friends in Snuffed Out, who actually made it through this year into Alliance Tournament 19. In the feeders, they got to the final Galenti Gambit and managed to just squeak through by the skin of their teeth into Alliance Tournament 19. The very last team, Team 32 of 32, to secure their place in Alliance Tournament 19. I hope, for the sake of all Snuff members, that they have moved on from the 4 Deimos meta, but we'll find out later on when we see them play. Bart, is there anything really else that maybe the Ancients could have done in that particular match?
I just think that, and it's similar to last match, they brought a bad shield rush, and something that you can kind of tell, especially after you watch this, watch the AT for a while, is, the attack, defense, and etc. bars. When those attack bars and a shield rush is really small, that's bad. Because your entire purpose of your team is to get on top of them as fast as possible and just pump an insane amount of DPS into them. And if you show up and your attack bar is smaller than the other person's and they're not flying a rush, you're screwed. You're not going to be able to DPS rush them down. And you can kind of just look at that and say, oh, something's wrong here. And then they lost, and it's something was wrong there. So,
yeah, we also saw the defense bar of Barcode was just full girth, maxed out. So for those of you maybe new to the tournament, you'll see on the UI at the bottom of your screen during the matches, there's the list of the 2 teams, all their ships, their speed, things like that. You see the points, you see the pilots, and above those, you see 3 bars: attack, defense, and control. Attack is basically just DPS. So the size of the bar is the potential DPS if everyone's applying fully with the ammo they have loaded. If the bar is much smaller than that, they're not applying or they're not shooting for some reason. That's considered bad. Then above that, you have your defense bar. So that is all of the EHP. The little purple bit at the end, that's super cool. That is actually active local reps. So if you're running an ancillary armor repairer, you will see this purple thing appear. So that's someone repping themselves locally. And then the control bar, that is things like EWAR, things like guidance disruptors, tracking disruptors, ECM, modules that will affect someone in a way that to control their ability to do stuff, whether it be locking, whether it be tracking someone, even energy neutralization, which controls people's ability to just exist, basically, in the tournament field. So it's a super useful, it's a huge amount of information that we can watch. And you also see the different effects being applied to each ship. So you'll see if someone is being tracked and disrupted, is being damped, is receiving remote repairs from their allied ships. So make sure, keep an eye on those bars. You can kind of see what's going on as the match unfolds. It's just a lot of information, but super, super good. Bart, anything to add to that?
Yeah, just the one thing is sort of like, and you'll see it as I believe that there's been lots of posts about it, but as the meta evolves, you'll kind of get used to looking at some setups, and like as a viewer, you can actually be like, oh, something, like I said, something's amiss here. Yeah. When you see a rush that has less damage than the guys that they're trying to rush, you probably need to adjust your setup, and it is hard because ships get banned out. Like I think that sort of Mod touched on it, but I think when the Nighthawk got banned out, they were like, oh, crap, we'll just bring Sleipnirs instead, but maybe we should mess with things at the last minute. And if your team gets banned out at the last minute and you're not like ready to handle that, you're kind of screwed. But also we have 4 bans now, so you need to be like even more prepared than last year for that to happen.
Yeah, it's definitely going to weed out the true 3D crafters. Now let's look at our next match, which is going to be Dracarys versus Pandemic Horde, and see what they have chosen to ban in this great gauntlet of champions. So Dracarys banning out the Scimitar, the Vindicator, the Balgorn, and the Deacon. It's our first logistics frigate ban. Pandemic Horde choosing to ban out the Sleipnir, the Nighthawk, the Loki, and the Armageddon Navy issue. So a game see the Balgorn ban, a game see the Vindicator, and the Nighthawk is a popular ship, of course. Mod, what do you think of these bans here?
Well, we see that Pandemic Horde is very clearly saying, hey, we just don't want to get rushed down. We see Sleipnir, Nighthawk, Loki is the core to a good shield rush. Armageddon Navy issue is just a generically good battleship. This year we see a lot of teams choosing it as their flagship. Balgorn, Vindicator, again, the faction battleship, you kind of utility that you get with that. And then Deacon is the best of the T2 armor frigates, and Scimitar says, I don't want to see a kite comp. It's the shield Tech 2 logistics that is by far the fastest, the most mobile, the hardest to pin down.
Loki ban is a kind of an uncommon one. What do you think there?
It is an uncommon ban, but like Moderator said, if you get rid of the Loki and the Nighthawk and the Sleipnir, you've basically cut the generic shield rush out. And Loki's, usually they're flown as heavy assault missile ships, which is a little weirder than people usually see them on TQ, but the long-range webs, they have massive shield buffer and they do a ton of damage. So Pandemic Horde is like really scared. Whatever they're bringing, it probably loses to shield rush unless they're doing some really weird mind game stuff here, which, that if you start trying to predict that, you're just going to sit there and run it around in circles.
Yeah, my advice is never get into the mind game banning system, because it's just an endless spiral to the depths of insanity. Yeah. You're like, if I ban this, they'll ban that, so I should ban this, but then they'll ban that, and then you end up banning like a Rorqual or something, which isn't even a legal ban, by the way. But you're like, yes, I have five-headed my way into banning just complete nonsense, and then you then start bringing just complete wild off the wall stuff to try and counter your own bans, and they turn up in a perfectly normal comp, and you're like, bugger. So, I mean, you've done this, Mod, like not the circling, but you've been part of the team that's like trying to like come up with the banning strategy. How easy is it to start thinking that way?
So the difficulty is basically you have to understand what your comps can do when they are banned out. You need to have substitutes for, your banned ships, and realize, if these are my bans, what can my opponent bring? If my bans are this, what can they bring? And basically make a matrix of, the different comps and how they fare against each other. That's why you practice to know what's good against each other. And as a result, you just have to work around that. That's a lot of what we see throughout, the theory crafting. We're going to talk a lot about what was and was not good theory. Last match, not so great theory. We'll see how our upcoming match they do.
Awesome. Well, it's time to go to that match. So let's head over to the arena for Dracarys versus Pandemic Horde with the casters Fearvina and the Basilisk.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvina, joined by the Basilisk, and on the red side, it is Dracarys from Chinese time zone, bringing a Pseudodad comp. And on the blue side, what do we see from Pandemic Horde?
Horde, we see a rather more interesting, control-y focused comp here. Lots and lots of points being spent on the E-War, the Curse, the Celestis, the Arbitrator. They've got ranged web support from the Confessor. They're kind of, I'd say, maybe lacking a little bit of damage, but they have managed to sneak in an AVX Ekro as well. Obviously, lots and lots of damage from those ships. Very, very popular.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the control bar, it's almost in the maximum length, but the defense bar and attack bars are larger for Dracarys. This is a team a lot of people didn't expect to even make it through feeders, and they made it in one match. So I'm excited to see how they pull up against Horde, who has ended up being the merger of two teams this year, as Fancy Pants is merged into the main Horde team. That said, this Hyena of Dindil being absolutely deleted off the start from the side of Dracarys.
Yeah, this is what happens when you come up against one of these Pseudodad gun spam comps, although they do manage to catch him. This is what you're at risk of happening if you're not running sort of damp controls to spread across those battle cruisers and try and control them from fragging something. They are going to frag through this Confessor of Admiral Akbar, though. He goes down, but yeah, that's what they're trying to do at the start. They try and volley something very, very squishy and just break it in a couple cycles before the reps can really land.
Yeah, I mean, the range control advantage definitely goes in favor of Pandemic Horde just because of the amount of E-War they have on this comp. Remember, that control bar is absolutely massive, but look at this attack bar. It's so girthy from the side of Dracarys, and they're able to burst through a lot of things, even with the Oneros reps. They're onto this EOS now, as their Exec Navy has been held through only an Augurer to rep them. Some damage is going on to the Prof Navy of Scott J right now, and maybe onto the Augurer of Fish DK, who I believe, is just damped out. He's not being webbed right now, and Dindil goes down.
Yeah, they're trying to spread these tracking disruptors from the Arbitrator, but it's clearly not enough, as they are just losing ships. The Hyena goes down there. The EOS of Atticus has been repped back up, I believe, but I mean, it's not going great, and they're only really putting damage into Scott J in the Prophecy Navy, which is not really an attractive target. He's going to be very, very tanky. They are putting shots into FJ 5000 as well, though. I think they need to deal with those Exec Navies as quickly as possible. They give so much damage. If they can kill them, they could swing this.
Pioneer Elikon, though, and the Curse is being taken down very low. That new pressure and the tracking disruptors can be so potent as well with those long-range newts, and Tynair down almost in a structure. He has no Neros to try to rep him back up, and they do have range control from some of these damps and some of these tracking disruptors, but this Curse is so low, finally catches reps just at the end of that as he dips in a half structure, and the damage from Dracarys is swapped onto the Abaddon.
Yeah, this is the tough thing about flying the Oneros is you're going to fit large armor reps, which cycle slowly, and you need to wait because you're an armor comp. You need to wait till the end of the cycle that they're already on. So you got to decycle them, cycle them on your target, so switch them, and then wait for the end of that cycle, and they'll actually rep. So you can have difficulty catching things, as we did see the Confessor and the Hyena go down earlier in the match. He does just about manage to catch Tynair in the Curse. Reps him back up, and FJ 5000 is still going down here, but they switched onto the Abaddon of Runak. He's going to catch reps as well, I think, now from Hoya, but are they going to be able to apply better to him? Bigger target compared to the Curse.
Much bigger target. That said, has a lot of resists. Just being an Abaddon has the resists per level in Amar battleship, as well as just being a really normally tanky battleship and having the plate bonus as well. And just as we see the Abaddon catches reps, they're back to the EOS of Atticus. So they're really trying to string this Oneros between the ships and burst someone down before the large reps can catch the next target.
Yeah, and of course, when you're under some sort of cap pressure, just from cycling your reps permanently, like you're constantly trying to catch things, there's mental strain here.
They're under the Curse.
You're trying to manage they're onto the Curse. Are they going to be able to switch the reps in time? Is Hoya going to be able to catch him? I think I saw a rep cycle go off there. I think he is going to catch him again, but this is edge-of-your-seat stuff for Horde. If they lose this Curse, they know that this match is going to absolutely collapse on them. With the loss of those TDs, the battle cruisers on the other side will absolutely blast through them. They need to keep this Curse alive.
They are keeping the Curse alive. Dear Musan currently being the target from Horde, but once again, Horde has not killed anything from the Pseudodad setup just because they don't have that much damage. It's really only Abaddon and drones of an EOS to help them out. Some damage is now going on to this Oneros of Hoyer. He is not tackled at the moment, but neither is really anybody on the side of Dracarys or Horde. So both these teams playing their distance right now, but FJ 5000 finally going into structure perhaps, but he might trade be traded for the other Exec Navy now.
Yeah, the incredibly named I Eat Paper Bag is going into structure here. They might be able to make this trade at the same time. There's just Exec Navies all going to die. All three of them are going to die in short succession here, unless they can keep these reps on and kill off enough damage. The first one goes down. Are they going to be able to keep Paper Bag alive? Ooh.
I think so, maybe. No, the reps.
He's on the edge.
The bleeding their armor. They're going to take him down in the structure, and he's down. They take down the Exec Navy, but Dear Mumasan is now being taken down low as well, into about 1/3 armor remaining. Now damage is going on to the Celestis from the Dracarys side. This is a really tight match, but if they can get one control ship off the grid, they can maybe snowball a little bit harder. They've only lost one ship now, and it wasn't even trade.
But they have, of course, got the control on their side that's going to be more oppressive against them. The Arbitrator and the Curse still totally alive, still applying those TDs, and there's one less ship to spread them across now. And Dear Mumasan is still slowly going down here. This is going to be very dangerous. Both these teams have seen, well, you know, we've both got Exec Navies. They're killable. They do a lot of damage. Let's just both focus on killing these Exec Navies. And we see the third Exec Navy of the match going into structure here. He is finally going to die here. The Olgrona can't quite catch him, and they haven't made the Logi trade at this point in the match, which probably, you know, I feel like...
I was on the Aneros, though.
I feel like this is favored maybe for Horde. But they do get tackled, yeah. But he's going to be dual prop. He's going to be dual prop
webbed.
So this Aneros is still going to keep speed tanking here. He's going to have a decent local tank, 600 meters per second in the Aneros until they get webs on him. Now they get a web applied on him, so he's going to start to slow down. They're going to track a bit more, but he's still got a very small sig. These TDs are going to be raining hell on them. And Dear Mumasan is still going slow. The Hecate goes down as well of CMFF. Or does he? Yes, he does.
He does. But Dear Mumasan stays alive. This is a really tight match, 15 points to 11, and this has been a lot of DPS swapping between targets. But the Soneros now so low, he's into 16% armor remaining with this tackle going on to the Soneros. That might be all that it needs to for Dracarys to win this match.
Yeah, that Aneros dying is going to be really, really dangerous from here. The Curse obviously now going to have no protection. The Arbitrator Celestis, their support wing of control, is just going to fall apart here unless they can clear off this Exec Navy, the Org Navy so quickly, but they've still got the reps to pump through the Augural, and this is suddenly looking very bad.
Right onto the Abaddon.
Horde. Yeah, straight onto the Abaddon.
The only DPS that remaining. And it's all over Dracarys, a team that has never competed in the AT before, a member of the Empyrean from the CNTZ region. Only 3 teams, CNTZ, AUTZ, in the tournament. It is Fraternity, Dracarys, and of course, Platinum Sensitivity. This is a team I don't think anyone expected to do well in the tournament, and they're taking down Horde in the first match in a well-flown match from Dracarys.
Yeah, this was a great match from both sides. Just as a spectator experience, this was so close at so many points. There were so many pivotal moments in this, you know, and it could have gone either way. The Curse living, now he is going to see his fateful end at the hands of these gun battle cruisers. But for the Aneros to keep those 3 targets alive for so long, juggle his reps, was a really, really impressive showing, even though they are going to come away with a loss here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how Horde works in the lower bracket. They are, of course, up against the loser of a Band Apart versus Goonswarm Federation, which is our next match. But still, Dracarys, well played to you. First AT, and already kicking ass and taking names, as it were. They will be up against Truth.Honor.Light, though. Or, sorry, winner of a Band Apart versus Goonswarm Federation, and then probably Truth.Honor.Light in the next couple of matches. We'll see how well they do moving forward as they take down the Stork. Something we didn't talk about, Stork in a armor match. I believe that's probably just a triple info Stork, though.
Yeah, I think that's quite likely. I think it's more likely that the EOS is just there, you know, to run armor and skirmish, and you can bring the Stork and get some info on there as well. You know, I'm not 100% sure why they wouldn't go for a Ponti. I guess they just wanted more Recebos in one slot, and then that allows you to bring more control elsewhere in the comp and sort of back it up with the Recebos to avoid against getting damped out by, you know, if the enemy brings a Celestis and a Maulus, you might be in big trouble if your TDs can't lock anything.
Yeah, I mean, still, 2 exciting matches thus far that we've casted. I'm excited for the next one we're casting, Tuskers versus Soul Control. That one's a bit of a grudge match, so I'm looking forward to that one. We'll talk about that a bit more once we get on grid for it, but now it's just this final Celestis with 1:42 to go. Once he goes down, we're going to take a quick break. You're going to see some ads, and then we're going to go back to the desk. Any final words to close us out, Baza?
No, I think, yeah, just want to echo your props to Dracarys, obviously coming in as a first-time team, and you know, people don't really have that many expectations. They haven't seen that much before. They saw 1 match in feeders. I think they advanced after 1 match in feeders. That was that. You don't have really much to go on. So come in and, you know, Horde is a fairly decent team. So to come in and have a really close match, not lose your nerve, and carry it through and get the win is really impressive.
fun match.
Yeah.
All right, back up.
We're gonna
Exactly,
warp through the
mechanism.
planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way. What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, like,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they
yeah.
get
Just the
like,
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like
Yeah.
the sneezing more. Alright?
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no.
Guys, what the
Hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Who's our secondary target?
The Simi broadcasted.
If they're jumping now, then we kill them.
I want bubbles all over this fleet, guys.
On dock now. Do it now.
Dracarys there finishing off Pandemic Horde in that exciting match. The best one we've seen so far today. Of course, the day is young. There are many more explosions coming in the next few hours, but that was a particularly good one. Blackbird Pirate, talk to me about that match there. What kind of went wrong for Pandemic Horde? Because at the start, it was kind of back and forward. But then once it started to go wrong, it really went wrong.
I think that what we saw there is the first good massive damage application setup from Dracarys, and Pandemic Horde, they actually piloted very, very well. I want to kind of do a pseudo shout out to the Curse Pilot. The Curse Pilot did their job. They got in, they took damage, they flew out, and they got repped back to full, which that is what you do. If you're not tackled, you try and avoid taking damage. Really, really smart. The problem is that once the curse is out of range, it can't apply its newts. And the thing that makes a curse good is the tracking disruptors are awesome, but they had an arbitrator, so they already had that covered. The newts of the curse are absolutely insane, and Dracarys was able to kind of swap damage around, make sure that they were applying it to proper tackled stuff, and Dracarys had a massive amount of damage. Like, you saw the attack bar, like 75% of the way full. Like, that's what you want to see. I think Pandemic Horde maybe went a little too heavy on trying to have control, and so they didn't quite have the damage to take anyone down, where Dracarys was like, oh, we want to delete that ship. All right, tackle it, target paint it, delete it, done.
And moderator, any further comments on that one?
Yeah, I mean, you have to use the newts of the curse, like BBP was saying. The problem they ran into is that if you don't shut down the guns, of those Amar laser ships, or you don't shut down the reps of the Augur, when you're in a relatively lower damage composition, you're never going to punch through it. And we saw that P-Horde throughout the entire match just had trouble really punching through much of anything. And as the match went on, Dracarys just kind of ground them out and snowballed. Once you start, losing ships against a setup that's got that much more damage, and you're in kind of a sort of control, it's really hard to recover, if not impossible, from there.
Yeah, especially when one of those ships is the Oneros. We saw that ship just holding on for dear life, and once that went down, that was kind of the end of it. We were watching that live, Bart, and you commented how, I think it was the Absolution, you were saying he just needs to control space. He just needs to control space, because so often we see a ship ramming in to try and kill its declared enemy, and they outtrack themselves because they like bounce off them or they fly by. And one of the best things you can do, Bart, what is it?
Just control space, press F1. It's, you see it a lot with battleships. I will say that we used to see it a lot more back in the day. The piloting in EVE Online, especially for the Alliance Tournament, has gotten significantly better over the years. But every once in a while, you'll see an Absolution go flying past at maximum NWD speed, and you actually saw the lasers missing. Like, on the screen, you can see these lasers missing. So it's not just me being like, oh, I think he's missing because he's piloting a little rough. It's, yeah, you're missing. Like, we see it, everybody sees it. Just control space, press F1, overheat your guns, apply maximum DPS.
Awesome. Now, I'm actually looking really forward to our next match. It features two teams with very different tournament pedigrees. So we have a band apart, led by Rix Javix. That team has been competing for a very long time. We've always referred to them as aggressively mid-tier. They've always been one of those defenders of the top 16. If you want to make it to be a true top 16 team, you're definitely going to have to get through a team like a band apart. Like, they are definitely solid, roadblock. If you're not a good team, they will stop you. And they're going up against Goonswarm Federation. Now, historically, Goons have either failed to get into the Alliance Tournament for one reason or another, or just not done very well. This year, they managed to get through the feeders, and we can see here the historic performance of Goonswarm Federation in Alliance Tournament overall. So over 70 pilots have played for Goonswarm Federation, with Ren Taka being the most experienced, playing in 14 different matches. But look at this, matches played, win-loss. So 10 losses, only 3 wins. Really struggled in Alliance Tournament. I mean, they lost twice last year, lost twice the year before. We have to go back to Alliance Tournament 16, where they won a single match against Lumpy, and then back to Alliance Tournament 15, where they won a second match. And then the previous win, I don't even know, but we're down to Alliance Tournament 11 at that point. So it has been some time. I do remember, of course, I think it was the Lumpy match, the Mitani on field, in a polarized Augur and AV issue. It was a great moment in Alliance Tournament history. I super enjoyed it. And I always, like, back in my mind, I always root for the Goons. They've just always fall flat on their face. I mean, do we think they're going to do any better this year, Bart?
I hope so. I feel like most of these teams actually had really good performances in the feeders, and that is a good indicator. I think last year the team that Odins Call, who was the team that ended up in the crazy Minmatar tribal, finals of the feeders where they had to play a ton of games, actually got second place. So teams that do good in the feeders, it shows that you have the ability to play well. I think Goons, it'd be cool to see them win at least a couple matches, maybe not win overall. There would be actual rioting in game if that happened, but it would be nice to actually see them make it, a little bit farther, because at this point, we've been kind of punching bagging on them for 10 years on the Alliance Tournament. I want to see them win, actually. That'd be awesome.
I mean, they got to the point they just made their own tournament, the Anga Games, which has been super successful. Sothrusil and Dirk been running that for a while. I believe Anga Game 6 has actually now been officially confirmed. I know I've been confirming it for best part of 6 months now.
You're probably getting DMs right now.
But I believe it is actually confirmed. So before we do anything else, let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match between Goonswarm Federation and the Band Apart. See what these teams are choosing to ban out. So Band Apart banning out Blackbird Griffin. So ECM, not their friends. Scimitar and Curse, whereas the Goons banning out Leshak, Abaddon, Oneers, and Barghest. Very different banning strategies here, moderator. What do you think?
Yeah, so Goonswarm is just saying, I don't want to deal with super heavy armor composition. So that's going to be your Leshak, and the Abaddon, Neros is just generally one of the better logistics, cruisers. Barghest is just going to be a generic good armor and shield battleship banned throughout the entire tournament. And ABA is basically saying, if you want to bring ECM, you have to commit to a Rook or a Falcon, and we also don't want to get controlled by a Curse. Another ban we're going to see throughout the tournament.
I'm just putting on my Band Apart hat to really rep for Ricks here. And of course, we mentioned about the ECM there. Bart, why is ECM just so powerful in a tournament format?
It's not as bad as it used to be, but it does shut down your ability to play your ship the way you want to. If you get jammed, you can only target the ship that's jamming you, which sometimes doesn't matter. I mean, if you're shooting the Blackbird already with your ships, it doesn't matter if the Blackbird jams you, but if you jam like a logistics cruiser or frigate, it can't rep the people that you're shooting at. If you jam their ECM has to focus on you, ECM being any of that. Like, it forces you to target a specific ship, which maybe is not necessarily your plan. And while it is RNG, there's a lot of ways to make that RNG very high in your favor, and it also actually enrages people, and they get mad, and then they play badly. So very, very powerful.
Yeah, sometimes being tilted or tilting your enemies is enough to to secure the W.
Yeah, we can see that Black Bart Pirate is also, with that knowledge, also probably a Blackbird Pirate as well. No.
I don't think I've ever flown a Blackbird.
Oh, we can change that.
Yeah, we can fix that. We'll sort that at some point.
Yeah, the Blackbird has a disgustingly long range as well. Yeah. So you can just sit at the opposite side of the arena, sort of wave at the guy that you're jamming, and be like, if you want to shoot someone, you're going to have to burn all the way over to me. Which, of course, he doesn't want to do. He does not want to do that. So he has to just sit and wait that 20 seconds and hope you miss your next one. Which, if that doesn't happen, that's kind of Ockies. Ockies.
Yeah. Yes.
Ockies. So, Bart, what are you kind of anticipating for this particular match then? What do you think we'll see between these two teams? I mean, both of them actually do have a lot of tournament experience. Like, I know we meme a little bit on the Goons, but they've been running in tournaments for a while, especially recently with the Anga Games. They went through the feeders. We have seen them perform a lot better, in my opinion, in the last 12 months than potentially for a while. And a band apart under new leadership. I believe Rix is retired. The new captain, Smudge245. Is the change of the guard going to be enough to help propel them up from that sort of mid-tier to the top teams? What do you think?
I'm hoping Goons does really well. The cool thing that Goons has always done is because it's such a large alliance, they will often develop their own meta. We've not really ever seen it do particularly well, but maybe this is the time. Maybe they're going to come out with something wild that we haven't seen in the feeders and we haven't seen today yet. So kind of hoping for that.
Awesome. I'm always interested to see like new and exciting metas, especially from Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pilots, I'm sure. 20 decent pilots. It remains to be seen. But we can find out if they can get at least 10 decent pilots immediately now as we head to the arena with the casters, Wingnut Cross and Jintan.
Hello everyone and welcome to the arena where we are about to watch an amazingly interesting game here with Bandapart and Goonswarm Federation both bringing very similar ideas, just trying to ram into their opponent and project a lot of DPS in, but taking completely different methods of bringing that to the field, with Goonswarm Federation having brought a max threat / pseudo dad / whatever we're calling that composition, going up against a 3 battleship core from a Bandapart. Wingnut, what can you tell me about these 3 battleship cores? What's going to be the difficulty for them in applying all that DPS?
Getting to the opponent. Because the thing about the team they're versing is the team doesn't have to be at 0. That team they're fighting can be at 30 and 40 and still apply to them. Meanwhile, this double blaster battleship at Armageddon core has to basically get it 0. And honestly, trying to get 2 blaster battleship to 0, it's not easy when the team knows you're trying to do it. And you can already see they're rushing in. They're getting, of course, getting long-range nukes, which does help apply to stuff. But there's a lot of well-applied, well-damaged ships on the other opposing side. They're going to make this a really hard fight. You see, look at the newts spreading everywhere. He's newting 4 different targets.
Yeah, and just to keep an eye on things, you can see that both teams' attack bars are relatively the same size in terms of the grey portion, and that means that they are going to be able to put out, theoretically, the same amount of DPS. But Goonswarms, they're already ticking up. They're already sitting around, 1/5, 1/6 utilization, whereas a Bandapart have yet to put almost anything down range.
Now, opposed to the last team where a team brought a lot of control and no damage, this team has brought a lot of control. Molus, Sentinel, Arby, they've got the control, but they've actually brought a lot of damage to back it up if they can get that damage at 0. So they potentially can make a good mix here, but it's all going to rely on can you get a Hyperion or a Mega Navy at 0.
I tell you
I'm
what,
also
they are
wondering if we see
doing
an
a great
MGD
job
play
of
at some
that
point.
so far. Look at where that Hyperion is. He's right in the middle of things. He is webbed now, so he's going to be slowing down. But all of his buddies are cowering around him, and Goonswarm's getting pushed up against the edge of the arena here. Obviously, you can only move 125 kilometers away from the center beacon before getting exploderated.
Another note as well is that the first target from I think it was Goons was the Confessor, because that is basically the only tackle on this team. They've got a lot of control, but they need to catch things on their own. You see the Mega Navy actually taking a little bit of armor damage now. But what have they caught anything yet? No. Have they done any real damage? No. It's
both teams just bouncing off one another here. You can see both of them doing roughly the same amount of damage to each other, but not enough to actually punch through.
Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. However, Exec Navy is in trouble.
Yeah, it's not as crippling as you think. It's not as crippling as losing one of those Navy Executors would be for the Goonswarm side here, because it's not going to affect their ability to actually apply. They just need to use their ability to get into position here. They need to lock one thing down and start chewing their way through the Bandapart team. But they haven't yet been able to force a screen. That's the real issue here. Because they only have that Confessor here for tackle, they've got nothing to run in there and force that Skybreaker to commit.
The only thing they have really for tackle for this battleship rush is basically the Armageddon has no guns. It is a full Newtageddon. So if they can stack 8 heavy newts or whatever they've got onto one ship and bring its Mike Warp Drive off, they can definitely get on top of it. And I think they might have actually got the Merm Navy with this strategy, because he is starting to slow down by the looks of it. But it's still like, okay, you might manage to make this work, but it's taking you how long and how much have you lost?
Yeah, they've lost that arbitrator now as well, so that's both of their guidance disrupting and tracking disrupting ships off the field. They're no longer going to be able to prevent the Goonswarm Federation ships from concentrating DPS down on those Thalias and Deacons. And yep, we see they're going right away for it, just killing off all that low end. Now they get perfect application towards it. Oh, this is going to be
they'll
horrific.
get this Merm Navy, which is good. That's definitely a good start. What's next? I mean, if you look around for where these battleships are, there is nothing nearby them. The opposing team is playing this very well by it. They don't need to be next to each other. They can be as far as they need because no damage will get to them as long as they're at range. So this Merm Navy will go down. But it's going to, I think we're going to be in the exact same spot we were 5 minutes ago, whereas these ships are chasing things and can't really kill them while their team is falling apart behind them.
Yeah, I think their best shot now actually is just to burn towards the center of the arena after they get done with this Merm Navy issue, and then try and MJD onto something, because that's what it's going to take here.
I hope
they need to grab onto the Absolution, the Prophecy Navy, one of those major DPS ships, because they're never going to be able to catch those cruisers at this point, and then just hope and pray that they can last until time runs out. And that's 6 minutes
doing
away.
Some math at the moment, right? And by the looks of it, they could MJD on some targets. Some targets are almost perfectly within 20k if they do an MJD play, but do they even have MJDs? I hope they do, but each of these ships has 4 or 5 mid slots. So that is honestly a pretty heavy thing to put on these ships.
Well, they're only 20k away from the beacon, so one pulse of an MWD would get them in range of the central beacon.
And the Myrmidon's about to go down too, and that's now going to be 3 battleships versus the world, and it's a world of DPS that they live in, unfortunately.
It looks like they've grabbed the Navy Prophecy, so they're probably going to move on to that here, but that's just going to spread. They're just going to continue to get slowly picked away here, because that thing is, it's drifting out of grapple range.
Oof.
That's rough.
The newts are going as well, but I'm not seeing really any functional newts. I see newts on the Exec Navy and newts on the Org. It's not really doing all that much. I don't know. Yeah, the Prophecy Navy has pulled out, has pulled range, and is leaving this area. And we also see smart bombs occasionally from these battleships. They are trying to remove the drones on the opposing team, but they're basically just removing light drones at the moment. There's a few infiltrators and Valks in there, but I've seen a lot of acolytes and warriors getting popped.
Yeah, Goonswarm Federation here just playing it really, really calmly, playing it really safe. You can see if we zoom out just how far away all these ships are from one another, meaning that even if by some miracle one of them does get caught now, it's still going to be game for them. That Armageddon's going to take a while to go down, but once it does, Goonswarm have nothing to threaten them with. Absolutely brilliant execution here. Not something we normally say when we're talking about Goonswarm Federation.
Exactly that. They knew exactly what they had to do against this comp, and they immediately did it. And that's usually like the first half of the fight, is knowing what you need to do and then executing that perfectly. And honestly, I'm kind of sad. I love my battleships. I love aggressive battleship pilots. You bought 3 battleships, and I haven't seen a single MJD yet.
Yeah,
Mega Navy did get back on the prop Navy, though, luckily, so we might get that. That's an Absolution. Never mind. My apologies. Wrong ship. I just made an assumption there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we do have any of these 3BS cores do well in other matches. They're very, very points intensive to bring, and I think you get a lot.
Like they could work,
yeah.
But it's okay. Bringing the Geddon, I love. That's a ship that I think really just provides a lot of aggressive utility. But bringing twin blaster battleships, like bring a Tempest fleet, please. At least you can shoot at range. Then like going full blaster rush. I love it. It makes you feel like a man, but. There's a time and place. There's a comp to fly it in. This wasn't it. You had no tackle.
Absolutely. It was an attempt at a control comp, and you really need one of the higher end control ships, I think, for that. Curse, Blackbird, something in that respect that's just going to completely disrupt your opponent's ability to concentrate fire. Whereas here it was a lot more range control mixed with a ship that wants to be 3 ships that want to be right on top of your opponent's face, and that just seems like moving in 2 completely different directions here from a
good idea on
compositional
paper, right? You want to make them so they force them to come close. But the problem is if they don't want to, you like look how many ships are shooting them. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different ships all shooting at range. Can you really control all of those for the entire fight enough that they have to get close to you? And the answer is no, you can't. But if you had, say, maybe a Tempest fleet, you could at least be harassing them back and hurting ships and causing some trouble. This Mega Navy and Hyperion are just being entirely cucked at the moment. There's no chance of them doing anything.
Absolutely.
No MJD!
We're gonna see a lot more Mega Navy issues, I think, as we go through, but Hyperion probably less. The Mega Navy just does so much DPS for its points. It's a great little pocket pick.
It can use an MJD. Why is it not got an MJD? And it's the captain, of course, left behind till last as well. Smudge 245. Oh, he's gonna die. He should tank pretty well. Hyperion's really good at that, but it ain't gonna matter, Chief. You're gonna go down. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
This
dropping.
is just gonna be a matter of how long can Smudge, protect his team's honor. There's no way he makes it to that to the 1 minute mark here.
Not a chance in a million years. Interesting as well, actually. They've been smart bombing for most of this match. There's still drones on them. There's still mediums still on them, so they have a lot of drones just being sicked on these ships.
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting choices here, and I hope that the desk does go over them. I've got to say, the Merman Navy issue being brought in one of these pseudo-dads is very odd because you don't get the instant application. But we'll go over all this in the studio, I'm sure. So let's hand it back.
Kasich, you are one of two people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
Goonswarm Federation following the advice on my hat, or just don't be bad, and taking the W there over a band apart. You love to see it, Goonswarm. Well done. We're all very proud of you here at Alliance Tournament 19. I am CCP Overload, and I'm joined on the desk by two brand new faces. I have CCP Convict, and I have Mystical Might. Misty, how are you today?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm glad to be here.
What did you think of that last match?
I think it was a very interesting match. I'm glad that Goons have managed to eke out a win. It's not something that they're used to, so it's great to see this happening on the desk. It was some good piloting. I think we have some things to talk about later.
Awesome. And CCP Convict, enjoy that match as well?
Very much so. Band apart, obviously, low-sec pirate stalwarts and participated in so many Alliance tournaments. And Goonswarm Federation, that was a match to me, no matter who won, I was going to feel good because somebody, got another feather in their cap.
And you feel good?
Yeah, I do feel good. Goons deserve it.
Awesome. We all feel good then. I think we're all very happy about that. So thank you for joining me here on the desk today, CCP Convict. You're here to talk a little bit about some of the cool giveaways that are going on in Twitch. Tell us all about them.
Yeah, so obviously all the main action is happening on the live stream itself. But in Twitch chat, we've got a whole bunch of people who are watching, and we've got some things we want to give away to you guys over the weekend, as is tradition. So every day of the Alliance tournament, prior to the break, we'll do a raffle where we'll give away a stack of the weekend fleet packs, which is like 3 days Amiga and 50 Plex, so you can go in the hunt for that. During the breaks, we'll do a quiz, which you can interact with on the stream itself just by clicking in the window. We'll throw up instructions on the screen when that quiz starts during the break. First prize for that is 1,000 Plex, second place is 500, third place is 250 Plex, and then we'll do another raffle after the break sometime later in the evening where we will be giving away either one of the EVE Online 20th Anniversary Collector's Editions or an EVE Online watch.
I'm actually super excited for that collector's edition. The Megatron model is looking hashtag poggers, I believe is the official description of it.
Yep.
Of course, the little Fedo plushie. That model, though, like...
Yeah. I mean, EVE Online is a game about internet spaceships, so I'm told. And EVE Online spaceship models, people have been like clamoring for them for years and years. We had the really cool Integral Reality Labs models for a while that we were giving away in previous Alliance tournaments. Unfortunately, they're no longer producing them because they decided to go and do other things. And so to get another opportunity to get a really cool ship model into people's hands, especially something as iconic as the Megatron, is really cool.
Yeah, and it's quite a substantial size model as well, I believe.
It's a good size, I'm told.
It's not life size, I hear.
No.
It's not the same size as a real Megatron.
It's actually about 8 inches long.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not the same size as a real Megatron, so it's smaller.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
It's
interesting.
like a dehydrated Megatron. Basically.
Dehydrated Megatron. Just add water,
Yeah.
and you too could be flying around in your very own spaceship.
That's right. And of course, in addition to the raffles and giveaways, all throughout the Alliance tournament, you can accumulate channel points on our Twitch channel just by watching the broadcast. When you get 10,000 channel points, you can claim a Galnet skin from the Eve to Twitch bot, which is in our channel. But you must make sure to register your in-game character name with the bot, so it knows what your Twitch name is and how that corresponds. There's instructions for that. If you just scroll down underneath the stream window, there's a section on the Galnet skins on how to do that. If you're coming up a little bit short just by watching the stream with channel points, obviously we're having the predictions running before every single match. So if you're savvy and you predict wisely, you can increase your channel points much, much more quickly and be able to get your hands on more of those skins faster.
Yeah, I do love it when we get one of those big upsets, and I believe we've had one so far. Yeah. Was it Dracarys versus Pandemic Horde? Most people putting their points on Pandemic Horde.
Yes, 69 to 31 was the actual split of the channel points on that one, and of course Dracarys bringing it home means that anyone who put their channel points into them essentially doubled up. So it was, if you bet on Dracarys, you did pretty well, and if you can keep that up for the rest of the tournament, you can get as many of those Galnet skins as you want.
Yeah, those Galnet skins are pretty nice. So definitely make sure you slap all your Twitch channel points on the underdogs. Always put them in the underdogs. That never ever goes wrong.
If you do exclamation mark schedule in the chat and you look at the schedule, something I've noticed watching through all the feeders, it's really weird, but like one column, either red or blue, seems to win overwhelmingly.
Interesting.
And if you sort of see which way it's going, you just keep betting on red or blue, you'll win more than you lose.
You're giving away the secret tech.
I'm gonna have to get ChatGPT to update the script here, because
that's right.
if we're doing it that simple, then people are going to start gaming this.
Yeah, well, that's literally terrible advice, but I'm just waiting to see who decides to take that on board.
Speaking of gamers, we're all gamers, and you can come meet fellow gamers in Nottingham, where this studio is, on Thursday. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so for this AT, several of us from CCP travelled from Iceland to Nottingham, and because they're obviously in subsequent weekends, we thought, well, why don't we just sort of like stay in Nottingham for the whole week? We can work remote, and then we don't have to travel back and forth. And we figured while we were in town, we could set up a player meet and invite people from in and around Nottingham to come and hang out with us. And it's happening this Thursday at 6 p.m. at Bunkers Hill. But we only have limited capacity at the venue, so we're asking if you would like to attend to please pre-register, and you can do so by going, if you go to Eventbrite and look for CCP Games, you'll find our Eventbrite page where that event is listed, or if you go onto the official EVE Online Discord, at the top of the channel list on the left, there is a event section. You click on that, you can see the Eve Nottingham meetup, and the Eventbrite link is in that. So we're very close to actually capping out. We've got room for 80 people. We've already got 70 people who have signed up.
Wow.
So if you live in and around Nottingham, or you're just willing to make the journey to come and hang out with us, if you live a little bit further afield, go ahead and register for the event. We're going to have we've got a private space to ourselves. We'll have our own private bar in this venue. We'll have snacks and finger food and stuff like that. And we might even put in some Alliance Tournament replays on the screens in there.
Awesome. And just to reiterate, tickets are free. You just have to register, so we kind of know roughly the idea of the capacity. And you get to meet in person such Alliance Tournament legends as the Mystical Might, Blackguard Pirate, and Moderator, as well as, of course, some glorious CCP guests.
Yeah, there'll be you there.
I'll
be there. CCP Swift, CCP Kestrel, CCP Zealous, and CCP B. Will be there as well.
Did you say CCP Swift?
I did. I think I said him first.
Well, he might be there twice. We'll never know. Now, let's quickly look at the bans for the next match, because we've only got a few minutes, and this is going to be the Tuskers versus Hold Control. Tuskers, one of the teams that went top 4 last year, getting a bye straight into this particular tournament. And we see our first trickle bans. Finally, I get to talk about these. So, Tuskers Co. banning out the Oneros, the Scimitar, the Loki, and the Eos. Hold Control banning out the Sleipnir, the Oneros, the Scimitar, and the Curse. Now, because each team gets 4 bans, these are blind bans, and there's 2 duplicates here. The Scimitar and the Oneros, both teams banning those. They get told, hey, you both banned 2 identical ships, so you get 2 more bans. We call these trickle bans. So in this case, and they don't have duplicate issues. So in this case, the Tuskers choosing to ban out also the Balgorn and the Vindicator, whereas Hold Control banning out the Barghest and the Armageddon Navy issue. Mystical Might, what do you make of these bans here?
I actually quite like some of the bans we're seeing here. The Sleipnir and the Curse, I think, are just time-old bans that we're going to see tournament to tournament. We've seen them previously. The Sleipnir is one of the essential ships for things like Fly Color, which was brought in the first match of this tournament. by the Truth.Honor.Light team. And we also have the Curse, which is just a really strong tracking disruption, guidance disruption, neuting amount and range mix, which is fairly difficult to deal with. And it can bring armor rep bots as well, which just solidifies difficulty when it comes to trying to kill that team. So standard bans on that part. But I think the Aneros and Scimitar bans are also fairly interesting. They are both the more mobile varieties of their respective rep types. So the Aneros is a fast, difficult to kill armor remote rep boat, sorry. And the Scimitar is like a really fast, fairly decently tanky shield rep boat. So if they want to be kiting around the grid and moving quickly, they're going to need to either adapt a Guardian for a Micro Warp Drive or bring a Micro Warp Drive Augurer, or maybe his arm or a Diva for the armor, or they're going to have to lean back on something like a Scythe for the Mimitar. So it's fairly limiting, I suppose, when it comes to kiting setups and being able to move around the grid with that logic.
What I think is interesting as well here is both teams with a kind of similar banning meta. I mean, Tuskers like a top 4 team last year, so they're probably going to be quite well versed with what's going on this year as well. You would like to think. I believe a lot of the team members have retained from previous years. Whole Control, I can't remember exactly how they did last year, but I'm sure they've been around and doing okay for a while. So if they're coming up with a similar banning meta to a top 4 team like the Tuskers, then that's going to be a good sign for their theory crafters. What do you think about that?
I think the theory crafting this year is going to be fairly interesting. We know that Tuskers have relied on their unique theory crafting styles in previous tournaments, so they are one of the teams that brought a basically shield setup which had no tank in the mid slots, and it was just tracking disruptors and guidance disruptors. So they really do things outside the box when it comes to their approach to matches and throwing their opponents on the back foot with like really strange shit that no one's expecting. I don't know how well they're going to fare in the meta with the fact that the tracking disruptors and guidance disruptors are now limited to E-War bonus ships. I think that's one of the struggles that they're going to need to overcome, based on like some of my chats with Mira, who is the captain for the Tuskers team. But on the other hand, I also think it's fairly interesting that they're approaching this match in the same way with their ban setups. I think the key difference that I'm seeing here is that Whole Control banned the Barghest and the Armageddon Navy issue, both of which are like commonly picked flagships this year. So I don't know if they're trying to force a flagship pick by banning those 2 ships, or if they've practiced against them and think they're like super strong if they're fielded. But I feel like they're kind of replaceable, at least the Armageddon Navy issue is.
Interesting. Well, we will find out in a couple of minutes when we do go to that match. CCP Convict, it's been a couple of really good matches. Obviously, we spoke earlier on about the Dracarys Pandemic Horde one. And I think when we were talking about it, you said that's your favourite one so far. Yeah. Are you looking forward to any teams in particular that you're going to see this tournament?
Yeah, there's a couple of teams coming up later today who I'm really looking forward to. I've got a soft spot for Platinum Sensitivity, who are playing later in this evening. B-Side is out there. Brave, of course. They're always like adorable underdogs that you sort of root for when they come on. So the actual arrangement of teams for this first day is phenomenal. It's really, really, really good matchups. And this one's no exception, because you were talking about Tuskers, being a top 4. They're also Alliance Tournament champions. Formerly, they've been very consistently strong for the last few years in particular, but oh yeah, there you go. I think it was was it AT-14?
AT-14, yeah. They've defeated Pandemic Legion, actually.
So they've shown they've got what it takes, and so I'm sure they're going to make it deep in this tournament. But I actually think it would be great to see some, for them to renew their reign as champions, just to sort of like shake things up a little bit from the last few Alliance tournaments.
Yeah. It's been a couple of really dominant teams for the last few years. But I mean, we've had eras of domination from other teams. Pandemic Legion, of course, winning a whole bunch in a row in years gone by. And of course, Alliance Tournaments 1, 2, and 3 were all won by Band of Brothers.
Yep.
So we have seen dynasties in the past. But it's time to see if the Tuskers can start forming a new dynasty as they go up against Whole Control with your casters Fearvina and the Basilisk.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the grid. We do still have Whole Control and Tuskers just landing, and me and Fear have seen these ships landing, and we've had a little chat. We don't really know what to make of either comp here. 2 very unusual comps. Fear, why don't you pick and choose one that you want to start talking us through?
On the red side, it is the Tuskers who have brought their flag Navy Armageddon issue, as the Navy Armageddon was banned, so they've gone for that. But they've got Armor Logi with a Claymore, a Fleet Cyclone, and a Hugin. So I'm very interested as to what they're doing. They're warped in at 50, so I assume they're kiting.
Yes, it's got quite controlly low end as well on both teams here. The Blackbird, the Sentinel, Crucifier, and Maulus for Tuskers. On the other side, from Hull Control, we see Lachesis, couple Blackbirds in there as well. So they're leaning more into ECM. We're going to have to see if the damps from Tuskers can keep that ECM under control. Blackbird's very, very annoying to deal with if left uncontrolled. As we do get the 30-second countdown starting, these teams are going to have to pretty quickly figure out what they want to do here. These are two fairly unconventional looking comps, I'd say.
Yeah, I will say it's a Rapid Heavy Armageddon Navy issue. I assume these are going to be Officer Rapid Heavies and all the other stuff. If this dies, of course, we will see the kill mill and the desk will be able to analyze it. But at the same time, the attack bar, not very large for either of these teams. It's mostly in control, as this is also an armor Vargar, not really a ship you typically associate with the armor rep, but it has enough low slots that it could work. Something to note about these teams, Hull Control have taken 2 players from the Tuskers Coalition. Jita and Able 1 are now on Hull Control, and we do see them in the Magus for Able 1 and Jita in the Hakate. Meanwhile, Tuskers have kept a lot of the same core from last year, and they are one of the teams that went for the Navy Armageddon flagship instead of the Barghest. I'm excited to see how this works out, especially with the 2 newts. These could either be Officer or X-type. There isn't a whole lot of difference between them, but they are very, very long range, as damage is going out of the Sentinel and Blackbird at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, both these comps are fairly heavy in control, so we're going to see, I think, the Battleship of VLD, the Armageddon Navy, pushing forward here. And I would have expected to see the Vargar of Karab pushing forward as well, but he's still just sort of sitting fairly compact. Both these teams just sort of probing each other out, looking for weaknesses. It's going to be very difficult to, break apart targets. There's going to be interplay between the jams, the damps, all the E-War going on here. Whether they can break the Logi. Both teams fairly low on DPS, as you mentioned, so the Guardian on one side, the Augur on the other, probably going to be able to keep their comrades up, although whether they can keep themselves up is going to be maybe a different issue once they get in range.
Yeah, I will say there is 1 Blackbird on the side of the Tuskers versus 2. Typically, that means that you can jam off the Blackbird that's jamming your other Blackbird and stuff like that. But at the same time, any jam being used on Blackbirds is a jam not being used on a DPS or potential other utility ship. As we've seen, Sentinel, Crucifier, lots of Dragon Disruptors. You got long-range newts, as well as long-range newts in the Gun Navy, and the Lachesis with those damps can be pretty potent right now, although we do see them just full damping on the enemy Maulus and the Armageddon Navy at the moment.
Yeah, the vengeance of Sawi has come out to actually tackle down this Armageddon Navy. I think they want to stop him pushing in, because if those Officer newts or X-type newts can get into proper range on the Guardian and start capping him out, that can be a very, very dangerous situation. They've said, okay, the Giddens coming in, vengeance, you need to go and deal with him, and he is holding him sort of...
As I say that, the Guardian's tackled and being taken out very low.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, there's so many bots on him at the moment as well. There's an absolute swarm of red Hobgoblins and Valkyries just pumping DPS into him, and that's damage that you can't really mitigate, obviously, through TDs or jams or, reallocating your control. Those drones are just stuck there unless you're going to allocate your own drones or your own guns to kill them. They're going to keep shooting.
Yeah, the Dragon Disruptors are landing pretty potently from the side of Tuskers. They've focused them all onto the Vargar and the Navy Myrmidon. Actually, as the match has gone on, the Augur has gotten... not caught, but he is being painted right now. The Guardian still holding about 2/3 armor, half to 2/3 armor. So really, we're just waiting for one team to find an opening, and they may have found it onto Jorma, as he seems to be the DPS primary from the side of the Tuskers.
Yeah, this Augur is taking chunks as well. I think both these teams realize they're pretty low DPS, and it is going to have to come down to a Logi trade first if they try and break through, a Navy Armageddon or a Vargar. On the other side, with jams in play, one jam cycle can just ruin. If you're shooting your clip, you get 15 missiles in and you get jammed, your attempt at killing that ship is done, and you've wasted all that time. You've got to get the jam off, you've got to reload and start again. So they're saying we need to deal with the Logi first. Both these teams are trying to deal with the Logi. And at the moment, Jaeger Moritz is looking worse for wear here. I think the Armageddon Navy may be approaching the end of his clip. The Guardian is still holding. Jaeger is not.
Yeah, Jaeger might be the first one to fall. We see some damage going on to Drama Viscera and the Blackbird as well. I will point out, Tuskers did bring a Hugin, so the long-range webs are being put on various different targets, the Vengeance Smaller, the Vargar. I wouldn't be surprised if this Armageddon Navy had a Goten's or Tobias web on it either, which would be 30-kilometer webs with links. That said, this Augur of Jagger Mortis is actually down to half structure, but they're not actually chewing through him right now. I'm interested to see why they're not able to apply their damage.
I mean, he is really, really far away, I think, is the main thing. This Varga, maybe 100 kilometers away from him. Obviously, not much DPS else that can project. The Navy Myrmidon, maybe if he's got bouncers, can shoot that far on a couple Omnis, but it's unlikely. So damage going to be pretty anemic from this point out on the Augur. He may still take a little bit of residual, maybe some drones following him or something, but it looks like...
Viscera, first blood.
Clear. But the Blackbird, yeah, the Blackbird just goes down there.
That's really nice. But the Aug, one more volley, will do him in. There it is.
And he goes, yeah, that's it. The Aug is down. So this means now that Hold Control here can start choosing some other targets. But have they lost too much already? The Hecate goes down. The Blackbird already lost the Vengeance into low armor. They have made the Logi trade. Will they be able to use the rest of their upper end core and make some progress here? Maybe the Sentinel, the other Blackbird. They're starting to look through this control here.
Full control now to the Blackbird of Katarina, Illumination, as they still have their Guardian up. They're not able to hold on to the low end. It is 9 points to 15, still relatively low scoring game as we approach the halfway point. But this could snowball either way very quickly. Remember, the Sentinel, the Crucifier, and the Maulus still up for the side of the Tuskers Co. As the Blackbird is down to half armor, but he is able to stabilize a little bit right now. Doesn't have any reps from the rest of his team, but if he just burns away from this Varga, from this Myrmidon Navy, he can stay alive and live to win potentially. And it looks like my co-host has DC'd, so I'm going to keep solo casting for the time being. Katarina, Illumination, still in half armor. There's damage from the Tuskers going out to a couple of targets, but it looks like they're still holding on to long-range webs. They have a scram on the Mauler of Yente Tasia at the moment. I'm going to look at this Mauler right now. Is it a full Newt Mauler? It looks like it is. So... those newts off the table are pretty nice to have. They also have some damage into Stavlod in the Blackbird at the moment. He is down about 1/3 armor remaining. This Guardian going to try to keep him up, but he might be jammed out right now by Katarina. Actually, the Guardian is probably jammed out. We see the gems being cycled, and the Blackbird goes down from hull control, and this is starting to snowball in favor of the Tuskers Co. Wingnut has joined me to replace Bazza.
How you doing, mate?
How are you feeling looking at this match right now?
I was surprised it was getting this close, but they're going back for the Guardian now, which is probably the right call. But with that Blackbird going down, also their controls are gone. They got a lot of DPS left. It's kind of surprising how close this is. It looks a bit messy, but losing your Logi makes it really hard.
Yeah, Katarina Illumination down finally. So 22 points to 15 with 3:13 left in the match. Sentinel of Stu Minor also being taken down pretty low right now. Remember, the only projected DPS they really have is this Vargar and maybe the Merm Navy issue. We see the Guardian, just Kashkin, currently being webbed down by this Hugin as the damage finally goes on to the Hugin from the side of hull control, but I think it'll be too little too late. This Guardian is falling rapidly through the rapid heavy clips of the VLD.
I'm actually honestly surprised the Guardian did so well earlier. Now he's just going to get ripped apart quickly. And like Tuskers, without that Logi earlier on, are going to pull this back really quickly. And yeah, a Varga's good DPS, so is a Merm Navy, but when you're versing Claymore Fleet, and a Armageddon Navy, sorry, it's not that much, honestly. It's not very well applied.
Damage going on to Lachesis now of Brainbashy. Obviously, the damp pressure of Lachesis can be very nice to have. I didn't see any real scrams go out, so I assume this is just full damp mid slots, no scrams. He is finally down, though, and Flak Inquisitor staying alive right now in this Hugin. The DPS is still alive and available from the side of Tuskers, or from hull control, excuse me, but they just haven't been able to burst through anything since they took down that Augurer.
And a lot of the ships gone as well. That's Crucifier is able to constantly ruin the Vargas tracking as well, which is making it even harder for that basically the last DPS they've got left to do work. Hugin will potentially go down, but honestly, when it goes down, what's going to be changed for this team? And honestly, I don't see anything. There's damage coming after them. They've lost their support wing. It's just the core with a Magus.
Yeah, I mean, the armor control from Tuskers, this is a very Tuskers-esque comp. Kind of weird which ships you don't see together all that often, but they make it work using, an armor Cyclone Fleet and armor Claymore, something that we would have seen last year when they were able to fit tracking disruptors and and the damps in the mids.
Ooh, nice.
We saw a couple comps, one I called Hammer Time, where we saw shield chips fit with armor and doing that. But this year, I assume, since these are armor, Claymore and Cyclone Fleet issue, these are probably remote SIVO, remote tracking computers on them to help out their team.
Hugan MJD to try and get away. He did get away for a good amount of time, but now the drones are back on, so he will still die. But that MJD bought him a good amount of time until he finally croaked it. So respect to the Hugin jump there, man. Cool. Thinking outside the box and immediately getting away with it.
Yeah, I'm also, these are two comps we didn't really have a great idea of what they were doing other than their armor and their control at the start of the match. And I think this is just kind of the creative theory crafting that Tuskers are known for, and maybe some of that being brought on to Whole Control with their acquisition of Jita and Stable 1. That said, they will get knocked down to the lower bracket and face a band of not a band apart, excuse me, the loser Paper Numbers versus Deepwater Hooligans, which is our next match. Still, Tuskers, still a great team. I assume this is just something that they wanted to show in the first match versus Whole Control, bring something creative against their former members. But they will be moving on to the next round where they face the winner of Paper Numbers versus Deepwater Hooligans.
Yep.
As this Farger goes down, we are to send it to the desk because time has run out. We'll be right back after this break.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got Axel ISP.
And polarized guns or what?
There you are, the Tuskers Co. As Fearvine would say, still a great team, beating out Whole Control there in their first appearance in Alliance Tournament 19. And Mystical Might, we saw some interesting ship decisions there in a shield comp. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, so as I mentioned just before the match, Tuskers are well known for some wacky concepts when it comes to using typically shield tank ships in armor setups. So as we saw, we had the Claymore and the Cyclone Fleet issue, both typically used with shield extenders and invols because they're fairly quick and they do decent damage out to range. I think we don't actually get to see the Tuskers fits, but what I'm assuming they fit were a bunch of guidance computers in the mid slots along with maybe a target painter or a sense booster, something like that, which allows them to counter the potential for damps on the hostile team so they can still lock out and apply their damage. But it also means that they can apply their damage further with the missile guidance computers and hit things better. So pairing all of that together, it means they can sit very far away, they're very hard to catch, and it means that they're still applying decent damage even against a team that brings something like a Lachesis that has multiple damps in the mid slot. So I think it was a very interesting setup to see, and I'm glad that they're still finding ways to bring off-meta ships to the tournament. Yeah, I think it was a great first match for this year. Yeah.
Awesome. And we saw some of the first usage of the micro jump beacons in the arena. And I believe we can just take a look at the layer of the arena with this quick primer video. So the teams are teleported into the system at these different staging beacons, and they just choose one at random and they get teleported there automatically by the referees. They're then told to warp into the arena at a range of their choice between 0 and 50. If they warp in at a different range outside of that, they will probably be teleported to 0 by the referees. They have to stay 0 to 50 for their warp-ins. Once they're in, the arena itself is 125 kilometers in radius, and if you go outside that, as you can see there, the kill boundary, you just immediately explode. There is no ifs, buts. Oh no, can I maybe think about it? Nope. As soon as you cross that boundary by 1 meter, you just explode. Of course, some people do that more often than others. Cough Casper24. Although, to be fair to Casper, he's been better in recent years.
Some people strive to do it.
Some
and
people
get as far as
strive.
they can.
Yeah, currently the boundary held by Goonswarm Federation, Azure and Argent, 232.5 kilometers, which is quite something. Maybe we'll see that beaten this year. Who knows? I actually look forward to it, so see if you can get past that. Now, we have only a few minutes before our next match, because the last match was a little bit delayed. So let's take a quick look at the bans and see what Paper Numbers versus Deepwater Hooligans are choosing to ban out. So Paper Numbers banning out the Curse, the Sentinel, the EOS, and the Kerries. Deepwater Hooligans banning out the Sleipnir, the Nighthawk, the Sentinel, and the Blackbird. Both, of course, banning those Sentinels. Both get a trickle ban. Paper Numbers choosing the Deacon, whereas Deepwater Hooligans going for the Crucifier. Mystical Might, a quick 30-second analysis on this.
These teams hate E-War, so they were like, fuck the Blackbird, don't want jams, we want to be able to lock ships. The Sentinel and the Crucifier bans were both targeted against the tracking disruptors and guidance disruptors at range. They're really difficult to kill, really hard to hit, but they do a lot for a team. And then the Curse is just a standard ban. The Sleipnir and the Nighthawk were basically to prevent rush, which we've seen work really well in previous years. This year, probably not going to work so well because there's a lot of other options that do a lot of damage at range, like the Pseudodad, but we'll maybe see the matchup later on in the day.
Awesome. Well, let's head over to the arena now for Paper Numbers versus Deepwater Hooligans with your casters Wingnut Cross and Yin Tan.
And welcome back to the arena, mates. I'm, of course, Wingnut, joined by the ever-glorious Jintan, and my favorite boys are here. We got Rifeson and Paper Numbers. Yes, they're separate. Versus Deepwater Hooligans. And honestly, I'm surprised the battleship's on the Deepwater Hooligan side. What do you think, Jin?
I've got to say, I love it. The double shack, the amount of potential DPS that Deepwater Hooligans can put out here is unbelievable, but they're going to have to live for that for a very long period of time for that to become reality, and I think Paper Numbers are going to do absolutely everything they can to avoid that. Look at how close they've warped in. Look at the DPS. This is going to be an absolute wham-bam, thank you, man of a match, and watch that low end from Deepwater Hooligans. It's not going to exist for very long.
Exactly. They're going to try their best. The Magus, the Celeste, the Swipple, the Confessor, they're going to try their best to tackle. Never mind, Molus went pop. They need to try and tackle these runaway ships because, yeah, the Lashaks need to be at 0, and the entire comp from Paper Numbers are going to try and keep their distance. They don't need to be at 0. They don't care. And, yeah, pop, second one, pop Griffin, pop. Just brutal. Run away.
I just DC'd for half a second. Please take over. Keep over.
Ah, mate, that's easy, right? Okay, they're going for the Executor and Navy at the moment. I don't. The Executor is quite a distance away. I'm actually very surprised they're going for that. Meanwhile, the Swipple of KCLP is also being primary. We also see the Magus also being shot, so they're just ripping apart the small side of this fleet, not even bothering with the Lashaks just yet. And honestly, actually, no, the Logi of Loch Aramis is trying to keep them alive and doing pretty well. Though Confessor is down to 1/3 armor as well. They're starting to hold now. The ships that are left are actually quite tanky. The Confessor, the Magus, they did quite well, but they're kind of a threat at the moment. Hello there, Bazza. How you doing?
Hello, Wingnut. It seems like Muterator's striking left, right, and centre today.
No, I'm still here. Don't worry. I just DC'd.
Well, welcome back, Bazza.
Well.
What do you think so far? What are you seeing?
I mean, these double Lashaks are just getting kited around like crazy. Let's just do a little tricast this one. Let's do something a little bit experimental.
Oh, no.
We're certainly going to need it with all the DPS getting spread all over the place.
Yeah, the nearest of Lock has now been caught, and with that gone, these Lashaks lose their longevity here, and they're going to start getting killed pretty quickly, as well as the Swipple and Confessor, which I assume we're going to be tackling things, but I'm looking, they're not doing that. They're not tackling at all. They're just sitting in the middle of the arena just doing something. I don't know, eating lunch or something.
Yeah, we're seeing some weird decisions as well from these Lashaks, though. Spooling up currently on a frigate is Iragonal, whilst Crimson, I believe, is also doing the exact same thing. They're just trying to focus down on a frigate rather than ramping up their DPS on a target, which would actually matter.
Yeah, the looks like they're both moving towards the British Navy of Captain Shinken, but brother, you are not catching that in a Lashak. Not even 2 Lashaks. You couldn't even corner them if you tried. So I get what they're trying for, but they should have been using their Confessor and their Swipple as soon as they're able to tackle things down. You can see, actually, the Swipple was tackling down the Hyena and then immediately died for his troubles.
Yeah, this is surprising.
Sorry, yeah, just get kited, boys. There's nothing you can do about it. Confessor goes pop. Now you just got 2 big, thick Lashaks unable to do anything in this arena. well done, well played.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting that, Deepwater Hooligans are not a bad team. They executed incredibly well when they were going through the feeders for this tournament and, took out a lot of good teams whilst they were on their path to this AT berth. But they were just absolutely controlled. The tackle from Paper Numbers here was just absolutely suffocating. I don't think they got a single matchup where any of their ships had an advantage after the start of the match.
Yeah, they put a lot of points, a lot of their team in these Tula Shacks. And honestly, it's kind of similar to that triple battleship core where you've got these really heavy, good DPS nuding ships, but then you can't get them on a target to do anything. Like, the Leshak actually is kind of in range of this Hyena. And look at that. Leshak is shooting a Hyena and Hyena just doesn't care. You can't apply. Please control space, Ergonaut Coda. Please, control space.
Even if he did, the signature bonus on that Hyena is probably going to keep him safe, which is why Shield has not yet been breached on an armor tank ship, whilst Irangal is going through the last final scraps of a hull here. Yeah, an absolutely dominating victory. I believe that's our first 100-0 of the day.
It might not be potentially, because Crimson Serenity has now switched off to go after the Arbitrator, so he was actually not even trying on the Hyena. He thought that was a bad idea. So he might get the Arbitrator, but yeah, 100-0. It's going to be that no matter what. I'm just hoping. Kill something,
it's not even going to be the first 100-0 though, because Paper Numbers decided they didn't even need to bring their full 100 points allowance to this match. That's a 99-point comp there from Paper Numbers. The disrespect.
Yeah, it's a good comp though. I like this. It is. But surprise, surprise, a match on Paper Numbers where Riverson did not use an MJD. This is incredible. They're breaking new ground, and with that, we'll go back to studio and see what they think on this one.
Okay, you guys are looking in the past. There's nothing back there for you. And I see the future up here. And I see full control.
No, I'm scrammed. Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats, kill the rats, kill the rats, kill the rats! What are you doing? They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw, kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this. Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw!
Relax!
Claw.
Relax!
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Well, it looks like Deepwater Hooligans forgot their water wings as they got dismantled by Paper Numbers there. Only getting 1 point by Paper Numbers, just not bringing a full 100-point comp. They only brought 19 points. They were like, hey, that's all we need. All we need to beat you. And that turned out to be, in fact, entirely correct. Mystical Might, what happened there?
Effectively, Paper Numbers brought a bunch of medium weapon systems like rails and presumably beams because they were shooting quite far. They coupled that with a few target painters, and they deleted the Deepwater Hooligans team. That is, it was quick. It was good. It was a very efficient dismantling of a maybe mid-tier team.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we saw a lot of use there of target painting, and I believe we have a video we can show you about the mechanic of target painting. Mystical Might, take us through it.
So what you want to be doing with the target painter is you want to be using it to bloom the signature on fairly difficult to hit ships. When you apply the target painter to your target, what it does is it makes the signature radius is something that's used in the code of Eve to determine how hard you're going to hit a ship or whether you can actually track a ship at all with your guns. It helps a little bit with missiles as well, making it a little bit easier. There's a explosion radius tagged with missiles, so it's a little bit easier to determine like how hard you'll hit, harder with the tracking formula because that's a mythical code thing.
It's math. Yeah.
Yes. But essentially what you can do in a tournament setup is you can put it on something like a Logi frigate or on the Morluses, for example, and it will just ensure that you'll be applying maybe not full damage, but really good damage to a target. And if it's got low EHP, so small hit points, then it's just going to evaporate really quickly.
Awesome. Now, you might have noticed we are joined in the desk by none other than CSP Swift. CSP Swift, how are you today?
I am doing great. Alliance Tournament is one of my favorite things to do, both as a player and a CCPer. So watching the teams explode and shoot each other, and also listening to kind of like Twitch chat, 10 out of 10. They're always right. I don't know how they do it.
I mean, I would love to know how Twitch chat does it. Sometimes I get some of my takes from Twitch chat. I mean, I'm looking at Twitch chat right now to see if there's any fantastic takes in there. At the moment, people just saying hello to you, CSP Swift. People saying some nice things. If anyone has any some great hot takes for me, then we might see if we can use them. At the moment, people saying nice things, which is very, very like normal Twitch. Honest.
That's how Eve works. Always very nice. Very mannered, positive gamers.
One person saying Pop-Tarts or ravioli. Opinions?
I don't like that.
Why not both together?
No, they're saying that Pop-Tarts are ravioli.
Oh, I agree with that.
That's weird.
Well, actually, no, I disagree. Unless the Pop-Tart is maybe like a pasta shell type thing.
Well, that would just be that would be ravioli then.
Well, maybe he's onto something. I don't know.
These are the deep cuts that we're looking for in Alliance Tournament commentary.
I feel like using this logic train, you could then say like a cheese toasty is ravioli.
Could you have like a sweet ravioli? Would that be good?
Do we have any Italians on set? I think they just got offended and just left. So
you should put like a
we
bunch
don't
of
have any
candy
more.
inside like a pasta shell. Is ravioli still?
I'm incredibly apologetic to our Italian viewers for this deep offense that I believe that we may be causing right now.
Yeah.
Now, CCP Swift. At CCP, you are one of our wonderful community developers, and one of the things that you do a lot of work with is the Council of Stellar Management, the CSM. What is the CSM, and what's happening soon?
Cool. So it's hard to say it in words real quickly, but essentially the CSM are a group of players that we at CCP like speak with. We give them an NDA. We show them all the cool stuff that we're working on, and we just kind of listen to their feedback. Some people think that the CSM get to decide what CCP work on. That's not quite how it works. We have a path that we are going on. The CSM just gets to kind of move the till of the ship a little bit, and also provide really great feedback, stuff that players kind of present. Sometimes they don't want to present it to CCP or don't know how, but they do know like someone in their alliance or someone that they can kind of see on the CSM. They go up to them and say, hey, this is an issue that like I'm facing with gameplay. I don't think it's very good for the game. Here's like some pain points. Can you please show this to CCP? And they'll bring it to us through the CSM. And CSM 17 has been incredibly powerful and incredibly useful, as they usually are. But part of the reason that CSM 17 is different from CSM 16 and 15 before that is because there were term limits installed from CSM 13. So basically we got a whole bunch of like fresh views, fresh faces, and fresh areas of space that were being represented. Now we're coming up with elections for CSM 18, the next CSM, and we've actually expanded this CSM because they've been so great from 10 up to 12. And kind of the elections are still going to work very similarly. So you'll elect your top 10. And then from the next 10, so basically if you finish top 20, CCP will kind of pick 2 members that finished in that top 20 based on what aligns with like the direction that we're going for. So this kind of gives a little bit more power to players and candidates who might be from underrepresented groups, but we still really want to hear about them. For example, like LowSec or POCVEN or NPSI or wormholes and stuff like that. Historically, wormholes haven't really been able to get a candidate on the CSM. Mark Resurrectus has changed that, but that's kind of what that rule is in place for. And so we're super excited. Voting begins soon. Right now, candidates are putting their applications in. So if you want to run for CSM, you can do it.
So if I was a capsuleer in EVE Online going by the name Mystical Might and I wanted to run for CSM, what would I do to be able to run for CSM?
So you have to put in an application. You don't need a passport anymore. You used to need a passport. You just need some sort of ID that says you can enter into a legally binding contract. and then you send that to us, and then we mash on the keyboard for a little bit. We're like, oh, this guy's great, and then we kind of talk about you as a candidate, and we're like, oh man, this is what he would do on the CSM. It would be so nice. But even if it isn't going to be nice, we still say, okay, now you can run, and then you are allowed to put in your campaign forum post, run for the CSM, and try and trick as many capsuleers to put you in the first place spot as you can do. Naturally. Yeah.
That's definitely the way forward. Now, when you talk about people bringing these pain points through the CSM to CCP, we were talking the other day about some good examples of this, and you were talking about the recent faction warfare changes, and before that the Pokemon changes. Talk to me about a little bit about that. What happened there?
Yeah, so ever since Uprising, we've been kind of tinkering with factional warfare space. The ecosystem's been incredibly healthy, but there are some pain points that the players identified, such as victory points. The meta they were feeling was a little bit stale. They weren't they didn't kind of provide us the exact changes that they wanted to make, but all these groups who were usually shooting each other came together and said, hey, here's an issue that's kind of bothering us. Here's another one, and they gave us this great document. And they reached out to us, also through the CSM, but also to us directly and said, hey, we shoot each other, but this is what we think are some issues. And our designers were able to kind of look at that and say, oh, this is an issue? Cool, we can make a design and an iterative change. And that's what we did last week. So there were about, a dozen or so changes to the faction warfare ecosystem based on that feedback. And it's been great. So we're really, really excited whenever we get feedback like that, because that's something that we can work with, and that's something that we can make changes with.
Awesome. So we look forward to hearing anything like that from you guys out there. We are always listening. We'd love to hear your suggestions. A lot of them, I've read a lot of your suggestions, guys. A lot of them are really bad, but the good ones we will probably at least consider. Now, we have about 5 minutes to go to our next match, so let's look at the bans for White Squall versus Snuffed Out. Okay, so White Squall banning out the Kerrys, the Curse, the Barghest, and the Blackbird. Blackbird, already a super popular ban, we see a lot of them. And Snuffed Out banning out the Balgorn, the Scimitar, Executor Naviashoot, and the Osprey. Misty, banning the Scimitar and the Osprey, interesting?
Yeah, I think it's a fairly interesting take on the bans. It looks like they're trying to weaken some of the shield setups. You still do have the option to bring the Scythe, which is the Tech 1 version of the Scimitar, or the Basilisk, which is the Tech 2 version of the Osprey, but it also looks like they're trying to weaken some of the armor setups they might go up against. I've advocated for banning the Exec Navy multiple times today already. It is one of the ships that has been reduced due to the Galente sponsorship of the tournament, which means that instead of it costing the same price as any other Navy cruiser, it costs, I believe, 1 less point, so you can bring more of them. So it's also an incredibly strong ship due to the fact that it has the medium rail weapon system that applies fairly well to some of the smaller ships that we've been seeing in the tournament so far. On the other side, I would say that the Curse and the Blackbird are just standard bans. So again,
the Curse is such a popular weapons disruption platform. It gets usually we see them with either guidance disruptors or tracking disruptions. Sometimes both. It just depends how confident you are that you can trick someone into bringing a full missile comp, and you just stack up on guidance disruptors. Other times you won't maybe hedge your bets. You bring a little bit of both. If you're trying to field a team, Misty, how do you decide how many of each are you going to bring?
When it comes to trying to decide between the split of tracking disruptors and guidance disruptors that you bring to a field, you have to take into account the bans that are laid out. So, if a lot of these strong missile ships are banned, then you're probably less likely to see missile ships brought against you. So you don't need to skew towards guidance disruptors that much, especially with the changes to E-War being only allowed on ships with bonus E-War. We're also less likely to see things like Jackdaw sitting at the edge of the arena with tracking disruptors, so you don't need to have the 1 or 2 GDs to lower their range and protect some of your smaller ships. However, I think skewing too far towards a tracking disruptor or a guidance disruptor heavy comp means that you're basically gambling. And while Snuffed Out did win their Galente gamble to get into the tournament, I wouldn't advocate for gambling your entire tournament run on, I'm just not going to bring any of this disruption, because that's a great way to sit on the grid and have some of your fleet mates just do nothing while their entire team gets ripped apart. So, yeah, look at the bans, think about what people have fielded historically, but still bring a couple of the other guidance disruptors if you have the slots for them, which is a little bit harder now that we have E-War limited to burner ships only, because it still protects you and there's still likely to be one or two that you can focus on.
Because one of the things about E-War, like ECM, tracking disruptions, guidance disruptions, anything like that, is the more of the enemy ships that you take down over the course of the match, the more powerful your E-War becomes, because there's less targets for it to be split across. So if you start with maybe 4 targets and your 4 tracking disruptions, and then 2 of them are dead, you can now get 2 on each. And I know that sounds pretty obvious. It can really start to make a match snowball. And you see it start to happen where they just really start to it starts to go, and then it just goes really quickly all the way to the other side. But I do believe we are ready to head over to the arena for White Squall versus Snuffed Out with your casters Fearvina and the Basilisk.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvina, joined by the Basilisk, and on the red side we have White Squall, who have brought Pseudodad up against one on the blue side.
Snuffed Out, who have also brought a kind of weird Pseudodad, but I think their adaptation here is one that I like. When they come up against this Arbitrator, they come against the battle cruisers and they say, we're going to bring a bunch of damps with these 2 Celestises, backed up with an Aneros that will hopefully be able to keep them alive. So I think I prefer Snuffed Out's slight variation here. Let's see how it goes. I mean, this is going to be a very interesting and I think target calling focused match. You know, whichever team has the more experience and can call the right targets. When you're up against 2 comps that are very similar, knowing what you need to take down in what order is very important, and it's going to come down to, you know, who they're going to have similar DPS, similar tanks, similar this, that, and the other. So yeah, it's going to come down to making sure they get those target calls right the first time.
Yeah, double Celestis versus an Arbitrator. They've also got a Sentinel on the side of Snuffed Out, and really they don't have anything from White Squall that's going to mitigate that Sentinel. Both teams starting out, I mean, they've got similar ranges, similar engagement profiles. I assume they're going to go straight for the low end, and in fact, Snuffed Out going straight for this Hound. Not a ship we see all that often. Basically, since the days of Tinker, we haven't seen a whole lot in the way of bombers in the AT, but still a ship that's not going to apply damage very well, but still has quite a bit for a ship that's only worth 3 points.
Yeah, it does a decent amount of damage, but I have to question why you would bring a Hound instead of a Purifier here. The only thing I can think of is, you know, they're concerned about too much of a homogeneous damage profile when they've already got the Navy Harbinger, the Navy Omen, and the Harbinger. So they don't want to index too much into EM damage, but from my theory crafting, my opinion is that the Purifier is basically, in an armor comp, just better in every way than the Hound. There's no way to make the Hound as tanky as the Purifier. You have to sacrifice quite a lot on the Hound. It's just a little bit short on power grid. So it's an interesting choice here that they've gone to go for the Hound, but he has actually just tanked here. He's not actually broken through shield. Still a very slow match from both these teams.
Yeah, we see Snuffed Out actually having trouble killing this Brooks Navy issue. They swapped onto the Harbinger Navy issue as well. I will say the attack bar is a little bit bigger from the side of White Squall, so that does help them a bit. I think really what's going to happen is take a look at the Logi this game. Both teams have an Eros Logi, which is very difficult to deal with when both these comps have opted for a little bit extra E-War compared to the typical Pseudodad setup that we have seen.
Yeah, it may just come down to whittling down the cap charges and waiting for the cap pressure, or it may come down to one of the Aneros getting tackled. But I think with the amount of disruption that's on the field, it's going to continue to be a fairly slow match as long as both these teams just sit here and you know, posture at each other, but don't make any outright aggressive moves or charges in. It's just going to be the Logi, you know, doing what they need to do and repping up the little bits of damage that come through.
Yeah, the Arbitrator's been completely nullified by these Celestises. We see no tracking disruptors going on to Snuffed Out at all, so they're going to have as much damage as they can apply reasonably without any disruption on their guns, but they just can't get very close. But these teams kind of staying around 50 kilometers away from each other, poking and prodding. Unfortunately for both the teams, I think you do need to burn in eventually if you want to break Logi. The Sentinel of U Millennium now being taken down a little bit low by the side of White Squall, but it is finally caught by the Aneros. So they're not going to kill that.
I mean, if you look at the scoreboard, White Squall are actually in a 1-0 lead here from Snuffed Out, only bringing 99 points. So if I'm White Squall, I'm actually saying, yeah, okay, we're fine. You know, let's chill. Let's see what happens. Let's run it to time. You know, the onus is on them to make the first move. Both these teams are clearly willing to play it slow. They know that they're, you know, set up for range DPS. They've got fairly similar comps. If you've got a 1-point lead and you think the other team might be forced into making a mistake to try and right that wrong as they perceive it, then yeah, more power to you. Do it.
Dad versus Suitor Dad, I feel like you kind of got to play like a shield rush matchup, though. Just go in at 0 and make efficient trades. This kind of like poking a product at long range. I mean, you're using longer range ammo. It doesn't do as much DPS. You're dealing with an Oneros who's going to be able to rep up that amount of DPS, especially because, once again, both these teams have brought quite a bit in the way of E-War cruisers. So they're missing out on a DPS cruiser in a comp that's supposed to have 8 DPS ships typically. In fact, in Snuffed Out's case, they brought 2 E-War cruisers, so it's double that. They finally have a bit of damage onto this Harbinger Navy issue, as it looks like Snuffed Out are finally burning in to Kropotkin Peter at the moment. He is down to half armor remaining, and the Oneros hasn't quite caught up to him yet. The Oneros is not being targeted by this E-War at the moment, but he is not able to deal with the close range damage that Snuffed Out are bringing at the moment.
This is the attack from Snuffed here, as this Vengeance of Ladle has charged in and got Scram and Web on this Harbinger, as you're saying. Kropotkin is going into low armor here with now the full might of these Snuffed Out guns bearing down on him. He is not going to be able to keep this up. This is going to be very, very difficult. And this Harbinger Navy of Kropotkin is going to go down. Are they going to be able to get anything in return? Can they get tackle on the Oneros? They've tried to web off this Vengeance and stop him tackling down the Harbinger, but it's not going to be enough. Obviously, the Vengeance is going to be a very, very sticky target to get off him once he's on. And he goes into Hull. Kropotkin into Hull.
Yeah, he's not getting any reps right now. We see lots of the damn pressure going on to Yabi in the Oneros. And finally, with Kropotkin Peter going down, this does leave Snuffed Out with the same size attack bar, but still much more control and much more EHP available to them. They're on a Navy Omen as well as Slim Jim Tim, who has been webbed by the Vengeance as well, who did not die to the initial volleys that came in from White Squall.
Yeah, that was a very nice switch and push from Snuffed Out there, at the same time coordinating the movement of the Vengeance going in to grab something with the damps onto the Oneros, stopping them from getting reps and being able to punch through him before those reps can land. They are going to do the same sort of trick onto the Navy Omen of Slim Jim. He is teetering on the edge in Hull here, probably going to go down very shortly, and the Oneros will probably be the target after that. Yabi and the Oneros scrammed and webbed down, so he is primed for the picking here.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Snuffed Out pulled the trigger, and they just had the better option when they finally did. They're also getting some damage on the Svipple of Hillary Kanenald. Really, they just have their pick of the litter now that they've devolved into a brawl, and they are just stronger at the moment in terms of raw DPS. We see their attack bar has not changed at all. Meanwhile, the attack bar from White Squall keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and once the Svipple goes down, it's going to be smaller again. Svipple does 500 DPS unheated, 600 DPS heated. If it's shield fit, does a bit less if it's armor fit. Svipple goes down, they can now maybe focus on the Sound, maybe go on to one of the larger ships. They have their pick of the litter, really.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow bleed out from here for White Squall. Yeah, as you say, Snuffed Out just pulled the trigger very, very effectively, managed to communicate those different elements of their comp, and yeah, well executed to switch those damps across. I like this adaptation of the comp here, bringing these 2 damp ships, seeing that the White Squall banned the carries and said, well, you know, they've zoned in on that and said, you don't want to see damps. We can work with this. We can work some Celestises in here, and yeah, a good comp choice from them, a good comp adaptation to the bans coming out, and encouraging for their route forward for sure.
Yeah, this is the team that made it in through the Galante Gamble. I will also point out that last year, the team that made it in through the last chance qualifier and feeders, I believe that was Odin's Call, ended up playing to second place in the Alliance Tournament. So we'll see how well Snuffed Out does with those extra matches and feeders. That said, they're under this arbitrator of Dab Statsaric. Should be an easier target to kill than the Hound, just because the bomber seg radius is so small. They also have a bit of damage onto the Confessor of I have no idea how to pronounce that.
Yeah, me neither.
Havrolgrimir Kasang, the arbitrator goes down, and just working on the low end as you do in Pseudodad.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go through the Oneros, but I mean, if they've got him scrammed, they've got him held there, and they're punching through the slow end just fine. You know, they're killing off the Svipple, the arbitrator. You know, why not keep doing it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they're clearly making progress in the match, not really losing anything. Infinitas, you know, going to be saying, there's not much damage coming in. They're all damped out, obviously, as we said at the start of the match. As the E-War gets more and more concentrated, it becomes more and more difficult. The Navy Brutix, the Astarte probably having a great difficulty actually locking anything at all here. So, you know, just take the free kills. Clean up slowly, methodically, and, you know, cleanly. No need to try and make any rash decisions. Try and maybe, you know, buzz through the Oneros local tank. Just keep bumping DPS, get off the Hound, get rid of the Svipple.
have split DPS between the Hound and the Brutix Navy issue, which is keeping Yabi and the Aneros very occupied right now. He was able to get half the armor HP back of Rem Gidreen earlier on, but he is losing his Brutix Navy of Lieutenant Alter, who is now into structure. Some damage going on this Magus, and the Sentinel of U Millennium actually hitting structure as well, so this won't be a completely clean match from Snuffed out, but they have snowballed sufficiently, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to keep the Sentinel up, and they do. Aneros, Infinitas doing very well in this instance.
Yeah, and at this point, for Snuffed out, the Alliance Tournament this year, at least, has been a success. I mean, they won 40 skins through their run through the feeders from 4 wins there. They get another win today. That's another 10 skins, 50 wins for the team. They haven't risked their flagship. They've lost some ships on Thunderdome. They're free. They've lost no ships here on Tranquility. So, you know, it's all profit margin for Snuffed so far, and props to them for coming in strong at the start.
Confessor going down as well. And it's just an Astarte and an Eros and a Harbinger. I mean, clean victory from Snuffed out. That's what we want to see in a lot of these mirror matchups is if the team has the cleaner victory, they obviously make a strong case for themselves moving further in the tournament, especially because we've been seeing a lot of Pseudo-Dead today. They're finally onto this Harbinger of Call to Zash, and I think they're just going to ignore the Aneros for now, kill the Harbinger, kill the Astarte, and then finally the Aneros. Maybe not. Time's 34 seconds remaining, so we might not even get to full wipe before the end of the match.
Yeah, I think the Aneros may well be neutered out by this point with the Sentinel on grid. You know, just pumping nukes into him, the Navy Augur as well. It's going to be very difficult for him to really keep anything alive. The E-War is going to be so overwhelming. And yeah, it's just going to be a quick wipe up here for these last 20 seconds of the match for Snuff. They'll be able to celebrate their victory. But what does this mean for White Squall? I mean, they are going to have to go up against the loser of Brave Collective, your own team, versus White Flag, which is coming up next. That's got to be a pretty dangerous position for them, I think.
Yeah, I think Brave, if they lose that, they were a top 12 team last year, made 2 and 2, 2 through the upper bracket, 2 through the lower bracket, so can be quite scary for White Squall. At the same time, if White Flag end up getting upset by Brave Collective, it would mean they're up against what a lot of people have said is the number 2 team in the tournament, as they are Hydra's practice partners. With that, though, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, the desk will break down that match and bring us on to the next one.
Snuffed out there with a commanding victory over White Squall. Mystical Might. We were watching that match. It looked kind of a bit stalematy at the start. We were actually questioning, is it going to happen? Is a team going to win a match without killing a single ship? Is a team going to lose a match without killing a single ship by virtue of simply having one team bring a 99-point comp? But that was not what ended up. However, during that match, we were taking notes, and you added a note to my note sheet, and it just says, Baza was wrong.
Yes.
Can you please elaborate?
So I disagree that the Purifier would have been a better choice as a bomber in that match. One of the things that we need to consider is that damps are going to be more prevalent in this tournament alongside, tracking disruptors, all that kind of stuff. And with the Hound, I believe you get an additional mid slot over a Purifier, which means that you're able to bring more in the way of things like remote ECCM if you're going up against jams, remote lock range or scan res, depending on whether you're being damped by scan res damps or lock range damps. from the Celestes that we saw on grid. And also importantly, it allows you to bring one of those target painters that we just spoke about, which allows you to apply your damage more effectively to smaller targets. So I think the Hound is a fairly decent choice. I know Bazza did mention that the Hound also allows you to bring explosively bonus damage to a comp where a lot of your damage is tied to thermal because of the railguns and the lasers, but also EM as well, a little bit of kinetic. So explosive is really one of the damage types that they didn't have much of, and I think that filled the hole quite nicely.
Awesome. Now, CCP Swift, during that match, I mean, this is just taking on from what Misty was talking about, all the different damage types. You were just commenting how good all the different damage effects are on the missiles. Talk to me a little bit about that. What's new?
Yeah, so with Viridian, we changed a few things with missile effects in game. So when you are firing, for example, Mjolnir missiles, you can see those blue explosions, and it's really the teams that are responsible for this are really trying to make it so we're not just making visual changes for the sake of changes, right? We're doing it so you can learn a little bit of more information based on like how these explosions go. So you might be seeing like, oh, there's some red explosions over here, there's some blue explosions over here, but now you know like what damage type these people are firing their missiles for. You know, like, oh, maybe I have to overheat my thermal hardener if they're shooting thermal at me, without trying to like look at the damage log and just try and like hyper focus on it. So it's a really nice way to, you know, just get better at the game by looking at the game.
Of course, it adds a lot of color to the universe as well. We see even more color coming in with the Skinner tool. I think it was 3 minutes, 14 seconds from when that launched until we had our first pink structure in space. I believe the Holy Roman Empire, Mark Resurrectus, his corp, they had a pink Fortizar in just over 3 minutes, which is, I guess we should have expected that.
Yeah, pretty much. It looks like when you travel through space, you see so many like pink keep stars, pink Fortizars. Of course, the players would just pick pink for everything.
Yeah, of course. Now, we can actually look at one of our graphs right now. So we have this cool chart, which is going to show us the top 10 battle cruisers in Alliance Tournament. This goes back all the way to Alliance Tournament 7. This is individual fieldings of those battle cruisers. So we can see the top one, the Sleipnir, by far. Almost 700 Sleipnirs have been fielded in Alliance Tournament matches. The second one, I probably wouldn't have guessed that myself, but is the EOS. It's a chunk down from the Sleipnir, but that's still quite a sizable amount of them. I guess, of course, there was those years where drone comps were super popular, and it's a super valuable ship for that. But then the Brutix Navy issue, and then the Brutix starting to really like chase up into the top 4 as well. Mystical Might, anything else kind of jump out at you here?
I actually quite like seeing the Damnation down towards lower end. I mean, it's one of the command ships that isn't really known for doing a lot of damage, but it is just a brick. So it's like just a chicken that sits on top of you and you can't move. It tackles you down. It plinks away at you with its damage, but it's not going to be like breaking your tank alone, probably. So I think it's quite nice to see that up in there. But the Brutix Navy being so high up already, before we go into a Gallente-sponsored tournament where Gallente Navy ships are going to be a point reduced compared to their counterparts, I think we're going to see that bar surge and maybe overtake the EOS.
Yeah, the Sleipnir has definitely been one of the sort of iconic ships of Alliance Tournament over the years. It's featured in many comps, like Flykiller, for example. It's basically built around the Sleipnir. And if you go back a long time ago, it was pretty much the hull that people would associate with Alliance Tournament, especially back in the days. Elise Randolph, when you were playing as part of Pandemic Legion there, the Sleipnir was a super powerful ship. Still is. We still see it being used all the time, but just not quite as often as we used to.
Yeah, there's a lot more parity in those hulls. Recently, we've seen like the resurgence of the Nighthawk. You were talking about the Damnation, like it paired really well with the Sacrilege thing. We just couldn't kill anything, and these guys would slowly pick you apart. Yeah, EOS, as you mentioned, during that everyone's favorite drone era, where you just drop drones, run around the arena, and hope you don't get caught. And then every once in a while, you make a turn, and then all the drones hit and explode like a linchpin, and then the game's over.
Yeah, that was even worse when you had one drone bunny. So you just, as a player, you just undocked and just burned around. You didn't even have to lock people and press F. Someone did that for you. Yeah. So I'm glad that the drone meta has slightly passed us on now. We have just a couple of minutes until our next match, which is Brave Collective versus White Flag. So let's take a look at the bans for these two teams and see what they have chosen to avoid facing here in Alliance Tournament 19. Any moment now, we shall look at the bans. Here we are. Okay, so Brave Collective banning out the Executor Navy issue, already becoming a staple ban, as is the Blackbird. Nothing surprising there. Sentinel and Carries, again, I feel that's not super unexpected. Powerful E-warships for a low amount of points. White Flag going for the Ishtar, the Armageddon, the Barghest, and the Curse. Curse, Misty, you spoke about that before. What do you think about the other three bans?
The Ishtar, I think, is a fairly wild one to throw out there. I don't think we've really seen any drone comps fielded much at all so far in the tournament. I mean, we're only so many matches in, but most people are skewing towards just like lots of medium guns. So the Ishtar is a strange ban. I guess it does offer you a little bit in the way of heavy tackle that's fairly difficult to dislodge. But if you were banning out a drone comp, you might want to ban the EOS, for example, or Vex Navies, or something that's a little bit harder to replace because there's no like-for-like ship that you can replace it with. I think the Ishtar's fairly replaceable. The Barghest ban is also fairly interesting. I can't quite remember what was picked for the Brave Collective's flagship.
I can check while you continue to talk. I don't think it was the Barghest.
So if it's not the Barghest, it means that they can't field Barghest at all.
It's the Armageddon Navy issue.
Interesting.
Which is unbanned.
I mean, so a thing with the flagships is that if, for example, the Armageddon Navy issue were banned in this case, they would still be able to field their flagship Armageddon Navy issue because it can be used to circumvent bans, which is why I was asking whether the Barghest was their flagship. So I guess it just limits their choices. I don't know why they banned the Armageddon. That seems like a fairly strange one as well.
It's annoying to get neutered. It looks like they went through the strategy of ban stuff that's annoying to fly against.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's necessarily a ship that would prevent you from winning a match. So, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Maybe they were practice partners at some point and they know what each side can bring. Or maybe they've just been traumatized in their own practices against Armageddons and Ishtars for some reason.
I believe the Armageddon does get a newt range bonus, so it's one of the longer ranged neuting ships that you can field. Of course, the Curse, if you go full meme and stick a large newt on it, you can newt out to like 80 kilometers. Of course, you die if anyone even looks at you the wrong way because you have to sacrifice everything else to fit your one meme newt on it. But it's kind of cool, I guess. Well, I guess it's time to find out as we head over to the arena with the casters Wingnut Cross and Yin Tam.
Hello everyone and welcome to this match, and we are about to see Brave Collective go up against White Flag here, two relatively good teams. This is a match that we normally expect to see much later on in the brackets, but we're getting treated to it day one. And we have Brave Collective here in a... I'm not entirely sure what that composition is, but what have White Flag brought here for us, Wingnut?
They brought one of my favorite comps to shout out because they brought boom headshot. I love it so much. They've got 4 ships all with artillery, and all it takes is one lucky volley and a ship gets obliterated. With Brave kind of bringing, I don't know, armor, I guess is the word. Tiny little bits of control with the RB and the Celestis, but I really feel like it's not going to do much against this comp. Match underway.
It looks like a slower version of the Pseudodad setup, and that Nurgle is taking a pounding, but his ADC has been clicked. He's going to probably live through that. He just needs to get a bit of transversal and be able to survive. And the rest of the Brave comp here is pushing in, so it looks like they want to brawl. They need to be utilizing those cruisers to lock some things down. Those Org Navies are going to be critical here, and it looks like White Flag have noticed that pounding DPS right back into Brackus there. What do you think they should be focusing on tackling down here from the White Flag team?
Honestly, I don't know, because it's very much going to be much of a game of catch something. I don't really care what it is to begin with, but catch something first, and then decide what to do from that point onwards, because at the moment they kind of need to go do that. Because otherwise they're just going to be kind of shot to hell. To be fair, though, their Org Navies, their battle cruisers, pretty tanky stuff. So is the Guardian. And their support wing, the Nurgle and Vengeance, pretty tanky as well. I think the weak spots here might be the ones that get obliterated, is the RB and the Celestis. T1 resists, and a lot of volley from these battle cruisers could really remove them. But that being said, the Vengeance is being shot rather hard right now.
Yeah, both of these frigates are doing a good job, though. They're staying behind the front line of those Org Navies. They're making sure that they have the ability to pull back into the Guardian whenever they start getting shot. And also that Crucify is taking a ton of damage now, finally. The Pseudodad nature of this setup just working really in their favor. The Crucify is going to slowly get a bit more, getting his transversal up, reducing the amount of DPS that can be applied. But that was a great little swap there, keeping White Flag on their toes. It's going to be a positional game. All it needs is for one team to mess up. All it needs is one of these frigates to not have transversal for long enough, or one of these battle cruisers from White Flag to get caught, and things will turn instantly.
Yep, and one of the great parts around as well, Tin Baron is going to do some amazing work here trying to keep his team alive, especially because the Crucifier and the Maulus, not much buffer to play with there. You really got to be on the ball with that. And at the moment, he's doing well. The Crucifier is holding. He drops into 30%. Oh, he drops into armor. Some damage coming in. The Vengeance now going into low armor as well. He might just go. Oh, where's the rep? Where's the rep?
That looks like... There we go, that's a
the rep
Vengeance.
just did not come. No. That's not good. Hopefully, get the Crucifier in trade, but
the Crucifier MJD'd. The Crucifier MJD'd away from the DPS. Amazing little play there from Monkey Onlin, enough to keep him alive for just a little bit longer in this game. And meanwhile, they've only got one frigate now. The Nurgle, and he just gets chucked.
Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that? Why'd you say they've got a frigate? They heard you. Oh, God. And that's the power of artillery, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, headshot, 2 ships gone. Took him a little while to get to it. That Crucifier is still alive, and now the only thing is now it's pretty chunky stuff, but I think the RB Celestis might potentially still be the right call. But what do I know? These guys are doing way better than I can say. Absolution, okay.
Yeah, it's not close to game over yet, but now it's going to be really, really difficult. Like I said, it's down to just these 2 Org Navy issues. It's the only things that can potentially land on one of those Sleipnirs and lock them down. And they need to do that at this point. They need to take some of this long-range DPS off the field, or they're not going to survive. Look at Dujak now in about half HP. There's probably a bit of bait tank in there. There's no reason to rep him up until he gets relatively low. Although Alliance is also taking DPS. Look at that. It doesn't look like they're quite on top of her yet, but they are getting close, and that is going to be terrifying. They're just pulling around the back line and without no frigates to threaten it. Oh, no.
The point as well, the sheer amount of ECM drones currently on the Absolution of Dujek. I'm seeing at least 3, maybe 4 flights of Hornets on him. I've lived that hell. Dujek, I feel your pain through and through. The Guardian goes pop, and at this point, they're going to get picked apart really aggressive. They haven't caught anything. They're being kited. Unless they pull a miracle out of their hat, fortunately, I think this is going to go only one direction.
Yeah, all the rep bots just left on Xandar, who was taking, some DPS, I guess. Not swapped over to Alliance quick enough, and that alone just let her die, unfortunately. Great logistics pilot, but just not quite able to run away from the sheer levels of long-range DPS that Hoodie Mafia and the rest of the White Flag gang have brought to the grid here.
I'm trying to think if there's a way around this for this team. They're not really fast enough to catch anything, and they're not really being able to kill anything either because they're being just kited the entire way through. Maybe an MJD play could maybe adjust this board a bit, but I feel like this was going to kind of go the same way, at least on Warpin.
If Dread Pirate Roberts could intercept on the Sleipnir of Hoodie Mafia, maybe, but he would have had to start moving in that direction a good while ago. They are going to eventually catch the Hurricane Fleet issue of Grunt Kado here, it looks like, but it's not going to be enough now at this point. They're just not. They don't have enough DPS left on the grid to start burning through all this EHP, especially as the Arbitrator and the Celestis get taken off the grid.
Yeah, even if they had the DPS, unfortunately, it's just going to be like a losing race. The Osprey will keep repping as hard as possible to keep the Hurricane Fleet up just for long enough. Whereas their team has lost their logic. All they can do is basically just rely on the EHP. And as you see by the Arbitrator, they can't.
Yeah, we were both serenaded by the lamentations of Fear Viner in the moments leading up to this match. We can only hope that he has survived watching this with his sanity intact, as Brave now just gets slowly picked apart here.
The trick is to never be sane to begin with. But they've gotten some damage on the Osprey, but unfortunately he is also a billion, trillion miles away from every single target. This team... Initially, the White Flag team was sticking together and kind of moving as a group, but now at this point, they've scattered themselves a little bit because it doesn't really matter anymore. They can kind of move into different spots and sit where they want to sit. There's really nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, and plus they're flying a max threat team that doesn't have the maximum amount of threats. I've never been a fan of the mixing of those 2 archetypes. If you're bringing the maximum amount of medium guns, you want to just focus on that strength and use it to crush through. The fact that they couldn't break a Crucifier, a Tech 1 E-War frigate, with a composition whose main advantage is the ability to be able to do that and then brawl, which is the main differentiator between it and Flykiller, it just says a lot about the comp's construction here, unfortunately.
Exactly. There's should be a lot of medium turrets that can destroy basically any small ship. And the fact that they couldn't get the Crucifier, the Maulus, the Hyena, or the Jack, they couldn't really break any of these small-scale stuff and just kind of got controlled, kited, and killed. It is, man, I just hate to see it. But, there are chances perhaps a team like this could definitely pull it back in the losers bracket. Brave has got some good piloting in the past.
I also suspect that they didn't have a target painter. I'm not going to lie, I wasn't looking for it throughout the match, but just one TP probably would have been enough to tip them over the edge when trying to shoot that Crucifier too.
And a quick note as well is that whenever you see Boom Headshot, there is almost always without fail, a Hyena in the comp. And sure enough, White Flag bought it. And Hyena is basically the perfect ship to bring into Boom Headshot because it both slows them and blooms their sig. It basically makes any ship just dead meat. So very good, pretty much the standard pick there, but it's still a very good pick to bring and knowing how to use your comp.
Yeah, and I think the Prophecy Navy issue is going to be one of the sneaky overpicked ships of the tournament. It's the first tournament where it's been legal to pick it. Obviously, last year they didn't exist, and oh, sorry, no,
that makes them illegal.
They had just existed, but they were exempted from being picked in the tournament because we weren't sure about how to balance them. And we're just going to see this new section. The Merm Navy issue already has been picked a ton in feeders, and I expect we'll see that continue. But the Prophecy Navy issue is just so powerful. It has all of the drone bay for utility, which is key in these tournament matches, and then it does 500, 600, even 700 DPS with its turrets.
It's good to see as well the old dogs of Alliance Tournament pedigree. There's Sleipnir being the old king of Fly Killer, being the old king of Mimitar Rush. There may be some new dogs in the arena with the Navy battlecruisers, but I tell you right now, the Sleipnir does not care.
Absolutely. It is gone through peaks and troughs, as all ships do. But whenever we see Mimitar Rush, a Sleipnir is the key part of it. It moves fast and it hits hard, and what more could you ask for in a ship? Anyway, with that torment over, let's hand it back to the studio.
We're gonna warp through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine,
Yeah,
maybe they
just
get like
sneezing.
Like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah.
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the?
Hey,
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Who's our secondary target?
The Simi broadcasted.
If they're jumping now, then we kill them.
I want bubbles all over this fleet, guys.
On dock now. Do it now.
White flag there with a solid win over Brave Collective, who need to hook up their trousers now because they are down into the elimination bracket a systematic dismantling there of the Brave Collective team by White Flag, who are basically comprised of the members of Lock Range Enjoyers from Alliance Tournament 18, who I believe joint 5th place, which is pretty respectable finish, just outside the threshold to get a direct invite, so they had to go through the feeders this year. Of course, they went through with relative ease. They are a solid team. I believe they're practice partners with Truth.Honor.Light, the current defending champions, and you can see that in the comp that was brought there, exactly the same as the comp that we saw Truth.Honor.Light bringing in match 1. And we were talking a little bit about these sort of archetypes during the match. Blackbird Pirate, you've rejoined us. Tell me a little bit about what we call Fly Killer.
So the Fly Killer setup is generally you bring a lot of artillery ships and you try and alpha something right off the bat. We did not see that happen there because Brave actually flew really well, and it's kind of set up to just like one-shot something. And didn't quite happen like that. They kited around for a while, dodged a lot of hits, and then eventually some things happened. Quite a lot of things happened, but it ended up that Brave was unable to keep their small ships alive, because that is what Fly is really good at, is blowing up your frigates, and then they slowly got dismantled over time.
Yeah, we saw Misty, a really interesting thing. It looked like the Crucifier on the white flag side made a mistake and burnt out his prop mod, but he and the team recovered really well from that. What happened?
So it seems like the Crucifier at some point in the match burnt out his prop mod, and instead of just sitting on the grid and allowing himself to eventually die because he was much easier to hit, he slow-boated towards one of the MJD beacons that we have dotted around the arena, and then decided to MJD from beacon to beacon to prevent the Brave team from actually being able to catch up and destroy him. So that allows him to remain on grid, still effectively apply his tracking disruptors to a largely gun-focused team, which minimize their ability to threaten anything else in the Fly Killer setup.
Yeah, it takes a lot of situational awareness of what's going on in the arena, the positioning. I mean, in a good team, you have 9 other people usually, and you've got 10 enemies potentially, and you have to kind of know roughly where everybody is at all times. You have to know what you're doing. You have to communicate. It's not like a lot of fleets on Tranquility where you'll have maybe like an FC. You'll probably, when you warp in, have 1 or 2 people who are discussing the strategy, but once the match starts, it tends to be just a lot of like talking, communicating, as everyone kind of knows what they need to be doing. In a situation like this where someone has made a mistake and they have burned out their prop mod, like how does that get communicated? Like what's the team vibe when something like that happens, Misty? You've been in like these high-end teams like this.
Yeah, so I guess the key thing to take into account whenever a mistake is made is assessing really quickly how much this actually impacts the strategy that you're trying to play with. So the Crucifier in this case burning his prop mod isn't as disastrous as it might seem, since he was close to one of the beacons. If he was in the middle of the arena with no beacon in sight, then it's a little bit harder to play around, but it's not necessarily damning to your team if you lose the Crucifier, because it is effectively a couple of tracking disruptors that you're losing at that time. It's not crazy as like your one flagship Balgorn burning its prop mod or webs out, because then that really does hamper the comp that you're trying to play. So effectively communicating that you've burned your prop mod, assessing your options, understanding where you are in the grid versus where they are, and what you can do to try and minimize or at least extend how long it's going to take for them to kill you, and then just implementing that strategy. Now, sorry about that. The key is that communication needs to be done without blame. So if someone says that they've burned their prop mod, you can't spend like 10 to 20 seconds complaining that they've burnt their prop mod, because it's already happened. So you need to be spending that time effectively understanding and communicating a new strategy based on the information that you have, instead of just saying like, oh, you're crap because you burned your prop mod in an AT match and you've really lost us the game, right? So I would say keep calm, remain collected, play to win, and then after the match you can assess what went wrong and why, and then take steps to actually adjust your strategy or adjust piloting so that these mistakes don't happen again later on when you're going up against even more difficult teams that have proven that they can win matches.
Yeah, and those micro jump beacons are in the arena. There's 9 of them. There's 1 in dead center, and then there's 8 forming a cube, which is 100 kilometers across on each side. And that one in the center is like 87.5, thanks to our good old friend Pythagoras. And they obviously ping you 100 kilometers straight forward, so you can sort of move around in this cube if you get on top of it. We saw it a lot during drone comps, or we might see it if a team loses their logistics cruiser. You might see them spread out to beacons. If they can apply at range and they know they're not going to get reps, they can just activate one of those beacons, jump to somewhere else, and get out of dodge, as it were. So let's look forward to our next match, which is going to be Odin's Call versus Plug and Play, and see what these teams have decided to ban. So Odin's Call, banning out the Deacon, the Curse, the Scimitar, and the Hyena. Nothing super outrageous here, I don't think. Plug and Play banning the Deacon, the Talia, the Barghest, the Leshak. And then with trickle bans, we see Odin's Call banning the Oneirus and Plug and Play banning the Nighthawk. Blackbar Pirate, Leshak, I mean, is that a ban worthy ship in your opinion?
It's super weird. We've seen Leshaks be really good in the past, but they are so high points nowadays. So Leshaks being 25 points means just bringing 1 is a quarter of your setup, right? I don't know. There's so many ways to counter them. Like when they first came out, there was a tournament where they were discounted to insanely low points and they were oppressively overpowered. Since then, we've kind of seen them for several years now where it's like, okay, well, you know, if you nude it or you ECM it or you track and disrupt it to oblivion, they stop being as powerful. It's kind of a ship that I wouldn't necessarily say it's been solved. Like it's still a threat, but it's not the same threat as something like a Vindicator is, where even if you tackle a Vindicator, it can kill your tackle. Like the Leshak, we kind of know how to beat it, and it's a massive point investment. Last year, we didn't see them do particularly well. This year, we have seen one lose so far. I'm not sure if that means anything, but I don't think that it's not the ship that it was. It's not this powerhouse where if they bring a Leshak, we lose. Where several years ago, you brought a Leshak or you lost.
I think this ban might be coming from a place somewhere up here because Odin's Call last year were one of the few teams that did bring the double Leshak comp and did actually do relatively well with it. I mean, they got to the grand finals where they lost in the end to Truth.Honor.Light. So clearly they like the Leshak. They've always liked the Leshak, and this might be the reason why Plug and Play have chosen. You know, these Odin's Call guys, they do favor that Leshak. We have one extra ban here with 4 bans this year. Maybe we just ban that old boy out. But as you mentioned, we saw 2 Leshaks in a comp earlier on. That's 52 points with point inflation. That's more than half. I would go as far to say 52% of your available points being invested into just 2 ships. I mean, Mystical Might, what's your thoughts on that?
It depends. There are more efficient ways of using your points and being able to spread your damage out across 8 ships, as we've seen with some of the pseudo-dad setups, which is effectively just a bunch of Navy cruisers and Navy battleships, or normal battleships, battle cruisers, sorry, that are being brought to the grid, all with medium guns, versus having all of your damage focused into 2 ships. The issue with having, you know, a large majority of your damage being focused into 2 Leshaks is that it's easier to neuter 2 Leshaks than it is to neuter 8 damage ships that are across the arena from you. So you can pin down 1 Leshak and suddenly half of the team's damage is stuck in one position. Whereas if you tackle down 1 cruiser, you've still got 7 other battle cruisers and cruisers pushing in towards your Logi, so it's a lot harder to screen effectively. But on the other hand, the Leshak, again, with a nice little bit of wacky EVE code, there's a thing called a wrecking shot in EVE Online. And the Leshak has a single gun, and the more that it shoots at you, the more damage that gun does. Sometimes, if you're extremely lucky, you can get a wrecking shot, and it basically just deletes a ship if it has low enough hit points, because I think it multiplies the damage that you would have done by a certain amount. So it really does benefit from that little mechanic, but it's not enough to want to gamble your entire AT life on it.
Well, we're not going to see that now because they have banned it, and we are ready to go to the arena. Odin's Call bringing a flagship bar guest, by the way. So let's head in with our casters Fear and Baza.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fear Vinda, joined by the Basilisk, and on the red side we have Odin's Call fielding the first flagship of the tournament in their flag Barguest. But unlike a lot of other Barguest cons, the Rapid Heavy Barg, they have hams on their Lokis and Navy Caracal. This is Shield Rush with the flag Barg. What have Plug and Play brought?
So Plug and Play, very interestingly, have also brought what looks to be a very shield rushy comp here with these Sleipnirs, you know, Navy Myrmidon broadsword. There's not going to be some easy targets here, although they may find the Jackdaws getting picked apart here if they're not light missile fit. I think they have warped in at range, so they are probably going to be light missile fit. So there is going to be a bit of a brawl probably between these heavier end ships. The Barguest, though, not wanting to risk that flag Barguest, bringing it in close. Obviously, he's got the range of the Rapid Heavy, so they are going to try and pull away here.
Yeah, Osprey Navy issue from Odin's burning in straight away while the rest of his team kites out for the time being. This Osprey Navy is rapid light fit, so we will be able to deal with these LML Jackdaws that we actually saw from Plug and Play in feeders, as they were able to knock down, I keep wanting to say nanofiber tokens, whatever their new name is. That said, their Shield Exec Navy is being taken down pretty quickly right now by the Rapid Heavies of Melinda 1 in the Barguest. Of course, a Shield Barguest, Shield Flagship Barguest does something like 1500, 1600 DPS just out of Rapid Heavy clips, so all alone can take down a Shield Exec Navy, which is not a ship that typically you see in Shield.
Yeah, I think this is really smart piloting from Odin's here. They're using their low end to just sort of drive by Scram, drive by Web, where there was a Web on Crevity for a little bit there. That's now dropped. But we're seeing this shield rush comp, as we call it, but they are actually kiting around. They're using the effect of the missiles. They see what they're up against, and it's a bunch of Sleipnirs that want to come in close. They need to ram with those autocannons to apply reasonable damage. So if you burn away, you can effectively increase the range of the hams on those Lokis. You can screen them off. You're still doing decent damage at 20, 30k. The Sleipnirs are not. So this is a really nice adaptation from Odins.
Being taken down pretty low. I think that was just the rest of the Rapid Heavy clip being used, as well as some of the Rapid Lights from the Osprey Navy issue of Graves' Grace, but he is going to be repped back up. There's more damage now going on with this Rupture of Nymph, as it looks like the ham boats of Odin's Call have gotten on top of the shield rush
Scram on the Osprey.
Oh, that's actually pretty big.
Pretty important. They could frag that if they're all close to it, but he's actually quite in the distance here. There's a Jackdaw next to him, but there's not much else from Plug and Play actually on top of him here. Obviously, with the two Sleipnirs, the Broadsword, they're not going to have the best damage at range, but I think they are still shooting the Osprey. They are doing some decent damage to his shield here.
Trying to do some damage to Toastbrat 995, and meanwhile, they've already lost quite a bit of the low-end or mid-end DPS from Plug and Play, and the Scythe Fleet issue gets deleted as the Rapid Heavy clips come through with the hams of these double Lokis and Caracal Navy issues. Odin's Call is yet to lose a ship. They're keeping their Jackdaw alive right now, which I believe, yeah, this is a tackle Jackdaw, currently being tackled by a Sleipnir, but he is able to survive using that Caldari hull, or resists up against what is the Tech 2 ammo of the Sleipnirs to his advantage. Myrmidon Navy issue of Dentesi Kalden also going down, and this is just an absolute massacre from Odin's Call.
Yeah, it's really difficult to play it when you've only got the Osprey for reps and you're trying to rep against what is actually a very high DPS comp. They may be kiting away from you, but the way you're Dopplering yourself into the missiles, the Rapid Heavies from the Vargas, the hams from the Lokis, the two other cruisers as well, there's going to actually be a lot of DPS, and it's very, very difficult, if near impossible, for the Osprey to actually absorb that and keep stuff alive. And if you get screened off, as we saw these Sleipnirs consistently do throughout the match, just drive-by scrams. You know, the Jackdaw, he burns in, he gets a web on you, he drifts out of range, he goes to the next one. You know, it's very, very difficult for the Sleipnirs to get into meaningful damage range. And we are going to see Radikos in the broadsword. Team captain goes down.
And now more damage going on a Tank Blast in the Osprey. I think it's just a Svipple and maybe the Rapid Heavies of Melinda going in on him at the moment. Toastbrat 995 in his own Osprey, now dipping into armor. He's not long for the world. Will be first blood for Plug and Play, so at least they'll have points this match. But they've lost pretty much all their DPS. Just 2 LML Jackdaws and 2 Sleipnirs versus the world. Their Osprey goes down as well. And yeah, Odin's Call just putting on a clinic, using shield setups to their advantage. And this is actually something we saw from them last tournament. They were one of the teams that preferred the shield Barghest over the armor Barghest. And one team that we see use the flagship quite often last year. So as they make their way in through the winners bracket, they will be up against the winner of Templis CALSF versus Boundary Experts. As the one Sleipnir goes down, they're going to go into Turon Gorp as well, and maybe they'll let the Jackdaws go for the Edge of Glory.
Yeah, I think we should just take, well, we've got a couple of minutes to spare. I think we should just take a closer look at this Odin's Call comp, because it is quite an interesting setup they've got here with the two Lokis. They sort of, they land on, it gives them a very versatile aspect, right? Because they can land on grid and they can say, we can web you, we can rush you. You know, we've got ham Lokis, we've got ham cruisers, we've got Rapid Heavy Barghest, we can rush you. But they've also got that range control from those two Lokis. If they need to kite in this situation, if they come up against a rush, they've got that insurance. They can still say, we can range control, you know, we can keep those Sleipnirs at range. And with the Nighthawk band, the Claymore does a lot less damage. You might think, okay, we're going to go for the Sleipnir, and that's a good call to sort of sense out this adaptation from Plug and Play. Say, you know, we ban the Nighthawk, we're going to bring Sleipnirs. We can screen them off with 2 Lokis.
Yeah, but as I said, this is the type of thing that Odin's Call has done very well. They've been very good at these kinds of shield setups, as we see Jackdaw of Chris Pronger going for the Edge of Glory. Don't think he'll live. He does get tackled, so won't be able to go for a boundary, unfortunately. But still, with that, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Templis CALSF versus Boundary Experts.
Kasich, you are one of two people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The route, the entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
Well, unfortunately for Plug and Play, it looks like the drivers were not installed this time as they get handily dismantled by Odin's Call in what looked like a rush versus rush matchup. Odin's Call just executed it super well. Plug and Play, maybe a little bit of a stumble for them there. Mystical Mike, where did it go wrong for Plug and Play? It looked like that should have been a pretty solid start for them.
So we thought it was a fairly interesting matchup. I think Plug and Play actually had the advantage to begin with. When it came to what they should have done to execute, at the very beginning of the match, we had the Navy Osprey of the Odins Call team burning in to the middle of the Plug and Play team and then managing to turn around and burn away with absolutely no tackle being aimed in his direction. So first of all, if Plug and Play had managed to pin down the Navy Osprey, they'd been able to quickly and easily kill it, already minimizing damage that they would have to later on tank on grid. The next thing that they really struggled with was managing to burn in as a cohesive team. We saw that Turan Gorp got tackled off to the side, often like a little corner of the screen by a rocket jackdaw. No one else was next to him on his team, which meant that he wasn't able to effectively clear the jackdaw from tackling him, which means that he can't contribute any of his damage to any of the targets that his team then later on decides to shoot. So what they should have done is have all of their rush ships group up. They should have moved towards one target together. If any of them get tackled by the Sveeple and the Jackdaw, they can then turn their weapon systems onto those two ships, clear them really quickly because they're not going to tank against the rush that they had, and then they can continue on their little journey to try and wipe out the Odin's Call team. They didn't do that. We saw them picked apart quite effectively by Odin's Call, making the right calls to burn away when they landed on grid and noticed that they were also a rush team. And yeah, it really showed that one team was just better than the other.
Yeah, of course, Odin's Call last year coming second in the entirety of the tournament, so definitely a solid team. They brought their flagship Bargeist here, evading that ban. Let's talk a little bit about flagships. So, Blackbird Pirate, what's a flagship? What does it mean?
So the flagship, first off, as you just said, it allows you to evade a ban. They can only be battleships, and it can be any battleship in the game besides a Rattlesnake, a Balgorn, a Widow, or a Leshak. And obviously it can't be a Nestor either, as Nestors are banned from the Alliance Tournament, since then you could refit your stuff in the mid thing and that'd be way too cool and overpowered. But they allow you to evade certain module restrictions. The key ones is guns, and there's a couple tank mods, not all of them. There's a couple damage mods, not all of them. Nowadays, I don't believe that it's anywhere near as oppressive as ye olden days, but that's kind of a combination too of us not having, Hakim's modified Balgorns webbing you at 60 kilometers. But generally, they're just very powerful. Bargists are traditionally a very, very common one. I think that this year, once again, they are the most picked of flagships. Whether or not we'll see lots of them, we'll find out. You don't have to bring it. In fact, this is the second time we have seen anyone bring a flagship. But yeah, they're very, very powerful. Clearly, Odin's had a plan here. Like, they got the Bargist banned. They chose to bring a Bargist, but I actually was kind of looking at the plug-and-play team, and I feel like their setup might have been set up to kill a flagship because it had a absolutely massive amount of short-range DPS, and they brought a Hictor. So I'm kind of wondering if they banned the Bargist to try and, snipe the Odin's flagship, and Odin's was just like, yeah, nice try, we're better than you. But when I first saw it, I was actually like, oh crap, they might get on top of it and just blow it up right away.
I was kind of thinking that as well when they came in. I was like, a rush comp against your flagship, sometimes you will see teams just like, hey, this comp probably will beat us, but we could just all in on this flagship and get a very expensive kill mail, especially if it's against one of the top teams. You know they're going to invest in their flagship. They're going to put a lot of expensive modules on them. Sometimes you see these pop up on Zkill, and people who are maybe not watching the tournament, they get the little notification in their feed, and like, what the heck? Why has someone lost 140 billion Bargest? Like, what the heck's going on? It's just a flagship. The cool thing as well about flagships, obviously, as you mentioned and as I mentioned, they dodge bans. You could just bring them. But once they are dead, you can no longer bring it. That's it for the whole tournament. So if you lose your flagship on day one, that could be pretty bad for you, depending on what you come up against later. It's always super handy to have one in your back pocket. Mystical Mike, we saw at the start there, rush versus rush. We saw Odin's pulling away. But how did the other team not get on top of them anyway?
So I guess it kind of calls back to the fact that they weren't playing as a cohesive team. So Plug and Play realistically should have been able to burn towards anyone on the Odin School team, and that target should have eventually died. The Plug and Play team, I believe, was faster than some of the ships on the Odin School team. I don't think the Navy Caracal is necessarily known for its speed, especially when compared to things like the Broadsword. You've got the Sleipnirs as well. Also, they're very fast ships. But again, they were just picked apart by the fact that the Odin School team had 2 Lokis, which meant that they could effectively web the 2 Sleipnirs when they tried to burn in. We had the Sveepol and the Jackdaw that were able to secure some hard tackles on the Sleipnirs when they were out of position and away from the rest of their team. And then Plug and Play just never really made the call to actually clear those ships that would have allowed them to execute their strategy properly. I think if they'd done that, they would have actually been able to win the match. They would have been able to get on top of the Barghest, kill that. They would have been able to burn after things like the Osprey and kill that really quickly, instead of killing it later on in the match like we saw. They had much more damage. They just did not play as well as they could have.
Okay. Now, before we move on to our next match, which is Templis CALSF versus Boundary Experts, I want to take a look at the Templis team. So Templis have been around for a while now, competing in various tournaments, and here's their history in Alliance Tournament specifically. So the last Spartan has been with them for pretty much most of this, as is Stalens and a couple of the other guys. 39 people have flown with Templis CALSF, and they've had a pretty solid success rate. A lot more wins than losses. And look at this, the last time they lost a match, last year it was to Truth.Honor.Light, which is, again, pretty respectable. They won against a lot of pretty solid teams there, including Odin's Call. I believe knocking Odin's Call down into the lower bracket at one point. And, of course, they famously upset Hydra Reloaded in Alliance Tournament, I believe, 15, in one of the first week matches. Everyone expected Hydra to just walk straight through it, and they did not. Templis CALSF, that was the sort of them bursting onto the scene. They then went on to win the Alliance Open, which was the EVNT run tournament in the gap between Alliance Tournament 16 and 17, where we used a rule we called the wildcard rule, where because it was on Thunderdome, you could bring unique ships, as in Alliance Tournament prize ships, either 2 frigates or 1 cruiser. They stormed through that entire tournament. They did not bring their wildcard at any point. They did not lose a single match. I believe they lost something like 5 ships the entire tournament. They defeated everyone, just 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way straight through. It was a phenomenal run. Since then, we've been looking for them to do great things in the Alliance Tournament proper. They are in the monument. That is their logo there, in the Alliance Tournament monument in Monarch. So you can see them there, but they're looking to get like the Alliance Tournament win, or at least higher up, and we definitely want to see that. But now, let's take a look at the bans for Templis CALSF versus Boundary Experts. So Templis banning out the Curse, the Sentinel, the Guardian, and the Oneros. Boundary Experts going for the Curse, the Arbitrator, the Deacon, the Nighthawk. And then with trickle bans, in Templis' side, we have the Crucifier, and in Boundary Experts' side, we have the Abaddon. So, Bart, what do you see here? I mean, this is starting to look like Curse is, let's get that thing right out of here. Sentinel as well, it seems fairly understandable. Those small newts can be really devastating on a logistics cruiser. Anything else really jump out at you here?
Every single tracking disruptor ship has been banned. There will be no tracking disruptors. I'm sure somebody's about to be like, you missed one, but like almost all the tracking disruptors and guidance disruptor ships have been banned. So because of the rules, you cannot fit tracking disruptors or guidance disruptors unless the ship is bonused. The Curse, the Sentinel, the Crucifier, and the Arbitrator are banned.
Actually.
Oh, here it is.
The Pilgrim is still available.
Oh, ooh, that would be weird. So that you could bring a Pilgrim. I don't think you probably will. They're not particularly great ships, but maybe
we definitely have seen them in Alliance tournaments.
Yeah, to do the ban evasion. But the thing you see is both teams got rid of these. So
maybe both teams are thinking Pilgrim meta.
Yeah, this is the big 5-head. This is the ban meta, the ban spiral, where they're like, okay, if we ban every ship but the Pilgrim, they're not going to expect us to bring a Pilgrim. And then we'll bring a Pilgrim.
We'll see 4 Pilgrims now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could do 4 Pilgrims on both teams and have 8 Pilgrims.
Okay, I mean, that
is how math works.
We're into Snuffbot logic now, just to get 4 of the same ship. What do you think we will see here, other than, obviously, Pilgrims?
I think that we're probably... if both teams are banning this out, I think neither of them want to see projection against each other. So I'm almost sort of feeling a kite thing. And Templis has been traditionally a team that excels at these like light missile and heavy missile kite setups. So we've sort of seen one today, if you want to call whatever Tuskers flew a heavy missile kite comp. But that's kind of, I feel like somebody's bringing a missile kite this time.
Yeah, Boundary Experts finished last year tied 13th. Templis ties 7th place. So 2 top 16 teams here. So this is going to be a tough match for either of them. Mr. Comite, any kind of projections going on here?
In terms of which team I think is going to win, or comps that they're going to bring to the grid?
Anything. I mean, you can predict anything you want. Doesn't even have to be about EVE Online. Like, just anything.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, no.
It's preferable for the content
Preferably
that
EVE
we are
Online,
attempting
okay.
to deliver if it's related to what we're doing.
We'll save the Pop-Tarts ravioli thing for later then.
God.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that, and I'm going to agree with Bot here, that we saw the Abandoned Band as well, I believe by Boundary Experts, which also makes me think that they're looking to minimize as much projection as possible. And looking to kite around the edges of the arena. Whether they're going to bring something like heavy missiles, I'm not sure. It's equally likely that they'll just look to bring battle cruisers and cruisers again. We didn't see really any of those banned, so they could bring the Navy Executors, they could bring the Absolutions, they could bring Sleipnirs, I believe, if they wanted to. I don't know if that was banned. So I don't think it was. Yeah, so they could bring Flykiller. So there's still a variety of different types of E-War on the grid. You've got the ECM, you've got the Damps, and you've got the damage.
All right. It's time to find out as we go to the arena with your casters, Wingnut and Yintan.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the arena. I am Wingnut, joined by the Golden One, Jintan, and we have a beautiful match: Quad BC versus Triple Battleship. And it's going to be very curious to see: does Templis Castle have their mojo, or is it going to be an absolute upset for Boundary Experts? Jin, my man, tell us what we've got going on here.
Well, BUP was absolutely correct when he predicted that we were going to see some form of missile kite, with Boundary Experts having brought a 3 battleship shield Kingslayer here with 3 rapid heavy missile battleships making up their top end, and they're going up against this modified version of Pseudodad from Templis CALSF. So Templis CALSF here, they're going to want to try and run in, grab one of those Typhoon Fleet issue or bar guests and just crush it down as soon as humanly possible, maybe even try and stop them getting their first clip out. Meanwhile, Boundary Experts just trying to spread out, trying to live, and oh no, they're not even doing that. They're moving head on. It looks like they're both going for the center of the arena. It's just going to be a bloodbath, and we're going to see whose HP bar runs out first.
Some man screaming, Leroy! The Augur Spine Blot is getting absolutely obliterated. We've got 4, by the way, Navy cruisers, 2 exec navies, 2 Augur navies. So that's a lot of like cruisers support, as well as, of course, the main core of 4 battle cruisers. But the Augur, there is nowhere you can run, my friend. He is just holding on for dear life. Actually, they are rapid heavies. He could maybe do it.
Oh my lord, when you see 2 teams running into each other at the start of the match, one team is making a poor decision, and right now it looks like it's Templis CALSF who's made the poor decision. Their Typhoon Fleet issue is already in low armor, and it's a shield ship.
Oh no,
it's gonna die here.
Oh, this could be the biggest upset. Oh, Ultra goes down. It's a lot of DPS. It's about 800 plus DPS removed instantly, but that Typhoon Fleet is still going down. No!
There we go. That's one of the 3 main DPS ships off the field here for Templis CALSF now. They're down to about 2/3 of their DPS, whilst Boundary Experts, look at that attack bar. It's so big and it's so red. It might as well be Clifford the dog.
Meanwhile, the Augur Sven Blot is still being hit occasionally. They're still trying to kill this Augur with something. There's no drones on him. It's just someone is shooting at him. And they could be shooting other ships around them. The entire core is right next to them. And this Augur is still absolutely living. He's going to just wait till the end and come back at the very end of this match. Meanwhile, Killer and the Barghest already going through shields down to armor. This is not looking good. They might have thrown this one so much on the table.
Boundary Experts here just seeing their route to victory and taking it full force, ignoring the usual way that you play Pseudodad of going after these frigates, trying to snap them off, trying to get your aggression in. They saw the hesitation from Templis CALSF. They saw their opportunity and they pounced on it here. Look, it's just going to be cleanup after this Barghest goes down, because there will be nothing left to threaten them, even with their logistics down.
And you can tell that the Barghest is stuck on reload. Still, that Buggers are stuck on reload right now because they can't kill anything. The Augur just popped, so finally they got rid of the Augur. Congratulations. Unfortunately, you're already dead. As the Barg is about to go down, at least 1 Barg with DPS. They're through this. They've actually through this. Can I get some collusions in chat, please? Oh my god. What in the world is this?
Yeah, they're going to take down this Brutix Navy here. That'll be the final gasp from last Spartan, but it would take some absolutely god-tier piloting to pull this one back. Spartan would have to somehow manage to juke his way out of the rest of this game. Although that said, he is free. He isn't tackled right now. There is a chance he could kite the rest of this out, but the projection from all of these medium-range ships is going to be enough to tickle him down. He needs to have these frigates. These frigates, they need to screen for him. They need to just die to give him a few more seconds, a few more inches of HP, just so that maybe he can get that reload off at the late game. That's what they're playing for here. They're playing to get an XLASB reload. That's their only possible route to victory.
The Spartan has pulled back from more. Spartan can activate and absolutely ruin this, but it's a very hard hill to climb. The Scalpel and Kieran are still alive, providing him more time, but that is going to be such a hard call. 4 Navy cruisers, a Navy battle cruiser, and then a command ship. That is a giant wall of DPS and armor to rip through.
Okay, there we go. All the frigates have now committed. They're trying to make this turn with the Barghest, but he is scrammed and webbed. That's almost certainly it, because they're all within range. Nothing has been tackled off in the 50-60 kilometer mark, where it would probably matter to his tank. Oh god, they made it close though. It's not entirely over yet, but pretty much.
Pretty much exactly that.
That was very unexpected.
Honestly, I am surprised to see the 3 battleships running in. There was no, in my opinion, there was no reason to do that when you can engage while they're rushing towards you. The fact that they charged in gave the boundary experts basically that extra time they could have had. They gave it to boundary experts for that moment, and that just kind of ruined it. It just kind of threw it all on the table. That being said, the Hard Navy should go down. I say that as I'm watching the Barghest go into Hull. Please kill the Hard Navy first. Please, come on, Spartan. One last Spartan, one last kill, please.
Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. One last piece of victory, and now it's just going to be mop-up duty. What a game, though. I hope we see some more of this triple battleship comp. It seems like that's probably intended to be the apex predator of all kite comps, considering so much of the kite was left open by both teams. That would be my suspicion, is that Templis CALSF expected boundary experts to bring some sort of HML kite, which they then could have absolutely curb-stomped with the sheer amount of EHP and range and application, really, that you get out of those 3 battleships, whilst, sacrificing their low end to the wind. But, boundary experts, they saw what their opponents were trying to bait them into, and they moved in the opposite direction. They zigged when their opponents expected them to zag, and that takes some real skill. We shouldn't take that away from boundary experts. This wasn't just a choke from Templis CALSF. This was them skillfully picking rock over scissors.
And honestly, a big respect goes to Sven Blot in that Augurer. He was basically dead, but he made them kill him at the end. Whether they had one of them firing at them, or maybe one of the small ships tried, he made them pay for him. And in doing so, they lost their Typhoon fleet, and then we're already losing some of their Barghest. So big respect to Sven there. That honestly bought all the time their team potentially needed. But bloody hell, that is a bloody match. 4 Navy cruisers. Whew, that's a lot.
Yeah, and you love to see it. Like, the points value that you get out of these ships is just insane, though. I believe the Org Navy is the highest amount of EHP per points you can get in the entire tournament. And adding on top of that, the fact that it can run in and it's surprisingly fast, too. You always think the Org Navy's slow until it's MJDing into your backline, and suddenly you realize it's fast enough to grab that frigate before it can react.
I mean, if a no-prop battleship can MJD onto your comp, anything can catch you if you're thinking outside the box enough. So yeah, you scared the Navy Org.
Thank you very much to Templis CALSF there for walking gently out of the arena rather than making us wait the whole time. So we'll hand this back to the studio and yeah.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
Well, are there any upset enjoyers out there in Twitch chat? Because that was an upset according to you guys. Only 14% of you picked Boundary Experts with your Twitch channel points. 86% of you going for Templis CALSF. 2.5 million channel points just got redistributed over to the people who had faith in the Boundary Experts there. One person put 100,000 channel points on Templis CALSF, and they're all gone. I cry every time. That was a heck of a match from both teams. We love to see it. Really good match. Any quick highlights from you there, Misty?
Yeah, Boundary Experts played it really well. They decided to headshot one of the 3 battleships that was dealing damage, and yeah, we just see that many ships doing damage better than few ships doing damage.
Okay, well, I mean, with that top tier analysis, I really don't think there's much more to be said. So we're going to go for a short break. We will be back in about 30 minutes for more spaceship on spaceship action. So stay tuned. You're right there, Bart?
Yeah, I'm good. I thought we were saving the super fun jokes for. No, I'm doing great. I was just like, interesting.
After all the violence, it's nice to have a bit of calm, relaxing.
Yes, yeah.
Before we go back to blowing things up again.
We'll start doing, as long as it doesn't turn into an ASMR Alliance tournament, then we're okay. Yeah. He's like, actually,
let me write that down.
Putting that AT20 ASMR.
Pay attention, CCP convict. Write that one down. All right, welcome back. We have loads more spaceship explosions for you here in Alliance Tournament 19, live from the Event Studios in Nottingham. Don't forget, there's a meetup here on Thursday, so we hope to see you there. There's not many tickets left, and they are free, so do try and come down if you're in the local area. We have, like I say, more matches, so let's just start talking about them. Our first match is going to be Till Doomsday versus No Vacancies. So let's see what these teams have chosen to ban out in this upcoming match. So Till Doomsday banning out the Guardian, the Blackbird, the Curse, the Sentinel. No Vacancies banning out the Barghest, the Kerrys, the Mollis, and the Scimitar. So Novak basically being like, hey, those small ships that can damp us, no thank you. Moderator, what do you think here?
Yeah, so Novak clearly they feel better about having to deal against maybe a Lachesis or a Celestis, you know, some of the larger ships, more mid slots, but maybe also a little bit easier to get on top of and tackle. Till Doomsday also on the other side of things says, hey, Novak says no damps, but we're going to say no tracking disruption. So a lot of that E-War being taken out. The only thing really still open, I would say, would be in ECM, but we already see a Blackbird ban. So makes a lot of sense to me, just people not wanting to have to deal with that.
And what do you think here, BBP? I mean, Scimitar being banned is obviously a bit of a killer for any kitey shield comps, but there's still lots open here.
There is. We still see the sort of, however you want to call max threat setup being open here. We're seeing a curse ban, but that's pretty normal. I think we've been seeing a lot of these like very medium gun focused teams, and so I'm kind of feeling like we're going to see that again because no curse, so there's no TDs from that ship. Though we did learn that there's things called pilgrims, actually about an hour ago. So if you didn't know that, there are pilgrims in this game. But yeah, I'm feeling like we're going to see just kind of what's developing as this meta is these like very battlecruiser heavy setups coming into this next match.
Yeah, and we saw that chart earlier on showing the top battlecruisers over time since Alliance Tournament 7 when our data goes back to. We saw the Sleipnir obviously number 1, EOS number 2, and then the Brutix Navy and the Brutix crucially at 3 and 4. And I think we're all expecting to see those numbers rise substantially throughout Alliance Tournament 19 just due to the points reduction. So the Gallente Federation sponsoring Alliance Tournament 19. Thank you very much, Gallente Federation. So the prize ships are in fact Gallente based, and all the points are reduced for those ones as well. And also there's these phenomenal skins. So every team who wins a match, including in the feeders, gets 10 of these skins for every match they win. So if you win one match, you get 10 skins to share amongst your team. These can go for quite a lot of money sometimes. If you win 5 matches, you get 50 of these skins. That's pretty darn good. I think they look incredible. I'm super excited to get my hands on some of them. Now, I believe we are ready to pretty much to go to the arena for Till Doomsday versus No Vacancies, but I'm being told they're just landing at the minute, so let's just hold off for just a moment. I've also, nope, we'll talk about that in a moment. Any predictions while we're here? I mean, Till Doomsday versus Novak, who do you think, Mod?
I felt like Novak showed themselves pretty well in the Gallente gamble, so I'm going to have to give him the edge here.
And Bart?
I feel like Novak's been doing pretty well too, so let's go with it. We'll caster curse them right now.
Okay.
Right here, right now.
Sure, why not? I'm also going for Novak. Get the full 3-0 curse on the go. And let's send it to Galmil's cutest tag team, Alec and Chad.
Alexiv Card and Chad Flame here with Till Doomsday versus No Vacancies. Do not let that ticker there on the stream confuse you. Chad, what do we have here for Till Doomsday?
Till Doomsday, we're looking at a Lashuk, Absolution, Prof, Og Navy, Magus, Vexer Navy, Talia Deacon, and Confessor.
Meanwhile, for No Vacancies, we have a Barcast, Armageddon Navy, EOS double arbitrators being a core theme of their comp. We're going to see a lot of drones, a lot of upfront damage, and quite a bit of control here for No Vacancies. It'll be very interesting to see whether those arbitrators are in fact turret disruption fit. If they are, they may have a commanding advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if those arbitrators are going to make a play on this match. Shutting down a lot of those turret-based guns is going to make this match very bad for the Lashuk and medium guns on the other team.
Yeah, we're seeing Till Doomsday doing a variation on the max threat setup with these AUG Navy issues, Prophecy Navy, Absolution, but instead of investing more into the low end, they're putting a lot of eggs in the basket of this Lashuk. It'll be very interesting to see how that plays out for them. They're really up against the nightmare comp with this double arbitrator setup. That is going to be a lot of disruption on much fewer ships than they otherwise would, and they're responding accordingly by primarying the arbitrator, and it's now in deep shield, about to hit its armor.
We're already seeing those weapon disruptors out on the Lashuk as well as the top end of the Till Doomsday team wrecking their tracking and or range. That Lashuk's going to have to get in there to be able to actually use its 25 points that it's costing to do anything, as well as Novak screening off a lot of these battle cruisers.
Yeah, you're seeing these teams streak toward each other now, kind of clumping a little bit. The No Vacancies arbitrators have pulled range successfully. Their command ships and electronic warfare core are fairly safe, with the Vexers acting as a screening force. Meanwhile, their Armageddon Navy issue, right there in the middle of things, getting pounded on pretty harshly, possibly the only valuable target the Lashuk can actually reach and track simultaneously. In return, the Vexer Navy issue of Hornet being primaried and taken down pretty drastically. Vexer's not necessarily known for their tanks, although the VNI does have a rep bonus. We'll see if that comes into play.
Yeah, if you're trading a VNI though for this, Navy Geddon, that is a trade I'd make any day. And it seems like the Geddon Navy put himself out front, trying to really buy time for those arbitrators to get range. You might be losing about a third of your damage, if not more than that, just to try and keep those arbitrators alive. And you're not doing enough work to really trade evenly for that right now.
Yeah, and the Geddon is a huge, huge aspect of their comp. It's not just damage; it's also newts. It's helping keep things within reach of that Bargas massive damage. And they're having a really smart bombs popping off now. You're seeing distributed damage across a large amount of the Till Doomsday team, but it's chip damage. Don't let it fool you here. The Inquisitor of No Vacancies and the No Vacancies Armageddon Navy issue are the ones really under threat here. They're getting absolutely shredded. They are maintaining their hit point bars, but just barely. The Inquisitor now taking a lot of damage. That's a Tech 1 frigate. It's providing a lot of value for reps, but does not have much tank of its own, and it's falling fairly rapidly. He's trying to hold on here. The more time he buys, the better, but it's tenuous.
On top of that, though, smart move by Till Doomsday shooting that frigate, getting some reps off of that Geddon Navy as well. They're forcing the Deacon and/or rep bots to be splitting their reps, and the Inquisitor still does not look to be holding, and they're still just damaging into that Geddon Navy. Hopefully the Leshuk's getting some spool on it, and their damage is starting to get applied better, but it seems like everything is holding as the Vexor Navy, actually, for Till Doomsday is about to go down.
Oh, he's getting shredded. They've reallocated their drones onto that Vexor, and he is down. That is a Vexor down. That is a pretty sizable chunk of damage and utility, but that Armageddon Navy is still very much under threat as it dips to about 1/3, getting perilously close to 25% armor. It looks like they're going to try to trade another faction cruiser in return as this AUG Navy drops into half hit points, and that is a big hit point pool to be taking such huge chunks out of it.
Indeed, like I said, you can kill off those two factional cruisers on the Till Doomsday team, but they have a lot more evenly distributed damage between their whole team, as No Vacancies is putting a lot more damage and utility in a lot of those top-end ships. This Geddon Navy looking to enter structure, and if it goes down to trade for this AUG Navy, it still might not be the greatest trade in the world.
No, that is a fairly terrible trade. AUG Navy is a fantastic ship. I love them, but not nearly as valuable as an Armageddon Navy issue. And that Armageddon Navy is hanging on by a thread. He's in half structure now. This is not a Galenti ship. That structure is thin. Oh, he's trying to claw back some armor. It's not going to be enough. He is going to go down, and he is. He is down. That Inquisitor is still taking firepower. That was not even the full DPS of the Till Doomsday team. That Inquisitor is still under pressure, and now a huge amount of firepower and utility off of the No Vacancies team. They're starting to struggle here, even though they still have a slight advantage.
Yeah, the points differential is not too far off each other as we're somewhat approaching the halfway point through this match. It seems as though Till Doomsday have a lead, but Vacancies is doing a good job still controlling them and slowly picking away damage off their team. The question is, can they continue to do this for another 5 minutes and 15 seconds and try to pull this back? I don't know if that's going to be very possible.
The Geddon Navy is a big pile of points. However, No Vacancy still has a ship advantage, and I think given their comp, they still have a slight advantage in general. As now this AUG Navy issue is going down, you can see they still have a tremendous amount of damage on the field. The Vexors are going to be putting out a lot of damage. Arbitrators do some damage in their own right. They might wind up trading for their Inquisitor here. Yes, they've lost an Inquisitor for an AUG Navy. That is a pretty serious blow for them, as now this Deacon has no support. The Deacon of No Vacancy is sure to join his partner shortly, and you can see them immediately react by trying to go after the Till Doomsday Thalia, trying to even out the Logi trade.
Yeah, at this point in the match, going for that Logi trade seems to be the right call. Now, Vacancies is a little bit behind on that. With that battleship being down as well, it just seems like the only thing they can do is go for this Logi trade and hope that their arbitrators put in work on what is remaining of those gunboats. Now, being less gunboats on grid, the arbitrators are going to be doing more work on those ships, though. So that does work in their favor, while a lot of other factors are not working in their favor. This is still a close match, even though it might not look it. It's also even in points as well at this point.
Now we can see the No Vacancies Draugr is starting to take a significant amount of damage and doesn't have a way to pull those hit points back. The Draugr is a huge chunk of their damage.
Looks like the Vargas has webs on it.
Ooh, that's going to be tough. Meanwhile, the Leshak, he is getting absolutely pounded here, but he's hanging tough at about half armor. They're splitting fire between him and the Deacon. You're likely seeing the larger caliber weapons go after the Leshak, while the smaller caliber guns and drones try to take out the Deacon, but the Deacon is tanking really, really hard. He is surrounded by an absolute cloud of Imperial Navy acolytes, but he's tanking like a champ, still hanging in armor. He is going to go down. They might trade him for the Draugr here. That is actually a pretty good trade for Till Doomsday. If their Leshak was looking healthier, I think they would feel more confident about this match, but as it stands, it's out on knife's edge.
And it really is. That Leshek does not look to be tanking. The Barghest could clip at any moment now, and that Leshek could pull back a little bit. It's all going to come down to if that Leshek can hold as long as possible and put out as much damage as possible. But it does not seem like that damage is being fully applied, as this Draugr is starting to look like it has stopped taking massive chunks, and the Barghest is semi-stable.
Yeah, the Draugr has a cloud of Hobgoblins chasing it. Hobgoblins, the slowest of the light drones, so they are... Oh, okay, the Hobgoblins have been reassigned. We're going to see what their next target is shortly. They have given up attempting to kill the Draugr. That is a huge and pivotal decision, as now the Leshek dips into structure. It doesn't have any armor reppers. It's purely passive tanked. Oh, it ends dropping much, much faster than the Vexor here. The Vexor will probably go down, but they'll trade the Leshek, and that is a fantastic trade for No Vacancies.
No Vacancies looking to pull it back since that get-in loss. You know, they've only lost a few low-end ships that aren't really worth a lot of points, and that Barghest was webbed at one point and has gotten free. It looks like it was the Leshek that was holding that down, but it seems like they're starting to stabilize without any Logi on grid for either team. You're looking at two gun battle cruisers versus a Barghest in EOS with all those weapon disruptors on grid. I don't think till Doomsday is going to be able to bring this back.
No, I think the door is closing pretty rapidly on this. Now that Confessor succumbs to the drone cloud, and they're moving on to their next target, which looks to be the Barghest and the Absolution are going to be taking the lion's share of the damage here. That Barg has a extremely thick tank at this point. It is active repped. It's pulling its hit points back. The Absolution, also passive. Till Doomsday has no active reps remaining on their team. The Magus is probably there for utility. It will have some drones to contribute, but is not doing much. He's hanging out about by the MJDs. He's looking to just live to win here. He's popping links for no one because he's out of range.
An interesting note, too, neither team's choosing rep bots here, which is an interesting choice. Usually you see at least one team running some rep bots. So what you see is the reppers on their ships as well as their EHP, no support from any rep bots to help people crawl back. You're not going to see a rep bot cloud save them from the minuscule amount of damage that seems to be coming out from both teams, as they're not dying overly fast. But the repper on the Barg doing more work than it seems the passive tank Absolution is able to do.
That's a great note, Chad, and probably a very pivotal call from No Vacancies in the planning stage of this match. They invested a lot of points in control with those double arbitrators, but knowing that they'll still need to get some kills, they invested the rest of their team into damaged drones, which may have given them just the DPS they needed. If they had gone rep bots, that Leshek probably would have smart bombed them off, and we'd be looking at a very different match.
Exactly. And it goes both ways, too. You know, the other team having smart bombs might have been able to survive through the Argus plus EOS damage. It's not very high damage that the Novak team had, but they were able to crawl through things slowly, per se, this Absolution. As we see that go down now, and time has run out in the match.
Throwing this back to the desk.
Okay, you guys are looking at the past. There's nothing back there for you. And I see the future up here. And I see full control.
No, I'm scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Killer rats, killer rats, killer rats, killer rats! What are you doing? They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill him!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw, kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw!
Relax!
Claw.
Relax!
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the Bullshit.
Novak there handily, I say handily, just clawing a victory there from Till Doomsday in one of our most exciting matches that we've seen thus far. That's probably my favorite of the day. I really enjoyed that one. It was super close. We saw Till Doomsday with that Lashak spooling for ages on that Geddon, just trying to get it down, trying desperately to kill it. Took them, I think, 4 minutes and 10 seconds to kill that ship. Meanwhile, Novak just trying to apply DPS, trying to just get some of the little things out the bottom end of the Till Doomsday side. We saw them go for the logistics frigates near the start. They recognize, hey, that's not working, we need to swap targets. And it was back and forward, back and forward. And Bart, I think you were saying you don't think Novak wins that if they didn't bring the flagship. So good decision there by Novak to bring that flagship then.
It was, and it's always a risk, especially on day one, to just like basically set up and say, like, all right, cool, we're doing this. They've almost lost it. So if they had lost it, then we'd say, oh, they were dumb for bringing their flagship, because that's how it always is. Yes, they were incredibly smart and skilled and talented because they didn't lose. And if they had lost, you'd be like, haha, they lost their flagship day one. Look at their kill mail. Look how bad he could have done it. But yeah, I don't think they won that without bringing a flagship. The Barghest is probably one of the best scaling flagships in the game, just because of the way Officer Rapid Heavies, which is, I'm guessing they're probably using, that's sort of the reason why you bring a Barghest. Officer Rapid Heavies like drastically increase your damage. And so much so that you can actually bring an armor Barghest, fit it incredibly tanky, like Mod was saying, probably had double low slot reps, and still do drastically more DPS than a shield Barghest and just stomp stuff. I think that without that extra couple hundred DPS, the extra fire rate, I don't think that Novak won that, because it was a super close match.
Yeah, it really, really was. Well done to those teams. I was super questioning of the value of bringing a Tech 1 logistics frigate with your Deacon. I don't like that. I always find that if I'm your opponent and I see you have one Tech 2 logistics frigate, one Tech 1 logistics frigate, well, I just kill the Tech 1 one because it's quite easy to kill, and then your Tech 2 logistics frigate has nobody, and it is easy to kill. It just doesn't seem to work for me, but this time we saw Till Doomsday really struggling to kill that Inquisitor, so excellent logistics piloting by both teams, really, to be honest, to make it as close as it was, but especially with Inquisitor for 1 point, pretty good value. The fact that they kept that alive for so long, it was one of the reasons, along with the flagship, of course, that Novak were able to eke out that W. Let's look forward to our next match, which I'm looking forward to because it's Fraternity versus Brightside of Death. Two alliances with very similar experiences in the Alliance Tournament. Let's see if we can throw up their team sort of stats over the years. So we're looking at Fraternity first, 40 pilots, and just a little bit more in terms of wins and losses. It's actually super close, 11-1 and 8 losses there for Fraternity. They lost last year to the Network and literally triggered. Other than that, it's more than 50%. I'd say that's pretty decent. Now let's have a look over at Brightside of Death now. And you can see, again, 44. Not that many more pilots have played. This time, 10 wins and 9 losses. So both teams just right on the cusp of each other in terms of number of pilots, number of matches played, number of wins, number of losses. So this is two very, very evenly matched teams. So I'm very excited to see how this one goes. Blackbird Pirate, what are you thinking what may happen here?
I think something to look at is that Faffy Waffy is like one of the most tournament-y, veteran-y pilots of all time. And if you saw on the little list there, he's played 50 rounds, which is a lot. Like most teams, if you go 0-2, that's 2 rounds. If you go 0-2 for every Alliance tournament, that's maybe like what? 38. Nice. Good job. So he's played at least 50 rounds. And I believe it's the team captain of Brightside of Death, and they've been performing pretty well for the last couple years. I think they've kind of people really like to say, like, oh, I got a hard bracket and that's why I lost. But I think that Brightside of Death has actually been getting really hard brackets recently. Yeah. And they're a very, very scary team. Also because they sort of have... generally the people that they practice with are maybe a little bit more off meta. Like you're not going to see public practices from Brightside of Death. Yeah. So they might bring something weird. Like they've always brought weird stuff.
Well, let's take a look at the bans for this match and see if the bans perhaps are also a little bit weird. So Fraternity versus Brightside of Death. Fraternity banning out the Balgorn, the Scimitar, the Osprey, and the Ortherus, whereas BSAW choosing to ban out the Curse, the Arbitrator, the Sentinel, and the Crucifier. So that says to me, we do not like weapon disruption. Moderator, what do you think of this?
Yeah, I mean, it says to me that I want to bring either one of two things. I want to bring a comp that can kite very far out, and weapon disruption is going to basically completely shut that down. Or they want to bring maximum threat here. Meanwhile, Fraternity saying, hey, we also don't want to deal with some kiting, Orthrus being kind of a kitey ship, Scimitar being kind of a kitey logi, and if you're forced to bring the Basilisk, not just a ship, but an excellent commentator for the Alliance Tournament team, it's a lot slower. So that would be difficult. And also the Balgorn has been banned as well, which does a good job at having its long-range web bonus to, get on top of any sort of a kiting ship.
I find the Osprey ban here kind of an interesting one, because it's not the Tech 2 Basilisk, it's just the Tech 1 logistics cruiser. Bart, any reason why you might ban that?
I think that if you were still going to try to do a shield kite, you can't really use the logistics frigates because they're too slow. Obviously, you can't use the Scimitar because it's banned, and generally, Ospreys are actually very fast for a T1 Logi ship, so you could theoretically run an Osprey with a shield kite instead of using a Scimitar, but you can't really use a Basilisk because, again, Basilisks also slow. So I think that their thinking is like, we want to ban shield kite out completely, but I don't really think that we're going to be seeing that because
I'll tell you what we will see.
A Pilgrim?
Nope, a flagship Vindicator on the Fraternity side as we are ready to head over to the arena with our casters Mizier and Mark Resurrectus.
Hello everyone and welcome to the arena. This is match number 12 and I'm Miz, and with me is Mark Resurrectus, and this is Fraternity in red versus Bright Side of Death in blue. So there's a lot of big guns on this field. Can you tell me about them?
Yeah, Miz, we're looking at a flagship Vindicator from our team from Fraternity. We have Fubuki Waifu in the Vindy, and then not a ton of other DPS. We've got the Oniros as their sole Logi, and then Double Pilgrim, a lot of control. Magus, Pawnee, Blackbird, carries Svibble, Fesser. Miz, tell me about the team from Bright Side of Death.
They've got all in on big guns with 2 Abaddons, the Redeemer, and 2 Oracles. So all these big lasers. That's why they wanted to ban out Tracking Disruptors. But the red team just brought some Pilgrims, so let's see if this play is going to pay out for them as the game has begun.
Yeah, half the ships from Bright Side of Death are fielding battleship lasers. So this is a ton of DPS if they can get to apply. And right now, going in early on the Blackbird, trying to get rid of some of that ECM that can cause some problems, especially for the frigate Logi down below.
Yeah, these laser ships usually can shoot very far and reach out and touch that Blackbird, but the Pilgrims are going to make it difficult for them as they're trying to apply a real amount of damage. They're trying to switch to Confessor, taking some armor damage, but will they be able to finish it off?
And you can see the 3 battleships from Bright Side of Death moseying across the field. They're trying to close some range. That being said, if they get within range of the Vindicator, again, flagship Vindicator from Fraternity, you got to think that thing's got a little bit of the old drip. So it would be a dangerous spot to be in, but at the same time, if you're that Vindicator, you're looking at 5 different sets of battleship pulse lasers. That is a lot to deal with.
Yeah, it looks like that team are going to go back to the micro drive beacon and chilling out, maybe waiting for a play. They're being patient, as we do see 2 of the battleships from the blue team burn in. 1 battle and 1 Redeemer. They're in close. The 3rd battleship coming in.
Yeah, Frat team really playing this smart. I mean, they're playing it slowly. They're being careful, not extending themselves too much. And to be clear, letting these 3 battleships just kind of come in. If they get too far away from the rest of the team, and get them a little bit too far extended, they can really kind of spring the trap on them if they want to.
Yeah, but pulling off a micro jump drive move is going to be difficult. So it's going to be high risk play. See if they're actually going to do it, or they're just chilling out here. They're not really all on the beacon. They still have their triple on the Confessor on the front.
We're starting to see the Oracle of Kirillico coming down to join his friends in the battleships. And again, they're not. Neither team is sitting quite on the beacon, so you think that they may be, not quite in the right area where you want them to be able to be to make that play. But the Vindicator taking a little bit of damage. The Spipple of chess player on the Frat team taking a little bit of damage now, but none of this is too much, and everything's being held up just fine at this point.
Yeah, we're having some damage drones from the red team on the blue Logi frigate, but wrapping up easily, and I think the other support ships are like just killing off these damage drones. So just throwing away the damage drones for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's an interesting position here because the frat team doesn't have it. We mentioned this. Frat team does not have a ton of DPS, has a lot of control. Opposite situation for the team from Bright Side of Death. So if you're frat, you really need to be. You have to be careful because you need to be. You have to make sure that all of that control you've got, all of those cruisers, all of those desis and frigates are staying up. That's the way you win this game. If you can keep those ships alive and apply max damage, you can see now a lot of damage going in here on Silent 2000 and the Abaddon as he dips into. He's getting into armor.
Yeah, so it looks like he's actually being wept by the Vindicator now, and they're just shooting each other. And Vindicator's not going in hard right now, just keeping a bit of a distance, like shooting at each other. I think they're really, really scared of committing because they have that disadvantage when it comes to raw damage.
Yeah, I would certainly be. I mean, again, there's just a lot of damage. There's a lot of. I mean, you can see the difference on the screen right now between the frat attack bar and the Bright Side Death attack bar. It is more than half, or more than double, as much available DPS. It's all about what they're going to be able to apply, how much control they're going to be able to maintain across this grid. If they can, and that's the thing, if the Vindy gets close enough, then a lot of this tracking disruption isn't going to matter. So he's being careful. He's keeping his distance here.
Yeah, so while we're not seeing a lot of damage going on, there's still a lot of neuting, like the blue team having the Redeemer with the bonus neutralizers, and the red team having 2 Pilgrims. So they're like trying to put pressure on each other's capacitor and trying to win out that neuting war.
Oh, the Navitas of Burden Ford X Shanna of Bright Side of Death goes down, got caught a little bit out of position, coming up to try and help out the homies. Now they might try to make a trade here for Chess Player in the Svipple. Chess Player moved up to grab that kill. There is a little bit, but you're trading Logi for a T3D. It's probably a pretty good. Most people probably take that trade.
Yeah, I would take that trade any day. So this Chess Player actually knows how trading works in chess as well, like sacrificing just a pawn for an important piece. This could be what brings the red team, Fraternity team in the lead, is to finish off the Inquisitor now with no one else to wrap him up.
Yeah, the Inquisitor is going to go down. You can see the Confessor as well of Casimir, Exusai, taking a little bit of damage, but again, well done so far by the Oneros pilot. Again, keeping plenty of range, keeping the boys up, keeping everybody healthy. All the while, this Vindicator, this Vindicator is still trying to keep a little bit of range, but you can see that they're starting to close in on him. Desi Keys in the Abaddon is getting not quite there, but he's getting within range, close enough to be a little bit spooky.
Yeah, getting close enough to actually apply some damage to that Blackbird, but Oneros should be able to top him off easily. So it looks like the Fraternity team is a really good, comfortable position as they're like fishing off the Pontifex, taking off those links, making it easier to kill the big guys.
Yes, they're doing this exactly the way they needed to. They are faced with overwhelming damage, and when you're in that position and you don't have nearly as much, you have to string them out. Be careful. That being said, I say this. Fubuki Waifu is taking quite a bit of damage now. You can see those lasers are starting to apply as they've started to come into range, and he is tackled by this malediction. And it's going to be a lot of effort on the Oneros now to keep him up.
Yeah, but still, it's like the blue team is losing more and more ships, and they have to like really do something quickly because even though the Vindicator is like the only real DPS the red team have, the blue team just doesn't have much control. So I'm actually not sure if they can actually finish that one off because they can just get harassed by everything else trying to make their life difficult.
And I said that, and immediately the malediction got smoked. They must be listening to our comms. But yeah, again, still more damage going in on Cylon 2000 in the Abaddon. The Magus of Kin Waru from Bright Side of Death also now taking a lot of damage, swarmed by drones currently, and he will go down, leaving just the large laser battleships and battle cruisers remaining. But now Fubuki Waifu in that flag Vindy is half armor. If he can't stay up, that is almost all of their DPS. They have almost nothing left.
Yeah, so blue really needs to finish off that Vindicator right now, as it's the only hope to actually get something done in this match. They are trying to commit in. That Oracle of Kiriliko got in too close, but he's doing the right thing. He's like burning back, pulling back, forcing them to go in close if they want the kill.
Just a heroic effort by Copper CN and the Aneros right now to try and keep his homie Fubuki Waifu alive long enough to take down this Abaddon, try and clear some of this DPS. It's just so much DPS, and the effort is being rewarded. The Oneros putting him back over the halfway point of armor. What a play here. So well done.
Yeah, so Fubuki Waifu did the right thing. Like, this is something like it could be really hard to do as a Vindicator pilot, but actually pulling away to like get topped off and then turning back in when you're like at full HP again.
We've got 2 minutes remaining, and again, in this position, you don't have to make a play. You don't have to dive in, try and kill the Abaddon. You don't have to dive in, try and go for the Oracle. You can do exactly what they're doing right now. Keep your distance, keep pulling back, force them to come towards you, and use those strong Vindicator webs to keep them at range. If they can keep this up for the next 2 minutes, the score's not very, I mean, the score, the number of kills right now are pretty low. It's 4-17 right now, but Frat does have that advantage. If they can keep this up, they're going to take this match.
Yeah, and Frat, they're being extremely patient. They're not trying to like get greedy or anything. They're still being extremely defensively and just taking what the blue team is offering them. And
that same swarm of drones from earlier has now come down on Kirilico in the Oracle, who is getting smoked, I say, by a cloud of drones. That will reduce significantly the outcoming DPS from the team from Bright Side of Death.
Yeah, in the meantime, Cillian 2000 and Abaddon is getting so low armor. There's not much to keep him alive. So even an Abaddon can get grinded down slowly, even if it's just a single ship doing it.
Well, you're absolutely right, Miz. And you can see right now, he seems to realize that he has done an about face and is burning away from the Vindicator. He knows that he is not long for this world. If the Vindicator can apply, keep applying to him at range. He is in hull.
30 seconds remaining, so they're running out of time. So they actually want to kill him, but they don't have to. But it's still like a good final trophy for the victory.
Just get one more for the road. Just a little taste, just a little, just a little something for the folks back home. Really well done by Frat.
Low structure.
Yeah, really well done by Frat.
5 seconds remaining. Absolute hero play by the people to getting that logic kill, as we see Fraternity taking the win against the Bright Side of Death. And with that, we'll send it back to the boys in the studio.
Fraternity there, turning the light out on Bright Side of Death as they take that well-fought victory. Our number one Fraternity FC Mystical Knight will be extremely pleased to see his team taking that dub in a hard-fought match there. Both teams just flew excellently. I think we were all in agreement on that there. B-Sod at the start, Mod, you were pointing out, they did the right thing. They just balled up. I mean, a Vindicator was 90% long-range webs, especially a flagship Vindicator. you're going to get screened off, so they stuck all together and moved in. Like, tell me a little bit about that strategy.
Yeah, so the idea is that the Abaddons want to try to stick together with the Redeemer as well. If you get one ship, pulled away from everyone else, the Vindicator can really kind of pounce on that and take it out, especially a Flag Vindicator like Fubuki Waifu. So they did an excellent job of also, protecting their oracles as well, but the Fraternity side, they did, an even better job of using their Pilgrims, the only unbanned guidance disruption ship, and they completely just shut down the range of, those Amar lasers.
Yeah, it'd be super interesting to see if we see more Pilgrims start to appear. I do feel like of all the ships that can bring tracking and guidance disruption, Bart, the Pilgrim is probably the least likely one to be brought if the other ones are all available. So it's only ever really going to come up in these situations where they're all banned. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's so unlikely that about an hour ago, I actually forgot that it existed. And, Misty was able to, actually, there's a Pilgrim. I don't know if that's what happened with Bright Side of Death. Maybe they forgot Pilgrims existed too. But I do think that, when you get into something like ban theory, obviously we talked about the spiraling and the madness of like, well, if I ban this, what if they ban that? But there's a certain point where if you ban 4 of the 5 tracking disruptor ships, you're probably saying, I really don't want to see tracking disruption.
Yep.
And I do think that maybe if you are going to do that, maybe we should take out the Pilgrim, because the Pilgrim it's a dual role. Actually, it's almost like 3 rolls, because they actually do decent drone damage, which we saw there. It wasn't just the Vindy doing damage. They newt really, really well, and they tracking guidance disrupt really, really well. So ban the Curse, ban the Pilgrim, ban the Sentinel. Maybe leave the Crucifier up. Just putting that out there. Arbitrators should probably ban that one too. But like of them all, I mean, we did see a Crucifier kind of sort of win a match by doing some weird MJD plays after they burned their prop mod, but that's probably less likely to happen. Your shield Crucifier somehow surviving versus like 9 DPS ships than we saw earlier today. But hey, strange things have been happening today, so here we are.
Of course, Pilgrims also have a pretty substantial drone bay as well. So we saw what looked like large clouds of rep bots on top of that flagship Vindicator. Probably one of the key things that kept it alive towards the end there, where it looked like BSO had got into position when they were like, hey, we need to all in on this as Vindicator. They had tackle on it near the start, and it slipped away. And then later on, we saw that I think the Redeemer was getting screened off by that flagship Vindicator. With 90% webs, you ain't getting close to anything. And then one of the Abaddons came in, gave it a dunk, knocked it closer, which is a really good way of moving ships around under 90% webs if you're, wrinkly brain enough to be able to do something like that. Screening as well, moderator. We saw Fraternity do a really good job of screening off that BSOD team. Talk to me about what screening actually is.
Yeah, so screening is basically the use of typically frigates or cruisers, these more faster mobile ships, to either defensively protect your key ship. So that's usually going to be like a Logi, maybe defending something like a Curse, or in this case a Pilgrim. And the idea there is that you're using, your support, your lower cost ships, to basically defend the most important pieces. So, like a chess player, sometimes, you use your pawns to protect your queen. So.
Awesome. Thank you for that wonderful analogy there. Let's move on to our next matchup, which is another one I'm looking very much forward to. It's WeForm Volta versus DarkSide. So let's take a look at the bans for this match. WeForm Volta banning out the EOS, the Deacon, the Talia, and the Loki. So really taking out both of the Armor Logistics Tech 2 frigates. DarkSide banning out the Hyena, Osprey Navy issue, Caracal Navy issue, and Abaddon. Caracal Navy issue is an interesting one here, Blackbird Pirate. What do you think about this?
The Caracal Navy issue is this kind of weird ship where it can be both a ham rush ship or a rapid light ship, but kind of both ways. They do a substantial amount of damage, actually. And weirdly enough, if you want to do a rapid light kite nowadays, some of the main ships you want to ban is an Osprey Navy issue and a Caracal Navy issue, because just the way the points have kind of worked out over the years, you're not going to take Cerberuses because they take way too many points. So seeing a Hyena ban, an Osprey Navy ban, and a Caracal Navy ban, that's like, it's really hard to do a rapid light kite. And I think, Volta, traditionally very, very good pilots. One of the, maybe not necessarily this year, we haven't seen it yet, but kind of one of the old tactics was if you knew a team that you were like, we don't necessarily think you're as good as us, you would just hit them with like the kitey stuff, the rapid light kite ships, blow up their small end, and then just fly around in circles with them. So maybe DarkSide is not prepared to fight up against that, and so that's why they're like, hey, what if you can't bring it?
Yeah, I like the Hyena ban here from DarkSide. Hyena is a very, very good screening ship, very good just assistance ship with its bonus target painters as well, and flown a lot by teams like Volta. You usually see pilots like TikTok Toxic flying around in that Hyena. Extremely powerful for a very small amount of points. Moderator, why is the Hyena just so powerful?
So the Hyena is so powerful because it costs very little as an electronic attack frigate, but it has a bonus to its painting and also its web range. So for very few points, you get kind of the almost equivalent of what you would have to spend a Balgorn or a Hugins point on. And the problem with getting any of the Minmatar kind of heavy cruisers is that they're so expensive. So the Hyena, very difficult to pilot, but when flown correctly, it's one of the most powerful ships for the point value in the game.
Of course, one of the downsides of a ship like a Hyena is because it's an electronic attack frigate, it is not very tanky whatsoever. So you do need to be really on the ball with your positioning, your awareness. If you get caught up by a flight of drones, like if you come in as a Hyena and you see like a worm on the other side, you really got to be careful because he can chase you down. He's quite fast. He can drop his drones. He can press F, and you're in trouble. So you got to be as close really as possible to your logistics pilot without being caught. And that brings me to a little bit of a topic about positioning. So Bart, we sometimes talk about teams making a positioning mistake or a pilot being out of position. What does that really mean?
I think it's at the end of the day, EVE is very much a slightly slower paced game, and once you commit to these big fights, especially in an AT situation, sometimes you can be locked down. We saw in this specific match, or the last match, we saw really good positioning on Bright Side of Death where they kept all their battleships together, they kept their backline in range of their battleships, and they moved in as a unit, which meant that even though they did get screened eventually and they got neuted and jammed and all those fun things, they were still kind of all together. Whereas earlier today, we saw a team that kind of messed up their positioning and they got screened, really split apart, and just picked apart and 100 to 0'd, and there was no contest on that. So making sure you're in the right spot is super important, because once you're tackled, a lot of times you're going to stay tackled, especially if nobody's around you to actually save you.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams here, Volta and DarkSide, have two really good logistics pilots. You're likely to see them flying logistics just continuously. They're never going to swap around. It's one of those positions in an Alliance Tournament team that you get someone or maybe two people who are very, very good at it, and those are the only things that they do is just fly those. And both, like I say, Volta and DarkSide have excellent logistics cruiser pilots, and great examples of people to watch their positioning. You'll probably see them moving around, staying so that their team is between them and the enemies. They're going to keep themselves in range to be able to rep their buddies. If someone overextends, you might see them sometimes die forward just enough, as opposed to maybe a slightly less experienced pilot. They see a friend getting a hit on who's been screened further down. They come flying in. They overcommit. The other team just switches straight onto that logistics cruiser. So positioning, very, very important. And the really good teams are sort of just keeping situational awareness of what's happening in the arena to take advantage of these positional mistakes. Moderator, any sort of comments on the positioning and the importance of it?
Yeah, I mean, if you you see for your friend getting hit on, usually you want to wingman them. But literally in this case, if you're a Logi pilot, we were talking about screening earlier, and they're like one of the key ships that you have to screen. I had the pleasure of speaking to Ryload earlier for an interview. He, as you were referring to, is probably one of the better Logi pilots in the game, playing now for Volta. So definitely a player to look out for.
Absolutely. So we've got about 2 minutes for this matchup, and I don't know. This I think has been one of those matches that I know the Volta team have been trying to prepare themselves for. DarkSide is a tough opponent. They're a really experienced team. They've been a team that's had great success in the Alliance Tournament in the past. They have never been a winner, but I believe they've got definitely top 8 a number of times. I think last year they were top 7, for example, which is pretty good. Volta last year came 3rd, the year before they came 2nd, and of course a number of the pilots still in the team won Alliance Tournament in Alliance Tournament 10 with Virgin Collapse. So this is two extremely experienced teams going up against each other here. So I expect we will see some excellent piloting, some excellent ship fittings, some excellent compositions. I just think this is going to be a really good match. Anything further to say before we hand this one over?
I feel like you're a little biased.
Yeah. No. I'm completely and utterly unbiased in this particular thing. Go Volta. All right, let's hand over to Alex and Chad in the arena for We Farm Volta versus DarkSide.
Welcome to the arena. I am Chad Flame here with Alex. I have Card watching the We Form Volta versus DarkSide match. Alex, would you like to go over the DarkSide comp for us?
DarkSide has brought a modified Pseudodad set up, investing in those long-range medium guns, but with a bit of a tweak. They have a Vigilant here, which is a smaller version of the Vindicator. It gets a very powerful web bonus, which will be really helpful for any ships that are coming in.
And on the Reform Volta side, we are looking at a heavy armor control comp with Lashuk Widow Guardian, as well as a Blackbird for some more damps, and some tackle cruisers to hold back the DarkSide team. And the match links are going up, match going to be going underway in a second. Let's see what these opening moves are.
Hey, you see Volta kind of ball themselves up into two distinct balls, whereas DarkSide, oh my gosh, that Magus is gone. Absolutely gone. A very key target call, taking links away from the Volta team.
They still have a Pontifex on grid. You're going to see how they split those links up. I'm sure that all the armor links are not necessarily on that Pontifex, so that is definitely going to make a big difference as we see the Spitball being the next target, and Volta has not applied any meaningful damage to the DarkSide team yet.
It's definitely one of the most consequential and effective initial volleys we've seen from one of these long-range teams. A very popular comp today, but never quite as dramatic as that, taking that Magus out almost immediately. Meanwhile, the Vexer now of Zebediah Crane taking a lot of damage, while Fernscore's Carries is about to drop for DarkSide.
Seeing jams split really well between the Volta Widow and Blackbird, as damage seems to have fallen off a little bit from the DarkSide onto the Volta team, as well as damps, though, coming from the DarkSide team's carries. As you said, that could go down. That would free up some of the Volta's damage to potentially get a few other targets down.
Just when it looked like he would drop, he's pulling the armor back almost to full now. Both teams applied their electronic warfare fantastically, with the jams going out from the Volta side, DarkSide just applying a whole range of damps, and as soon as those damps went out, you saw that damage drop off like a rock. Both teams are going to have a hard time concentrating their fire with this much electronic warfare on the field. You see the Vigilant taking a lot of focus from the Volta team now. That is a high priority target with those webs. It also does a pretty fair amount of damage on its own right. Meanwhile, the Vexer is still under fire, and whatever ships can hit it are shooting that Blackbird.
Interesting you point out, with all this E-War, DarkSide taking advantage before the E-War could land, instantly deleting that Magus, getting the one crucial hit to get the match started. But from that, we have seen 2 minutes of just picking at each other's team with no meaningful damage being done, and just E-War swapping all left, right, and center. But when I say that, the Vexer actually about to go down.
Yeah, he is dropping very rapidly now, and he is down. That's the loss of a pretty sizable amount of damage. That wasn't even with the webs. That was just a raw man mode with these long-range medium guns, high tracking, high damage. The hulls that they've brought are fairly well bonused for that kind of thing. Now they're going after the Confessor of Praetorius Momentous, and he is dropping rapidly, trying to get some reps from that Guardian, which is a very powerful logistics ship. But will it be enough? It seems to possibly be. It's really going to come down to Planet 6 and how well he can adjust. Because it seems like whatever DarkSide wants to shoot, if they don't get that Logi rep in time, it will go down.
Yeah, Planet 6 known for being one of the really high-tier Logi pilots, showing right here, keeping that Confessor alive in half structure. Also noting, though, Volta's heavily relying on these jams landing to shut down these mid-range, medium turret cruisers and battle cruisers, which are effectively tracking and doing damage at whatever range they choose and picking apart these targets. It really puts focus to that Guardian pilot. You never know what's going to be next. The amount of value they put out is extremely high and shoot very fast. Being armor ships, they have to wait for the end of the cycle of that armor rep to go off to receive those reps. If you live that long, it comes down to that kind of, and those jams hitting.
Yep, and in the meantime, DarkSide's Carries has dropped, which will drop the damps from the Volta team. They're now going to be able to coordinate their fire a lot more effectively. We'll see how that affects this match here, but you're absolutely right. If they get a window where the jams don't land, again, it's a roll of the dice as to whether the ECM will actually break the locks of these ships. If they can coordinate their fire, they have clearly shown the ability to punch through one of these ships before Planet 6's reps will land. And they're trying to do that with the Mauler here. It's one of the tougher targets on the Volta team, but they're still giving Planet 6 a run for his money here. Meanwhile, Skykeller's Harbinger Navy is taking tremendous amount of fire. Not known for the tank, the Harb Navy, and it is dipping.
The Confessor now getting shot again. It looks like they switched targets. Confessor down instantly. That's another tactic a lot of teams tend to use against when these pseudo-dad setups, is because you can shoot a target, switch quick enough before the latch can trade. But now that Harb going down, that's a fair amount of damage coming from the DarkSide team going down.
Yep, and that is the power of the Leshak. Annie Gardet's Leshak was on top of that Harb, fully spooled up, and you could see it cut through those hit points like butter. And unfortunately, not many of the DarkSide ships are going to fare much better once that Leshak gets on top of them. But can it? Will it lose too much of its surrounding team before it does? It's quite far from the next available target, and we'll see what happens here. He's currently motoring toward the Volta ball, or excuse me, toward the DarkSide ball, as they quite dutifully move in the exact opposite direction and begin to spread out a little bit, moving like a school of fish evading a shark here.
There's only so much arena to do that in, so it's going to really come down to piloting by both teams of cornering teams or getting away from being cornered. One thing to note, that Carries going down, he was definitely causing issues for that Blackbird and Widow. It seemed like only one of them was able to jam at a time. Now every single ship almost on the DarkSide team has active jams on it. We don't know if they're hitting every time, but that must be an absolute pain for DarkSide as we start to see their Logi pilot taking damage.
Yeah, if you're the DarkSide FC, you are looking desperately for a way to position your fleet to get around that central area of control of that Leshak, get to the other side of it so you can hit the Blackbird. With the Blackbird's tank and their damage output, they definitely have enough to kill it in one shot, and it would be a huge turn. But unfortunately, the Blackbird is taking advantage of its range. It's very far away, and it's got the entire rest of its team between him and all of the DarkSide damage.
Yeah, it definitely is going to come down to positioning here. It seems like Volta has them cornered, and they are going to have to try to make a play outside of this as they're down by about 15 points right now. You got to turn around and get something down, and it just seems like everything is stalled out since that Carries has died.
Yeah, that may change now that the Augur is down for DarkSide. That is a huge component to them staying alive in this match. They've got about 3 minutes left to go if they want to just run the clock out, but they need to actually make some progress because they're behind on points, and not having logistics means any chip damage, any drones, any glancing hits, it's all going to take its toll. They have no way to really pull that back at this point, and the Vigilant desperately needs to, as it's dipping into about 1/3 armor. They're trying to go for a Logi trade now, shooting Planet 6's Guardian, but that's a much tougher nut to crack than the T1 Augur.
Also, the more ships that are dying for this DarkSide team, the more focused you can make those jams from the Widow and the Blackbird, making it harder to commit onto this Guardian, as you're going to have your target lock just canceled out, where you can only lock the Widow and Blackbird due to these ECMs. They might be able to take them down, but that trade might be too late because their damage is going down just as fast.
Absolutely right. That job just got a lot harder for them, losing that Vigilant, and now they have 2 fully spec'd out ECM ships attempting to jam only 6 ships on the enemy side. They are probably going to have 2 jams for every pilot. The chances that they're going to miss both of them are not great. And you can already see that Guardian beginning to stabilize. He's teetering close to 50% armor, but every couple seconds you see him pull back a nice big chunk of hit points. Meanwhile, the Harbinger, he's about to drop to half, and he has no way to bring those hit points back.
And he is tackled, and he is not going anywhere, as well as the Absolution being scrammed. This Leshak is probably about to have a field day going in. I want to shoot that target. I'm going to shoot that target next. I just want to spool and do damage. Is Tackle Wing coming out and starting to tackle down the DarkSide team to allow the Leshak pilot to do whatever it pleases.
Yep, and he's now in perfect position for the Harbinger. You can see that full spool taking its toll, absolutely shredding through the structure hit points of Sam Punisher as he explodes in a glorious ball of fire, along with the chances of DarkSide coming back into this match. They now only have 5 ships left against a Blackbird and Widow, backed up by the damage of a Leshak. Logistics still alive for Weaveform Volta. He's stabilized at about 50%. It's been about a minute, and they haven't been able to make much progress past that 50% line. They're trying to now pivot to the Widow and testing its tank, which doesn't seem to be that great, but it's going to be too little too late, as the Brutix Navy issue is getting spooled on by the Leshak and will soon join the rest of his Navy battlecruiser friends in the dugout. He is getting absolutely brutalized right now, and they're not going to be able to do enough damage quickly enough to come back. There's less than 30 seconds remaining. This Brutix Navy will go down. They will get nothing in trade. Congratulations, Weaveform Volta, on this thrilling match.
You might see DarkSide here getting Planet 6 down by the end of the game, but I don't see 15 seconds left them doing it. It's kind of interesting. The E-War match play up, both teams having E-War, a very slow start to this match. But as the E-War went down first on DarkSide, Volta collected, used their Leshak and the power of their ECMs to take control of this match, winning by E-War as well as a Leshak and Tackle doing the damage it's expected to. With that, though, the match is over, and we are going to send it back to the Dusk.
We're gonna
Exactly,
warp
Mike,
through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, like,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they
yeah.
get
Just
like
sneezing.
Like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the?
Hey,
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Who's our secondary target?
The Simi broadcasted.
If they're jumping now, then we kill them.
I want bubbles all over this fleet, guys.
On dock now. Do it now.
Weaveform Volta there with the hard-fought W over DarkSide in a very tense, very exciting match there. The Widow from Volta plus the Blackbird just managing to hold on, stabilize for long enough until those dice rolls started to land exactly as intended and allowed them to really start to snowball the match. And we talk about ECM snowballing sometimes, where once you take out one ship, you can focus that ECM power onto less and less and less of them, and I think we saw that in action there. Also, what we saw was the power of a well-flown electronic attack frigate, the carries there from DarkSide, was, you could tell as soon as that died, it all started to swing back towards Volta. Like that ship with its damps was really able to hurt the logistics pilot, Planet 6 there, Reload. It was able to hurt the Widow, it was able to hurt the Blackbird. It was just flying around. Volta tried to hit it really hard. They recognized that threat, but it managed to survive. Excellent piloting there from that Carries pilot, and it really just shows how strong it is. I'm joined by CCP Kestrel. CCP Kestrel, how are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Did you enjoy that match?
Yeah, that was a really good match. It was a great match for showing what one of the ships that you can fly really early on can do. It's really a cheap ship, it's only 30 million ISK, but his role in that match was pretty much what decided the whole thing.
Exactly. Like if he'd stayed alive a little bit longer, it really could have just started to tip even further and further towards DarkSide. Bart, any other comments about that match?
I think you pretty much hit it out of the park, but I do think that one thing that is super interesting, that is the first Widow that we've seen for the AT. Obviously, we've only done so many matches, but that is also one of the first times I've seen a Widow win in years. So really good job to Volta for successfully taking kind of what I thought is a cursed ship and what many have, and actually doing something with it and succeeding in a really cool match with a really cool setup.
Yeah, it's really not a super common ship at all. And I don't know, perhaps we can get a graph at some point, probably not right now, about Widow usage in Alliance Tournament. That'd be pretty cool, so we'll maybe come back to that. But for now, let's look at our next matchup, which is going to be Rusty Hyenas Clan versus Arrival. So let's take a look at the bans. So Rusty Hyenas Clan banning out the Nighthawk, the Curse, the Blackbird, and the Scimitar. I feel like that's fairly straightforward bans right there. And then Arrival going for Executor Navy issue, Augro Navy issue, Osprey, and Hyena. Talk to me, CSP Catcher. What do you think about these bans here?
Yeah, these all look fairly standard to me. The Extra Navy issue and Augro Navy issue are the two most common cruisers we've seen, just because they're really powerful Navy cruisers. The Osprey is probably one of the more popular shield logistics cruisers, and then the Hyena is just a pivotal ship because of the webs that it brings. So yeah, they all look fairly standard to me.
And Bart, do you just sort of telegraph anything to you in terms of what these teams plan to bring? Arrival have done pretty well over the last couple of ATs. I don't think they've broken into top 8. Let me check what they did last time. Last year they went 9th, which is pretty decent. So they're just like cusping on that top 9. Any predictions of what we might see from these teams?
I'm kind of feeling like a shield rush out of Arrival here. It sort of looks set up in a way to maybe encourage the other team to bring like a kind of battleship heavy setup. Getting rid of those specific cruisers, the Executor Navy and the Augury Navy, actually makes it very difficult to do this like high projection, medium gun, max threat setup. I would love to see a really well executed shield rush. I don't think we've actually seen one, with the exception of Odin's Call, which they played that in a slightly different way. And if you did not watch that match, you should go watch it, because it was a very interesting shield rush setup. But I'm kind of feeling like Arrival bringing a shield rush and just trying to roll their opponent right here.
All right, so we do have a chart that's going to show the Widow usage. I've seen it on my screen here. I don't know if it's ready to actually throw up on the screen, so I'm going to talk as if it is and see if it will appear. I know it's literally just been posted by Vitor Nara, our incredible tools guy in the back end, who's been just working with our great database. And here we go, look at this. This is the Widow usage in tournaments. I mean, that's pretty phenomenal when you look at the usage. It obviously spiked way back in Alliance Tournament 13, and then the usage is just kind of dropped off right there and then, and almost exactly 46 have survived, 46 have died, and teams like Hydra, in fact, being one of the top users of the Widow. So not the most common ship. 44 wins to 48 losses means it does die more often than it, or does lose more often than it wins. But there you are. That is the Widow in Alliance Tournament. So pretty cool to see that, and pretty cool to see that ship being used. All right. Let's head over to the arena now with Mizir and Mark Resurrectus for our Rusty Hyenas Clan versus Arrival.
Hello, friends, and welcome back. Today we have on the grid Rusty Hyenas Clan versus Arrival, and we have Rusty Hyenas running an IHOP setup. Yes, that's right, folks. IHOP, that's the International House of Pancakes for you Europeans, with double Bargus, double Orthrus, Osprey Navy Stork, Bifrost, Scalpel, Kieran, and Vigil. Mizir, what do we have for our friends from Arrival?
Yeah, it looks like they're right with even more rust than the Rusty Hyenas did. They have like one Claymore, 2 Cyclone Fleet issues, Loki, and some Kalari ships, and Osprey Navy issues, 2 Lucky Frigates, and Jackdaw and Caracal. So like I like hiding setup or rush setup, but looking at how they rush going in, it looks like a ham rush, so they're going to go hard.
Oh, they are Russian. No, they do be Russian though, Mizir. They are coming across hard with the Osprey Navy. We can see both Osprey Navies are burning across the map, trying to get within ham range, and taking quite a bit of damage on the way over. Zags and the Osprey Navy from Arrival now dipping into low shield, but they are going to pick up the Stork from Firestarter RU, who will go down. But trading the Stork for the Osprey Navy, I'm not sure that's a decent trade, but it is the one they made.
The Stork went into screen, and that put him in a really uncomfortable position as he got hammered by these ham ships. Meantime, they're still going in, still rushing, while the red team, the Hyenas, are like trying to burn back. They're not really applying, they're actually getting the Osprey Navy, second Osprey Navy issue down really quickly.
Yeah, they are getting the second Osprey Navy issue down, but at the same time, Atona Ostimus VI, however in the world you're supposed to pronounce that, is dipping into, or taking some shield damage now, but again, being using those local reps to stay up just fine. He's got some rep drones over there as well, so he seems to be doing okay. And at the same time, they're just picking off DPS. Now we see Larynx Austrine in the Caracal from Arrival is going to get clapped here in just a moment. In fact, you might be able to hear it if he goes down here I was going to make a good joke, but he is staying up. So they must be he's either out of range or they are out of clip.
I mean, he's not out of range because he's right into the brawl.
Yeah, he's right there.
Gotta be out of clip. Seeing the swarm of repair drones, damage drones on him, but there's not enough to like they're wrapping him up. And in the meantime, the red team lost one of their Kierans, so the scalpers quick to follow after. Like that tank is just getting torn apart by the rival team.
The scalpel does go down for the Rusty Hyenas team, and now they are out of Lottie frigates. But again, you're making decent trades here. The Bargus of Atona, Ostom 6th is taking a lot of shield damage right now. A lot of damage from all these hams. You can see
pancake is getting devoured. Like,
it absolutely is getting devoured.
Shield and armor and down in structure.
You hate to see it, but it is so beautiful thanks to these lovely missile effects courtesy of the CCP art team. Oh, and that Bargus does go down. This is turning quickly.
First Bargus, first pancake getting served and didn't even have any jam for it.
We didn't even have butter, Mazir. We didn't have butter. We didn't have time to butter it or apply a little bit of syrup, and it is down. They devoured it quickly. The Bifrost goes down. This has turned almost on a head away from our friends from Rusty Hyenas. It looks like they're going to get this Cyclone Fleet issue, which is good. It's important. But they're down to. I mean, they still got
Cyclone Fleet issue is trying to burn away, which might not be the best choice since he's burning out of the range of his Logi frigates, and these missiles can reach him anyways. But it looks like the second pancake actually far away. So he could get out of range now.
Yeah, he is far away, but he has been tackled. There is a Jackdaw over there right on top of him now. In fact, the entire team is right on top of him. They did not quite figure out how to run these Bargus. I'm going to tell you, we're going to be a little secret. The secret to running these Bargus is to get away from things. Because when stuff gets right up on top of you, it will not be a good time. He is not having a good time right now. The second Bargus, low shield, very low shield.
Yeah, so the rival team, they did a really good job with rushing these things down. They didn't hesitate. They ran straight for the throat and got these juicy pancakes served up. They did lose Jackdaw, but at this point, they're a far commanding lead as they taking down that Bargus of an Nisset Racer.
Absolutely. And again, these double Bargus is strong. It's easy to become intimidated when you see setups double faction battleship, triple battleship. These big, these really strong comps. Fear Vina would call them King Killer comps or Kingslayer or whatever he says. But again, all you have to do is have a plan, attack, and you will be successful. In this case, the team from Arrival has done exactly that. They said shield rush. They shield rushed. And now they've got our friends from Rusty Hyenas on the ropes.
Yeah, these Hyenas got neutered really quickly with this rush, like losing up so many ships right away. At this point, I just don't have the damage to break anything. The Arrival team still having both the Logis alive and having like 4 tanky DPS battleships, battle cruisers.
Yeah.
And Loki is a cruiser, but still tanks like a battle cruiser.
Yeah, you can see the Orthros of Bazinga Mogus is trying to kite away from a swarm of drones and the quickly approaching Loki of Drentu rather. But again, it's without those Bargus, the comp is flipped upside down. This is just everything that has this point is just a formality.
Yeah, the Orthros is like a really quick cruiser, but the thing is that Loki got the long range webifiers, and this is like a really strong asset to have when you want to rush something down. You can reach up and grab those juicy pancakes, and now also the Orthros, which I believe is actually a name of the Hound from Hell or something. But this...
I'll tell you, Miz, the thing about pancakes and what they don't, a lot of people just assume you want to make sure the batter is nice and thin, nice and smooth. That's not the case. You don't want to overmix it. If you overthink it, you mix it up too much, you're going to have flat pancakes. You got to leave a little bit of the batter in there, just give it a little bit of a mix, make it nice. You just have to act on instinct, which is not quite what happened here. They were a little over. They thought about it too much. They got tackled. They didn't play to their strengths, and by doing that, they just, again, that's a ton of damage coming out of these Cyclone Fleets in the Claymore. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, and looks like the second Orthros got run down. So at this point, it's just a cleanup job for these Arrival team. They devoured the pancakes, and now they're doing the dishes, just keeping everything clean.
The dishes.
Just need to remember to wipe off the drones to make our cleanup crew extra happy.
You are exactly right, Nazir. In fact, I've often said the Orthrus kind of looks like a space fork. You know what? So does the Vigil, too. This is an apt metaphor, better than my pancake metaphor. So really well done by the team from Arrival. They've played this one very well. I want to see if either of these go for the edge of glory here. You can see the Vigil is just burning straight down. Well, maybe not quite straight down. Just hanging around down there. Just chilling.
Yeah, he's just enjoying the view of his friends getting devoured.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's just waiting for the rust to really settle. I don't know. This point there's not much to do as the Bacardi Desire of the Arrival team saying GF's in the local. So he's pretty confident they have the victory, and I can really agree with him.
Yeah, I mean, they can try and wait this one out if they want to. We still have a couple minutes left in this match. This went by pretty quickly. So if the, I'm sure the team from Arrival is trying to track down that Orthrus, trying to get some damage on him so they can wrap this thing up. The check is on the table. They have asked for the bill. The server has come over and given it to them, and they are ready to head home and take a nap.
So we have I'm him from his Twitch chat saying that Hyenas team didn't even bring a hyena. But that's true. They did bring a ghetto hyena, the Vigil.
That is true. Just say. They did do that. You're correct. It is. It's like the it's the. Oh man, that was really, really funny. Yes, they have finally caught Valdic Galdic. In the Orthrus, are now applying damage to him. The ghetto vigil, or the ghetto hyena rather, is still casually moseying around the bottom of the map, just waiting for his time. Really, if you think about it that way.
Yeah. So tell me, Mark, how do you like your pancakes served?
I'm gonna be real with you for a second, Mazir. I don't actually like pancakes. I live in Georgia, in the great state of Georgia, the United States, and the thing we're known for the most are the old Waffle House. So I'm a bit of a waffle guy myself, and I prefer them with just a little bit of butter and some syrup and a peanut butter. If you do just swap the syrup for peanut butter, beautiful. It's delicious, especially when it's still hot. Ugh.
I'm not sure if the waffles still exist. Like they used to be affiliated with the Pandemic Legion, the Snake Waffle, and they had these really awesome advertisements with the waffles. So.
Oh yeah, I do remember those. Man, that was a long time ago. I'm sure they're around. Listen, EVE Online is one of those games where nothing ever really truly dies. They just kind of go into irrelevancy for a while, and then time passes, and they come back. So maybe one day we'll have the waffle resurgence. Who knows?
Who knows? But still, we're getting pancakes served, and this Orthrus is slowly going down. It's 30 seconds remaining. Vigil might actually survive this match, saving a few million ISK. This is on TQ, so this is real ISK. So they're doing their best to save that frigate so they can use it for beta.
I think the Orthrus might survive too. We're at 5 seconds. The match has ended. Valdic Galdic did. I said that, and he was immediately killed. So what a match! Well done by the team from Arrival, and extremely well played Shield Rush. We will head back to the desk with our friends over at Eventy.
Lysig, you are one of two people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The route, the entire route was literally bookmarked out to Lysig. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
The rest of the Hyenas clan there could use a bit more WD-40 as they get taken apart by Arrival in a pretty close match at the start, but it really did start to turn as the match progressed. CSP Kestrel, what happened there for both teams, really? We saw Arrival in the back 50 lost those two Ospreys, but then they started to really pull it back.
Yeah, so Rusty Hyenas clan bought a rapid light setup, and it looked like they had a pretty good like initial part of the fight because they killed two Ham Ospreys. They did lose their Lynx, the Stork, but then their Bifrost kind of got tackled and got away, and it looked like Arrival actually wasted quite a lot of Ham DPS trying to kill him, but then Arrival were able to catch on to the Barghest. They were able to kill it. It died super fast. I'm not sure how it was fit. We think it might be like super greedy with like double guidance computer or something like that because it just died mega fast and then they kind of just fell apart after that. That's one of the problems with rapid heavies and rapid lights, right? Is if you can't kill a lot of their comp in that first initial clip and the second clip, then you just kind of fall apart at the end.
Yeah, so I just found the kill mail for that Barghest here. So EM Shield Hardener, a multi-spectrum, an Exile Ancillary Shield Booster. Looks like the extent of the tank. Bart, any thoughts? I mean, that died so quick. Did he just forget he had the XL ASB? Because it didn't look like he used it. I don't remember seeing a boost.
I'm peeking over here. So it does look like...
He had all these boosters loaded. He had 9 boosters loaded.
So the button was not hit.
Oh, no.
I don't know if... maybe he accidentally used it and was reloading, but you know the button was not hit. So
I don't think I saw that Barghest get really shot before then. That's
it died very fast.
Utterly devastating. If you fit an pro tip from me to you, if you fit an XL ASB as your tank, please do activate it while being shot. It is much more likely you will survive than if you do not. I mean. CSP Kestrel, seems like good advice.
Yeah, it could also be that he got caught out with hardeners. Like one thing that you often do, right, is you pre-overload your shield hardeners, and maybe he just like got jumped on and he's like, oh no, and like to hit them like 5 seconds after, like his shield HP is already all gone because he had no buffer with no large shield extenders.
Oh, that's it's utterly devastating to hear that. But that because we were watching that go at the time and. That Barghest died so quickly that we were wondering if perhaps it's some sort of untanked meme fit with just more utility in the mid slots, just because of the speed of its demise. But in this case, nope, just a minor piloting error. So
I mean, it happens.
It does happen.
It's a stressful situation. Yeah. Like a lot of people, I know that there's a lot of people that play the AT because it's one of the only things in EVE that still gets their like adrenaline going and gets you that 100%. Excitement where it's like after you've lost several hundred billion Iskan ships trying to like solo PvP, group PvP, etc. You're kind of like, oh no, I lost my Orthrus. But if you go into the AT, it's like, oh, there's some real prizes on the line here. Like you losing that, it matters.
Yep. I mean, it is so easy to point and go haha, but you're right. The stress and like the heart rates goes. You get the combat shakes. I remember one time flying in a match in the MR Championship where I went to. For some reason, I went to click with my mouse to turn on my guns, which were in my first slot. I missed and clicked the unstack all my guns. So they unstacked across the top, and I panicked and turned them all on one at a time. Of course, then you can't restack them because they're all cycling. So I was like overheating each one individually to try and like manage the heat. It was kind of chaotic, and reloading them was a bit of a nightmare as well, but I didn't want to lose time to turn them all off again, so I spent the whole match just doing them all like that. So I understand, Mr. Barghest Pilot. I forgive you in this case. You have my forgiveness. You have my permission to go to your team and say it's okay. CSP Overload said I was fine, I did well. So all right, let's look at our next match, which is Hidden Leaf Village Ninja versus Rote Kapelle. So Hidden Leaf banning out the Blackbird, the Executor Navy issue, the Guardian, and the Abaddon. Rote Kapelle banning out the EOS, the Osprey, the Executor Navy issue, the Osprey Navy issue, and our trickle bans are the Scimitar for Hidden Leaf Village Ninja and the Ishtar for Rote Kapelle. CSP Kestrel, what do you think about the Ishtar ban? Second time we've seen one of those. Very strange ban, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Ishtar is a ship that has been really strong in past ATs when we've had drone comps. Normally when it's been super strong is when we've had Tech 2 drones be enabled. The Ishtar is actually really powerful in the arena, especially if you're able to like utilize the MJD beacons, because you can kind of drop drones like assign your drones over to someone else. It has like a really long lock range as well, and then you just like go over to an MGD beacon and you just constantly MGD around. So it can be like super strong against comps that don't really have like many scrams or any way to like really deal with that.
And Bar, and you seeing anything really jumping out here? I feel like we're starting to see a very obvious trend in meta for banning. A lot of these ships we're seeing get banned regularly. Anything different here for you?
I think the big difference here is that we're seeing an EOS and an Ishtar banned by the same team. And if you ban an EOS and an Ishtar, nowadays that's functionally bans most drone setups. Like there's some weird stuff you can do with Dominix's, but they're a lot of points and they're not really that good. So we haven't seen a drone setup yet. I believe we saw one in the feeders that did pretty okay, but Rote Kapelle has actually functionally banned drones out, which is kind of weird because, you know, like CCP Castro said, they're not that good anymore, but maybe there's something we don't know. Maybe Rote Kapelle has been having trouble against drone teams, so this could be them saying, hey, like if we have an extra ban, let's just get rid of this entire archetype by itself.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of start to infer that by the fact it's one of the trickle bans. So they weren't necessarily anticipating getting that ban. They got an extra single ban and decided, hey, let's get rid of that Ishtar. In case you just tuned in, trickle bans, the way they work is every team gets 4 blind bans. So the referees convo the captains and they ask for the bans. The captains provide 4 ships. And you can only ban, I think, 3 of a particular size. So you could only ban 3 battleships, for example, not 4. Those bans are done blind. So each captain is convoed individually. The referee receives those bans. They put them on the spreadsheet. And if any of them are duplicates, in this case there was at least 1 duplicate, the captains are told, hey, you have 1 additional ban. If there's 2 duplicates, you have 2, up to 4 additional bans. So if both teams ban the same 4 ships, then there's 4 trickle bans. So potential, I believe, for 12 bans in these particular matches. In this case, we didn't have 12. We had much less than that. But we can go pretty much to the arena to see who wins between Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports versus Rote Kapelle with your casters, Alec and Chad.
Well, Alexa Card here. Wow, we have a very interesting match. Ninja Leaf Village Ninja Assassination Squad Esports has brought a best of rapid heavy missile battleship setup with a Bargas Typhoon Fleet issue Armageddon Navy high end, backed up by a double Purifier pick in the low end, with their sights firmly set on that Nighthawk. Chad, break down Rote Kapelle.
We are seeing Nighthawk, double Loki, Cyclone Fleet, Osprey Navy, Caracal Navy, Stork, double Logifrigs, and a Skybreaker. As you said, it seems like those Rapid Heavies and Torps are going to have a fun time trying to shoot that Nighthawk. Note, this is a flag Bargast brought by Hidden Leaf.
Really putting the money on the line here. And it's pimped out. It's got an amazing looking skin. It's got Rapid Heavies on it. You can imagine probably a lot of very expensive low slots with ballistic controls. And that is going to look to take a big chunk out of the high end of the Rote Kapelle setup. But it's also a very tempting target for them if they can bring it down. That is going to be a huge loss for the Ninja Leaf Village.
Let's see what the opening moves are. If they do attempt to try to headshot the Flag Barg, or if they try to get rid of some of the control or bombers on this Hidden Leaf team. A lot of things looking nice to shoot, as this is an armor comp, by the way, if anyone hasn't seen that yet, with the Bargast and Typhoon matching the Geddon. And we are seeing a Cyclone Fleet be the primary by Hidden Leaf.
Yeah, they're doing the Naruto run in the other direction, but unfortunately the Typhoon Fleet issue has been webbed down by those Lokis. The Cyclone Fleet issue is paying the price for it, though, as it is going to die well ahead of the Typhoon Fleet issue, which is yet to reach armor.
And the Hyena also looks to be maybe a target for the small end, as the top end shooting the Typhoon Fleet of Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports. The Cyclone Fleet barely holding, but I don't think it'll live very much longer.
Yeah, he is dropping very rapidly. The damage output of the Rote Kapelle team cannot be underestimated, and there is no mitigation to be had in those battleships. Once they get into range of the Rote Kapelle damage, they're going to drop pretty fast. Meanwhile, the Osprey Navy issue is getting taken down pretty quickly. He's going to do his best to try to mitigate and buy some time, but he really can't. Drops there. They're going to trade for the Typhoon Fleet issue. That is a great trade for Rote Kapelle. This match is still very much competitive here, as the Basilisk taking a break from Alliance Tournament commentary and analysis to rock the Hyena. He is being primary, but is so far deftly evading death here as the Thalia of Slymantics gets switched onto and is now already into about 80% armor, dropping slowly, but just gets caught by the Deacon reps, and that has stabilized.
And as we see on the other team, the Caracal Navy being the primary, about half shield, bouncing slightly up and down, but fully tackled, new painted, webbed, and going to probably go down soon, depending on the reload times of these battleships being rapid heavies. But also we see webs now in the Geddon Navy, and that seems like they're switching off to that being the target.
That's going to be a key factor of this match. The rapid heavy clips, once they're out, there's going to be no appreciable damage incoming from the Hidden Leaf Village into Assassination Squad Esports. So that will give the opportunity for Rote Kapelle's logistics team to prepare the shields of the affected ships, which will then have to go back through to just hit all those hit points again. But at the same time, Rote Kapelle has a very similar restriction. A lot of their ships have a similar mechanic here. The reload times are going to be pretty equivalent. Ooh, it is tough, but the Purifier still remaining alive on the side of the Hidden Leaf. That is providing a lot of additional damage. The Thalia is now dipping below half armor. They seem to have gotten onto it and gotten a bit of web and painting onto it. It's now taking a lot more fire and really struggling to hang in there.
Yeah, we're watching the Rote Kapelle team losing a lot of their DPS ships as well, not being able to seem to take down this Armageddon Navy. And, you know, they're bouncing onto this Logi now to maybe try and help themselves get ahead in the, you know, using their DPS effectively and breaking things. But like I said, that is a flag Barghest on grid, and if they're having trouble killing things currently, I don't know if they're going to be able to kill that or much other things on grid.
Yeah, that Loki is, he's bleeding armor, pulling back shields, but it's not enough. He's losing armor every time, and if that goes down, they are going to really struggle. The Thalia can already tank the entirety of the rest of their team. The Megas perhaps not. It is dropping very, very low armor here, and the Destroyer tank and the Megas go down. Those links could be crucial, but I don't know if it'll be enough to mitigate the loss of this Loki as it drops. Meanwhile, the Scalpel of Rima Abramal seems to be like that's going to be the next primary target here. Either that or the Caracal Navy issue, which is still sitting at about 2/3 shield. They have options here. Ooh,
they have options, but it seems like their damage isn't really breaking much things on grid, whereas Hidden Leaf might not be instantly breaking things on grid, but slowly whittling things down and taking more of an advantage in the match as it progresses.
Yeah, the torpedo jutsu from these Purifiers is really starting to come into play here as they're just relentlessly pounding this team. The lower SIG weapons are tearing into the Scalpel. He's drawing all of the Kieran reps, but it's not going to be enough. He's trying to stabilize, but meanwhile, the Loki is now dipping into 2/3 shield. The damage from Hidden Leaf is just too much. They're able to spread it onto multiple targets. The short range of the Kieran and Scalpel repair is not able to properly keep up with the target calling, and they're really struggling to match the damage output here with any kind of repairs or even return fire. The Barghest is starting to take some fire. They're going for the headshot of the flagship, but it's just hitting armor now.
It seems they do have tackle on this flag Barghest, and it seems like this might be their only hope to walk away with at least some sort of victory in this match. You know, taking out these expensive flag Barghest means you can no longer field these battleships ever again in the tournament. You take it out, it is gone, and it cannot be fielded with those blingy modules again. So they're looking for one last hope at maybe not a victory in the match, but a victory in the ISK wallets.
Will Kami and Ari reign supreme or go out like Jiraiya? We're about to find out. It is dropping slowly, but I think too slowly because the Caracal Navy issue has been re-primaried and it's now into structure. They're trying to catch it with some shields, but it's not going to do it. The structure bleeds through and that's down. That is a huge
The Loki also already in low shield too. Loki in low shield too. Probably not going to hold very long either. They can probably get rid of enough damage to save this flag Barghest.
Oh, they're doing it. The flag Barghest is slowly clawing back those hit points. Rote Kapelle trying to adjust now by going back after the Thalia, but they weren't able to break it before, and this Loki of Proxy is about to drop. Oh my god, this is falling apart for Rote Kapelle.
And now also the Nighthawk being the only ship left, which is going to be the easiest for those bombers to apply to, probably going to go down extremely fast in itself. Then it's just going to be cleanup of the small, and they're going to have no meaningful damage left to kill anything on this grid.
Yeah, the Nighthawk is their sole source of remaining damage. The Stork is basically there for Lynx. Kieran and Scalpel repair team. The Skybreaker is doing what it can for drones, but it's not going to be much of a threat to a full tank ship. And the Nighthawk is now starting to take primary fire, and you can see the EM damage from these Purifiers just cutting right through it. The Purifier is finally getting around to being primary by the Rote Kapelle team, but it's going to be too little too late. They don't have a lot of kill pressure left. The Nighthawk does get an application bonus, but it alone is not going to be able to overpower the reps from the Deacon Thalia repair team, the Hidden Leaf.
Yeah, usually you see most teams try and get rid of those bombers right away. They're pretty squishy, that do high DPS, low points. Sometimes they're free kills, but it does seem like with the setup that Rote Kapelle brought, they did not really have the option to clear those bombers, and they were free to just sit off in the distance the entire match, just putting those torps into whatever ship they chose.
Yeah, you got to believe those Purifiers are about 700 to 800 DPS each. Just raining missiles down for the entirety of that match. That is an insane amount of damage to leave there, and their tanks are not awesome. You've got to believe if they had primaried them earlier, it would have been an easy kill. I think they overestimated their ability to mitigate the damage coming out from the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassination Squad esports team, and just weren't able to do it. They were hitting them like trucks.
Exactly. I think Rote Kapelle realized, they were not breaking things part of the way through that match, and they saw that flag Barghest and said, maybe we can get a kill on this, but I think they said that a little bit too late. If they did that slightly earlier in the match, they might have been able to break a flag Barghest, which also could have been a difference maker in this match with the amount of damage it puts out, but also the fact that even if you don't win the match, you walk away with a nice flagship kill. That is always a great feeling, even after a loss.
Yep, unfortunately, they are not going to enjoy that feeling, as both the Get It Navy and the Broadcast are alive and quite safe. This Nighthawk is doing what it can, but there's just no way it's going to be able to claw back. The Deacon and the Thalia are going to be able to easily repair the damage. You can see the Hyena here. It is taking some fire, but it's tanking even easier than it was early in this match. If the Nighthawk were to pivot and primary the Thalia or the Deacon, it still would not be enough. The Deacon will be able to rep the Thalia will be able to rep the Deacon. I feel like that Nighthawk is at this point fairly well contained, where less than a minute to go, it might survive to the end of the match, but I think that is it in terms of kills for Rote Kapelle. They're going to close this match out with just 27 points, which is a far cry from what they needed to advance here.
They did a good job in getting on that Typhoon fleet issue, and they did take that down, fairly fast. They're a high DPS comp, but it did seem from that point on that Hidden Leaf took out enough of those factional cruisers and battle cruisers to mitigate that damage, and then just piloted around to not allow them to be on top of them or not get webbed, because those low end does have a lot of SIG to low SIG to avoid this, and it just seemed like Rote Kapelle was not able to put enough damage on things to actually finish them off. Well, they had the damage on grid.
Yep, in our closing seconds here, you saw the Kieran go down. The Scalpel will fall. They might be able to grab another kill before time. There are 5 seconds remaining. We're going to throw this back to the analyst desk for a breakdown. Good fights.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
Our Hidden Leaf found their village as Rote Kapelle at the end of that match, giving the W to Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports. That is their full name. Good job, guys. Bart, what happened in that match there?
It was a very good match. We saw kind of a pseudo shield rush. It was a shield rush. It was maybe a little lower on damage. Try and take out what I feel like that one's kind of safe to say it was a Kingslayer. It was a triple rapid heavy launchers. They did Kapelle almost pulled it off. I think it was very, very close at a couple of moments there, but the sort of Kingslayer rapid heavy has this ability to pick a target and just blow it up in the clip of the rapid heavies, and Hidden Leaf team was able to very, very well intelligently target down and take out the ships from the bottom up. Pulled it off. We were sitting there talking like, oh, he should have been shooting this. Oh, he should have been shooting this. Oh, he should have been shooting this. At the end of the day, they shot the right targets and they won. I think there was some confusion of whether it was a flag Bargist or a flag Navy Geddon, but regardless, good piloting on both ends. Neither of them died. Shout out to Virion, because we used to fly together a whole bunch back in the day, and that's good to see that he's on a team that's winning this time.
Yeah, we'll hear from Virion in just a moment, but before we do, CSP Castro, anything you wanted to say about that match?
Yeah, it was pretty nice to see like how well executed it was. Just being able to keep those like Lokis and the Nighthawks at bay and just slowly whittle them down, kill the right targets with the rapid heavies. It's also nice to see the Armageddon flag, Armageddon Navy issue be used again after it got buffed in Uprising. I'm not too sure like what making it a flagship really brings, other than getting like a bit more tank. Like I know you get the like faction rapid heavies. They have like 2 more in the clip or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's been a pretty popular flagship actually this year, so I'm sure we'll see when the first one goes down what the secrets to the flag Geddon Navy are. But we're going to go check in with Moderator, who's been conducting interviews with captains and co-captains for the teams in Alliance Tournament 19. This time, he speaks to Virion Stoneshard from the Hidden Leaf team. I'm not saying that name again.
Get involved with the AT even as new pilot and then grow into a team captain?
Pretty much as far as I can remember, I always watched the AT with absolute fascination, and eventually the original captain for Spectre Fleet, who was very well known for doing nothing but YOLO hull rushes, which ended up being a bit of a meme for Spectre Fleet for quite some years. At the very last minute, the year that I wanted to join, he decided to quit, so I had 1 week to set up a team and suddenly figure out, hey, how do you even run an Alliance Tournament team? Obviously, that run, I mean, we still won 2 matches, but, you know, didn't go too well after that. Yeah, just year after year after that, kept doing the same thing, kept trying to figure it out the hard way, and that's also part of the reason I wanted to try something different this year, instead of running my own team, try and get a feel for how other people do an Alliance Tournament team.
Last year, Hidden Leaf Village Assassin Esports Squad managed to qualify through the theater event, and then you went 1 and 2 out in 24th. This year, you qualified after beating X877 in the one and done, and now you're into the AT. How does it feel to be back in the mix?
I have to admit that the feeder match we got was a bit of a mixed bag. No offense to the other team, but it definitely felt like it was a bit of a YOLO, let's see what happens kind of a team, because the setup that we came across was unique, certainly. Obviously, I'm glad that we're in, but I can't really say that it felt like a big achievement to get through the feeders for us.
Not a major achievement.
Yeah, of course, we're super happy to be in, and for us, I mean, a free win in EVE is still a win you're going to take, but, you know, a little bit of a challenge is also fun.
So speaking of a bit of a challenge, your very first round match is against Rote. How do you feel about that draw?
I don't want to be that guy and immediately get too ahead of myself, but, you know, doing some digging into how they like to fly their matches over the previous years and all that kind of stuff behind the scenes, yeah, I'd say we have a decent chance.
And do you have any rivalries in the Alliance Tournament, either through Spectre Fleet or now in Hidden Leaf Jutsu?
I'd say the two, I wouldn't immediately call it a rivalry, but for Spectre Fleet and myself personally, going up against Snuff is always a fun one. We just have a long-standing history of Spectre Fleet messing with Snuff out and the other way around. And another personal favorite is Brave. This year they used a setup that was quite similarly based on a setup that we used against them in the Anger Games, and they used that setup to smash through their first match as well, so that was quite fun. Hoping we can fight against them and see if we can get a little bit of a mirror or something along those lines going.
What do you feel the strengths of your tournament team roster are?
I'd say as low-sec pirates this year, we have a lot more pilots that are already more individually capable. So we have a lot of people that are already used to doing a bit more solo PvP, whereas with Spectre Fleet, the people that I had in my team were more used to just being a fleet member, which is great for fleets, but in the Alliance Tournament, obviously, you need to have a little bit more individual knowledge on how to fly your ship and how to make the right callouts.
Do you have any star players that you'd like to kind of call out that you think we should look out for?
Well, sadly, our dear original captain Basilisk has decided to abandon us for commentary instead this year, but luckily we still have our leader figure Baltram flying with us, so as long as he's there, we obviously can't lose.
All right, well, it's been a pleasure to speak to you, and best of luck on Grid.
Thank you.
Moderator speaking to Varian Stoneshard there from the Hidden Leaf team. Some pretty insightful comments. We look forward to seeing more of them as they progress through the brackets. Speaking of, we have one more match in the winners bracket before we move on to our final 3 matches of the day in the elimination bracket. Our last match of the winners bracket is happening in just a few minutes, so let's take a quick look at the bans between Exodus and Platinum Sensitivity. Exodus choosing to ban out the Loki, the Curse, the Bifrost, and the Executor Navy issue, whereas Platinum Sensitivity going for the Barghest, the Abaddon, the Curse, and the Deacon. We then have some trickle bans with Exodus banning out the Stork and Platinum Sensitivity banning out the Sentinel. CSP Kestrel, thoughts on this one?
The Exodus bans are actually pretty interesting with them taking out the Shield Command Destroyers. So definitely trying to force them to either bring armored command destroyers, I can't say that word, or just like shields, like a shield setup like Nighthawks and Sleipnirs, which is interesting. So maybe they're trying to bait them into like a shield rush and then they have a decent counter for it.
Yeah, Bart, any final comments on that as well?
Honestly, that's pretty much what I saw too. It's like if you're banning both shield command destroyers, that actually really forces you to either bring shield battle cruisers, which means you're going to probably be rushing, or not bring shield.
Okay, well, I mean, let's go to the arena and find out as we go for Exodus versus Platinum Sensitivity with Mizier and Mark Resurrectus.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the arena. This is the last match in the upper bracket before we're going to move on to the lower bracket. And on this, and with me is Mark Resurrectus, and this is Exodus in red versus Platinum Sensitivity in blue. So can you tell me about these setups? They have a lot of similar setups.
Yeah, the team from Platinum Sensitivity is doing a what we call in the business a kind of father setup with 4 turreted battleships, battle cruisers with dual AUG navies because they are strong. AUG for Logi, carries for Damps, of course, and then Confessor and Mauler for tackle and other support. And Miz, what do we see here for the team from Exodus up at the top?
Yeah, Exodus actually brought 2 ears on Neos slot here. Ishtar, 2 arbitrators, a Vexor Navy issue, a Hyena, Keris, and Confessor. So they're actually being the first like drone heavy comp that we've seen this year.
Well, it's funny because these are both obviously rush comps, and they are both rush, and they are just crashing against each other here in the middle of the arena. You can see the AUG navies diving in, both of the EOSs from Exodus crashing in, and the Oneros from Exodus taking a lot of early pressure, as is the Hurricane Fleet issue of Nightcap from Platinum Sensitivity.
Yeah, we've seen them going straight for that Logi, trying to get the Exodus Oneros, but it looks like he actually managed to get far enough away for them to switch, as they're like trying to go for the Vexor Navy issue of Jaya Red Defatal.
Oh yeah, and the Augurer Navy, or the Augurer by itself, of Platinum Sensitivity is being swarmed and battered down there. That is their only Logi on grid right now, and they cannot keep it up. That AUG is in structure and now in or on the kill board, rather, as it were.
So the Platinum team opted to bring damage drones, so they didn't have any Logi drones to assist that Augurer, so they're just going all in for the damage, and they managed to kill off that Vexor Navy issue, and also Keris, but I don't think it's a good trade when you're losing your own Logi for it.
Yeah, we can see Nightcap of the Hurricane Fleet issue now taking a lot of armor damage. Has no rep bots, no rep ships, no rep nothing.
But looks like they're getting that Oneos down. That actually might be good for the.
That would actually be a pretty good trade. That is that was a decent trade.
They do lose the Hurricane Fleet issue, but overall they still got more DPS ships on the grid. And trying to get the Deathwind and the Arbiter down, getting rid of these tracking disruptors allow them much more flexibility when it comes to like a phasing of targets.
It's just it's a race now. It's a race. Who can out DPS who? You can see Heinkel Al Bullet in the Harby Navy taking a lot of armor damage right now from all these drones as he's trying desperately to run away. But you can't run. He's sorry, I lied. Look at the wrong ship. He is tackled. He's not moving. He's just laid there to accept his fate.
Yeah, he's pinned down. Not much he can do about it. At the same time, they're trying to kill off the support ships on the Exodus team. Not really sure if that's a good choice. They should maybe go and get this DPS off the field. 2 years on the H-Star is still a good chunk of DPS.
Well, yeah, and it looks like it, because of so many ships have died so far, but the team from Platinum Sensitivity still has quite a bit of DPS left. The Brutix Navy, the Absolution, of course, doing a lot of damage. Both those AUG Navies, very strong. We've seen so much of them in the tournament already. The Hyena about to drop, as is the Ishtar of Exodus. They need the Hyena for application or to help, slow down anything that's trying to kite away. And they need the Ishtar because a third of their DPS. And it's also gone. So that sucks.
Yeah, and now the Exodus team only got 2 years and the Arbitrator remaining, but these years got a real chunky tank, so they are doing their best to last as long as they can as they're trying to finish off these battle cruisers. The Brutix Navy issue of Lieutenant de Bassar is getting to low structure, but he's living on trying to kite away from the drones.
It's an interesting setup here, because the Exodus or the EOS of Sabotage, as it were, you can see is trying to stay up as much as possible. This Brutix Navy of LTL Bazaar is going to go down here. It will die to those drones. And then we're at an interesting point. Can the EOS stay alive long enough? I'm going to look at the points. Just want to do some quick math here. I wasn't a math student. Oh, they're not quite over it. They need to kill one more thing, and they will be in range of pulling it out. Again, if they can keep the EOS alive.
Yeah, and they're actually going... Sabotage is doing his best to kite away, but these frigates or these cruisers are just so fast.
Yeah.
He dropped some curators up and trying to snipe off someone. Going for Mark Bridges in the Absolution, but I don't think they can kill him in time.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, it's tough to say what the best target is. I don't know if I personally would go for the T2 battle cruiser with T2 resists. But this is what the team from Platinum Sensitivity is doing, and it's working out pretty well for them. So this EOS of Sabotage will go down. That will eliminate half of their remaining DPS, and this is basically in the bag at this point for the team from Platinum Sensitivity.
Yeah, at this rate, they're just having so much more DPS on the grid, having both command ship and 2 Ogre Navy issue. They are powerful laser ships, all 3 of them, and still having the Confessor and Mauler for supporting them. I actually haven't checked if the Mauler have any guns or if it's just for newts.
Yeah, both these rush comps, are capable of doing quite a bit of damage.
It is a gun Mauler, so it does have extra DPS. So just having too much DPS for the Exodus team to pull ahead now.
Yeah, I mean, this Platinum Sensitivity team has just top to bottom. Their comp was really well rounded. Having those kind of cruisers in the middle, like the AUG Navies, like the Exec Navies that we've seen, can really help to round out a comp like this. And it's worked spades for them today. This is really well done.
Yeah, we've seen GFs in local, and this was a really bloody match. It could have gone both ways, I believe. I guess. A lot of ships dying in the beginning, but in the end, the Platinum Sensitivity did pull ahead and secured the victory as they're trying to finish off Syraxel Nightblade in the areas. He's trying his best to take Mark Bridges with him, but at this rate, might actually get him.
Xerxel Nightblade knows that he is destined for hell, and he is doing everything he can to drag Mark Bridges down with him. If they can get this, it might not be a victory, but it will be a moral victory. And really, at the end of the day, isn't that what matters? I mean, it's not. Points matter, but moral victories are nice too.
Yeah, it looks like Mark is going to survive as the Terrestrial Nightblade does go down in the ES. And with this, we are having Platinum Sensitivity securing the victory. And let's send it back to the boys in the studio.
Okay, you guys are looking at the past. There's nothing back there for you. And I see the future up here. And I see full control.
No, I'm scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats, kill the rats, kill the rats, kill the rats! What are you doing? They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw, kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this. Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw!
Relax!
Repelling claw.
Relax!
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Exodus, they're dropping that match to Platinum Sensitivity, who, I mean, it looked pretty close at one point, but they really just took command of that spaceship versus spaceship combat simulation and took the final W. Mystical Might, you've joined us again. What did you make of that match?
I mean, as the owner of the Mark Bridges fan club alongside Disc, I think we are both ecstatic with the performance that we've seen today from Platinum Sensitivity. Another excellent win from one of our favorite teams. No bias, by the way. It's fine.
Yeah. Awesome. Good to know. Now, Bart, I want to talk to you about a couple of things. That from Exodus there, one of the first times we've seen a drone comp fielded this year. Talk to me a little bit about why people might field drone comps. I mean, they used to be super popular, but they're not so much anymore. What kind of happened there? So, what is a drone comp? Why aren't they as popular anymore?
So a drone setup is when you fly mostly drones, which they did. They have been on and off over the years. I want to say, I'm not going to say the AT name because I'm going to be wrong about it, but about 10 years ago, plus or minus a little bit of time, there was a very, very powerful setup where you would fit a bunch of damps in your drone ships and then kite around and have your drones do damage to them while they couldn't lock you. That was nerfed. Several of the ships have been nerfed, Vector navies. I'm sure there's people that probably used to rat in them back in the day when you could field 5 heavy drones, which you can't anymore with the Vector navy. Drones in general have taken a decent amount of nerfing over the years, and most importantly, we don't do Tech 2 drones in this tournament. We did them a few years ago, and drones were a lot more popular then, but they still never have been sort of back at that peak amazingness that they were back in the day. We kind of saw it here. Like, this is a case where I think if there were Tech 2 drones, Exodus won this, because Tech 2 drones are way, 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 way stronger than their Navy variants. We only allow the Navy variants or Tech 1. If you wanted to be really cheap, you could use those, but not using Tech 2 drones, not a choice Exodus made. They couldn't do it, but the drone ships do significantly less DPS, and that's why we don't see them that much.
Misty, normally with a team like Exodus, they're known for basically being more of the execution teams. Like they're very, very solid pilots. They will kite around. They're almost always flying like fly killer type ship comps, like really kitey, like high skill piloting. Is this a bit of a surprise to see them fielding a comp like this, or what do you think is going on here?
I still think, to a certain degree, some of the drone setups that we see require some degree of skill. It's not so much a case of you just land on grid, anchor up on somebody, assign your drones to somebody else, and go AFK. There's still a degree of, considering your positioning on the grid, you need to make sure that you're actually in range of the targets that your drone bunny is going onto. Because if you're not in range, then your drones will not aggro, even if the drone bunny in this case being somebody that you assign all of your drones to, so that they can trigger on a target, and then all of the drones will approach and aggress that target at the same time, which gives you a significant degree of alpha, which is just a lot of damage applied at the same time, right? So it makes it a lot harder to actually catch reps on ships that you're selecting, and it makes sure that everyone is doing damage at the same time to the right ship. So in those circumstances, you still need to be in range with your drone bow, even if you aren't the one picking which target you're shooting. You need to be considering how else you can be using your ship. Sometimes in these drone setups we have local tackle or like scrams and things like that. on these ships so that they can start screening for their logistics or like other key ships in their setups. It's not as execution based as some of the other comps that we might expect Exodus to bring. Things like Fly Killer, for example, I think are a bit more execution based because you need to consider your transversal to different ships. But I don't think it's surprising to see Exodus bringing it. I think they're always going to go for something that's not necessarily always meta. They're going to rely on execution a bit more. And also I think they've lost some of their key players over the years. So they're falling back on things that they may be more familiar with to make up for what may be a lack of theory crafting know-how and stuff like that from actually playing on TQ for the last few years.
Yeah, Exodus is one of those teams that have been around for a very, very long time. Speaking of drone comps that we've just been talking about, it's very often drone comps are centered around Gallente ships. They're the ones that tend to carry the drone bonuses. Of course, other ships do have drone bonuses as well, but Gallente do favor them. This particular tournament is sponsored by Gallente, and we can see here the top 10 Gallente ships as used in the Alliance tournament. So pretty obvious, number one, the Oneros, one of the best logistics cruisers in the game from when it comes to tournaments. It's your number one choice for armor, and armor control comps have been quite dominant for the last couple of years, so very unsurprising to see that there. The Vexor, super low points, especially when it's a tournament sponsored by the Gallente Federation. It's a very useful ship. It has those drones. You can fit it as a heavy tackle boat. So you fit it with tank, you fit it with newts in the high slots, and you just send it in to latch onto something like a little limpet and stay there and newt it for as long as possible. Then, of course, we start to get into more utility ships like the EOS bringing you links, the Mollis with those damps, and then kind of interesting to see the Ishkur this high up. Blackbird Pirate, why do you think we may see the Ishkur there? This must be a throwback to the old proper drone spam days.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was probably from before my time, but more importantly, it's probably from before the days of the Command Destroyer, where bringing in Ishkur would give you a assault frigate that still has drones. And we've seen that drones are just like this insane utility where, you can use light drones and sit it after their little tiny like mollusk somewhere and just fire and forget. You can send EC drones after anything you want, or you can fill it with rep drones. So the Ishkur just gives you kind of a tanky version of, a full flight of light drones that you can use. And some teams we've seen, not really any today. There's been a couple of rep drone teams, but like having the ability to put 50 rep drones on a target is actually kind of insane. So it's probably from back in the day. I don't think we've seen an Ishkur yet, but hey, maybe it'll make a comeback.
Maybe. I'm going to guess not. The Ishkur is kind of garbage, so I wouldn't expect to see one in a match anytime soon. But hey, maybe we do see one. You never know. So let's look at our next match, which is going to be an elimination match. So we're now into our final 3 matches of the day. These are elimination matches. So if you lose this, you are going home. First one is Laserhawks versus the Ancients. Both these teams are 0-1. One of them will go 0-2 and be out of Alliance Tournament 19. So Laserhawks banning out the Abaddon, the Blackbird, the Executor Navy issue, and the Celestis. The Ancients banning out the Barghest, the Executor Navy issue, the Ogre Navy issue, and the Curse. Of course, 2 Executor Navy issue bans here gives us the Trickles, which are Oneros, and the Balgorn. Mystical Might, your thoughts here?
I'm thinking that the Blackbird is a pretty typical ban that we've been seeing over the course of the day, alongside the Curse. So there's no real surprises there. I think the Celestis is a great one to see, because we've seen the Celestis really pay off in some of the setups that we've seen earlier, where we've seen double Celestis really preventing teams from being able to put their damage out, simply because they lack the lock range to do so. And I think with the Celestis on grid, you also have the issue of not being able to burn too far away from your logistic ships, which means that you're tethered to a central point in space, which you then have to move slowly with, which really limits some of the comps that we've been seeing. The Abaddon is a typical one. I'm not sure how many people watching at the moment remember some of the previous setups from things like the Alliance Opens and maybe the first AT back after the break. But we had like a Providence type setup where it was Oracles and Abaddons, and it just vomited DPS, much as we love that term, across the grid out to like 80 kilometers. It was very difficult to mitigate. You couldn't really sig tank it. So I think that may also be a callback to some of the high DPS setups that we've seen in previous days. There are other ships that can do similar things, but not quite as well as the Abaddon and Oracle combo could.
So the next thing I want to talk about, Bart, is, as I mentioned, this is an elimination match. So, I mean, these teams haven't got themselves skins at this point. They've got some skins through the feeders, so they're going to want to probably get some more. But, I mean, how all in do you go now? Like this is the match that you're playing to stay in the Alliance tournament. Is this like field that flagship, bring your best comp? You know, what do you think these teams are thinking?
I mean, the correct answer is you all in. Otherwise, you're a giant coward and you deserve to lose. That being said, depending on how much these teams have practiced, it's possible that. So generally, when you're fielding a flagship, you will have specific flagship comps around it. Like you don't just be like, oh, I'm just going to bring my flag Barghest because I feel like it, and just try and slot it into whatever you can. I mean, and to be fair, Barghests are one of the ships you can almost do that with, but you should bring your flagship here unless like your specific flag setup, like let's say you only had one, which you shouldn't, but that's okay. If that got banned out, maybe there's a good reason to do it. Like I can understand not all-inning at this point if you are super unconfident about winning and you're like, yeah, maybe we don't want to lose our multi-billion to multi-tens of billion ISK flagship. Personally, though, for myself, and for the sake of the viewers, who are the most important people, you should all in. It's for the entertainment. Like, this is your moment. If you lose, then you just go down in history as a loser. But if you win, you're less of a loser because you're still in the lower bracket, but you're like a winner of the lower bracket.
True, and you get skins, and you get 10 more skins just by taking a win. And everyone loves skins. Misty, do you love skins?
Yes.
Bart, do you love skins?
Except for pink keep stars.
Terrible taste, yes. So yeah, these are the skins you can see right now. I think these ones are incredible. The gold, the green, the pattern, oh, they are so good. I'm definitely going to try and pick one of these up. The cool thing about these victory skins is they apply to multiple ships. You see here, of course, you got like the Dominic's Navy, the Mega Navy, you got your EOS, I think, in there, or Myrmidon Navy, I can't remember. The Neros, the Executor Navy issue. I mean, it's just such a cool range of ships with all those dope AF skins. So, I mean, I would go all in almost just for the skins, because if you take even if you lose your flagship, depending on how you fit your flagship, you might come out risk positive. And I am being told that the Ancients are indeed fielding a flagship Barghest. So, I mean, based on their age, they call themselves the Ancient. They're all wise, experienced players. Of course, Kiakte runs the Fun Inc. Group, and they do Eva's Fun with Friends, I believe, or Better with Friends, and they do lots of NPSI fleets. Super good community stuff. I highly recommend checking it out. I'm sure someone somewhere is posting the link into Twitch. Please do it if you have it, because it's a really cool service. I highly recommend checking it out. Can they win though? Well, we'll have to find out as we head over to the arena for Laserhawks versus the Ancient with Alex and Chad.
Oh, we are in for a treat. We have the Ancients versus Laserhawks. Ancients with the flag Barghest, Fleet Typhoon, Navy Armageddon. They are going to be putting out just an absolutely insane amount of damage. Chad, what do we have for Laserhawks?
We are seeing a shield setup with Nighthawk Claymore, double Loki, double Caracal Navy, and some Lagi frigates.
These are variations of teams we've seen before, as we have about 10 seconds until match start. How are you predicting this match to unfold?
I'm excited to see what this flag Barghest can put out, as this is an elimination match. Do we see it go bye-bye? Do we see it make a turn in the match? It's all going to revolve around that, I feel like.
And here we go. Laserhawks charging forward. Ancients holding their ground as both teams clash in the center of the arena. It looks like Laserhawks has some of their tacklers flying past the battleships, potentially looking to get into that back line. But no, they've turned around and they're now settling on a target. Looks like they're going after the Barghest.
And it is already in half armor, as we see. It looks like we are going to see our first flagship down of the Alliance Tournament this year.
Oh, he's under so much pressure, and they're not returning fire with much of anything. The Caracal Navy issue is tanking. The Barghest goes down. Kiakte, no!
And there it is, the official first loss of a flag Barghest, or any flagship this AT. Everything on the line. This is an elimination match. We're seeing the Caracal slowly go down, but the damage is overwhelming as we see tackle being spread across multiple Ancient ships.
Exxon will drop here. That is a terrible trade. A terrible trade for the Ancients. Their proud flagship is gone, ruined. The Thalia of Zero Cool is tanking. My podcast co-host showing his worth here. Unfortunately, the Armageddon Navy issue cannot say the same, as it is now dipping into 2/3 armor, trying to claw that back, but not doing a great job of it, as they are facing an absolutely relentless pounding of missiles here.
Yeah, both running 3 battleships. We're about to see 2 of those down, one being a flag. You're losing over 2/3 of your DPS in those ships that are going down. And they just evaporated from the grid. Just they were there, and now they're not. And you just don't think that they have the damage to really kill many other things on this grid at this point.
And if things couldn't get any worse, you now see the Thalia dropping after having been heavily tackled. That means the Deacon will shortly follow as the Armageddon Navy issue goes down. This Deacon will drop, leaving the Typhoon Fleet issue without support. He's got tackle, but not enough damage to crack anything, and his team will slowly fall apart around him.
At this point, you look at the match, and it just seems like the Laserhawks team is just spreading damage a little bit, but they don't really have to focus their damage much. Seems like the Deacon is what they're shooting. At this point, it's just cleaning up what is left on grid. Those battleships went down so fast to the high DPS that Laserhawks team has brought in this rush setup. They got on top of everything instantly and just applied that damage.
Absolutely. Laserhawks with a laser focus here. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, exactly which key parts of the Ancients team they needed to go after, and they methodically, spectacularly, dramatically punched through every high priority target they needed to do with very little wasted motion, very little wasted time, and now they're just running down the remainder of the Ancients team trying to close this match out.
Yep, and with that being said, it's only 1 ship was taken down so far by the Ancients. They might take this Caracal Navy with them as well, but that they traded away everything and only took 1 ship out. They were not even able to get to reload on those rapid heavies, and it just showed instantly. Everything seemed to insta-die. Laserhawks bringing a massive attack bar, and their defense bar is still not shy as we start to see the Ancients Typhoon Fleet go down.
Yeah, Ancients is trying to split their focus here, trying to get the Caracal Navy or the Scalpel, but they will take neither as Clarities drops. Oh, now just the 3 remaining electronic warfare ships for the Ancients as they try to kite to win. Unfortunately, there is a massive cloud of drones chasing them all down. The Sentinel drops. The Maulus will follow shortly, leaving just Freya Grey's Arbitrator, alone, surrounded by enemies.
Yeah, we're about to see the rest of these guys go down. Everything is tackled and cleanup will be happening. I'm sure we'll be sending it back to Dusk, and they'll be breaking down a flagship Bargus for us here in a second. But we got to stay here and watch these amazing explosions. And thank you to the Ancients for coming. Sadly, you're O2'd, and you will not be able to move on farther. Hopefully next year's a better year for you. And hopefully that flagship wasn't too expensive.
Laserhawks making the most of the remaining time of the match. They've actually repped the Arbitrator so that they can go loot the field. All of these matches taking place on Tranquility. This is the live server. They've paid for these ships with ISK out of their own wallets, and they're going to take some of that ISK back out of the hulls and corpses of their enemies.
Exactly. Just trying to waste a little bit of time, get some screen time, get some loot on grid. Like you said, everything is actually worth real ISK to these players as it is on the live server, and just sitting here, getting camera time, getting loot, and making sure they give us more things to talk about.
Speaking of things being on the live server, we do have a look now at the fit of the Barcast. And as the Arbitrator still has full shields, we're going to run it down real quick. Maybe not. We'll throw it back to the desk for the breakdown.
Laserhawks there, thriving in their natural habitat, arranged fights as they take that W over the Ancients, securing themselves continuation in Alliance Tournament 19. They live to fight another day. The Ancients, unfortunately, they do depart us today. We will not see them anymore. They have gone 0-2. They lost their flagship as well right at the end there. Kiakti fielding that Barghest. We salute you, sir, and we look forward to seeing you in space in the future. Mystical Might. Talk to me about that match. Where did it kind of go wrong for the Ancients there?
I would say that the major issue with that match for the Ancients was just the matchup. So I think it was a case of bringing 3 battleships into what was essentially just a full high damage rush, a ham rush. There's no real way for them to prevent the ships from getting on top of their battleships because the battleships are slow and the ham ships are fast. I think that's a fairly basic deduction there. But also, the sheer amount of damage means that they couldn't be held up with reps. So it was a simple case of getting on top of the Barghest, it evaporates, you move on to the next target, it dies, so on and so forth. And by the time that you lose your 3rd battleship, you have nothing left on grid besides some support. And that's it. That's the game. So it's just Laserhawks bringing a really good setup. We've seen Rush do fairly well so far in the tournament. It's a shame that the Ancients decided to bring 3 battleships. I think that's performed less well in this tournament, but there's still potential for it to pull out some wins as we've seen with other matches so far. It's just not as good.
Yeah, I mean, it was a valiant effort. I'm just looking at the kill mail for Kiakti's flagship. It's listed on Zkill at 3.2 billion, so not super high end. I guess we probably didn't really expect to see one of these monster 140 billioness flagships. I mean, we were speculating, Misty, during that fight, it was probably going to be mainly faction, maybe a couple of Dead Space ones here and there, and that's pretty much exactly what we see. But, you know, they fielded it, they brought it, they did not live to win, as people like to say. They, in fact, did the opposite of that. But I'm sure they had fun, and if I know those guys, which I do, I've met some of them in real life as well, they definitely had fun. I know Kiakti is going to FanFest as well this year, so hopefully we'll see him there. So once again, thank you guys, and see you next time. Moderator, any final comments about that match?
Yeah, I mean, just piggybacking off the 3 battleship comp, we started to see these in kind of the lower bracket, and frankly, like, Misty and I had been talking about these kind of in the green room a little bit. They're not quite as good as they used to be. The tournament rules have changed. So you can, in fact, not put, 60, 65 points in 3 ships. You need, a core to round out your team. And, when you lose one of those ships like it did, it just snowballs so quickly. And then you lose your flagship and go 0-2 in the tournament.
Yeah, that is usually not what we call a winning strategy. Now, we have about 10 minutes to go until our next match, which is going to be Pandemic Horde versus the Band Apart, another elimination match. But we can cut to our very own moderator, who's going to be interviewing the captain of Pandemic Horde. So let's check that out now.
Tournament captain this year for P Horde.
So I was the captain last year and kept on the role this year as well. Originally I became the captain because no one else was willing, and I had some captain experience in some previous tournaments. I basically got handed the keys.
So how did you get involved in the tournament scene to begin with?
Originally, it was Dracarys' 5v5s. They were just, it was even before that, like, league play became a thing. They put it on Reddit at one point, I want to say, and just had a bunch of people getting on CC and just ramming some ships together in like a draft format. And that's how I originally got into tournaments.
Do you have any advice for players who might be new to the tournament space for how they could get involved?
It's probably different for each organization. I can say that I can tell you for our organization, I recruit heavily from our small gang SIG that is run by my corporation. It's called Goblins. And I generally will see, some really solid pilots built out of that small gang SIG and be like, hey, I think you'd be a really good fit here. You want to try to come aboard? It's not the only way, but that is probably the best way that we've done it through my organization. Other organizations are probably different.
It seems to be kind of a common theme that a lot of people who end up doing small gang content end up moving over to, kind of the structured tournament play.
We have like an awesome guy leading it, Paper Bag. He's super awesome. He's pretty well known in the community, I think. And Yeah, he does a fantastic job.
To qualify for the main event, you had to go up against only cows in the very first round of the feeder, and you ended up winning that match, I'd say fairly soundly. How did it feel to play in that match and then to qualify for the main event?
Having a good win is always good. It was definitely a little more rocky than I would have liked. We definitely had some hiccups on our end, but overall, we were able to pull it through.
This very first match, you're going to be going up against Dracarys, and then it's quite possible that you may be facing Goonswarm Federation in the second match. What would that mean for you guys to potentially fight and take down your Zav rivals?
I mean, it would be phenomenal because, I mean, having like the in-game rivalries, you know, come across to the tournament setting is always a lot of fun. So yeah, there'd be a lot of hype behind that, at least for the entire organization.
Do you have any choice words for your rivals?
I'm not typically a smack talker, but I look forward to the opportunity to put our skills against theirs.
What are some of the strengths of the Pandemic Horde team?
We actually have a lot of really good pilots. The small gang sig has created and developed a very sizable chunk of solid pilots across the board. And so we've grown a lot and become a pretty effective organization in that side. So I would say our biggest strength is honestly our execution.
You need players, of course, to execute well. Who do you feel are some of the star players or people we should really look out for on grid?
I mean, honestly, people on key ships, well, I'll just use, for example, like our feeders match, like, the Hyena making good plays. In that match, we had a Curse. Curses, have the potential to make really good plays. Basically, linchpin ships, people flying those are typically the ones that are going to make your match.
Last year, you went up against some pretty strong teams, both in your very first match and then in the lower bracket. Do you have any goals for Pandemic Horde this time around?
My biggest goal, and this is going to be my last year running the organization because of real life obligations. My goal is to leave a winning legacy in Horde and then hand this organization off with a winning legacy on. Top 16 is really, really important to me. We have the potential to go better, but we'll see.
Top 16 to get some of those prize ships. What's it like recruiting, outside of the SIG? Do you guys have any mercenaries or do you keep everything internal?
Most of the mercenaries that we've picked up over the last couple of years have ended up joining sometimes our corporation or Horde proper. We do have a couple mercenaries. Really, like I said, recruiting is almost exclusively through the SIG. There are a few exceptions.
Well, best of luck on grid.
Yeah, thank you.
There you are, moderator talking to the captain of the Pandemic Horde team there. Mod, you did a bunch of these interviews over the last couple of weeks. How's it been doing them?
Yeah, no, it was really good. I just was able to, just hop off the desk, get on a call with Densar and just get his thoughts. But no, in all seriousness, I was able to interview with my colleague here around, 28, 29 of the 32 teams, and it was really good to get the perspective of, where all these teams are from, not just in space, but also throughout the world and their different views on the tournament, how they got here. We have vets that have been here for all of, 10, 15 years, EVE is a 20-year-old game. And then we've got people who, we're saying, hey, I'm a 20 million SP new player. I'm here to have fun. And that's been a wonderful experience.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to hearing more of these as we progress through the tournament. They've been super interesting to get a little insight. Definitely you can hear people really excited to be part of the tournament, which, again, we love to see, especially newer players coming in. So let's move on to our next match, which is one of these elimination matches where we do see Pandemic Horde going up against a band apart. So let's take a look at these alliance profiles. Maybe let's see if we can look at... Operator's choice. Whatever one comes up first, we'll look at. We have both Pandemic Horde. Here we go. Pandemic Horde first. So Pandemic Horde have won one match and lost 5. So they've struggled a bit in Alliance Tournament over the years. 26 different pilots have flown for them, with one person flying for 10 rounds, but only everyone else reaching 4. So clearly a lot of high turnover. And you can see in the last couple of years, they haven't had too much success. They did eke out a win back in Alliance Tournament 18 against Arcos Core, but then they lost to Volta, which is, it's a pretty respectable team to lose against. They lost against DarkSide, a good team to lose against, and then, of course, Dracarys earlier on today. Let's see if we can swap over to a band apart and have a little comparative look. So a band apart, they've got more experience just as a team. They've got some veteran pilots, Yosei and Rix, who are not actually flying with the team. Yosei left a while back, and Rix is retired from Alliance Tournament competition, he says. They have 13 losses to 9 wins, so they have managed to eke out some success over the years. But, I mean, we can see there on the right, it's not been recently. Their last win, in fact, coming against Fraternity in Alliance Tournament 16, so a while back now. Since then, they've lost a number of matches to teams like Castabout, Volta, Fraternity, interestingly enough. The last few have been quite solid teams, Platinum Sensitivity and, of course, Goonswarm Federation earlier on today. Let's now look at the bans for these two teams as they go up against each other in this elimination match. So, Pandemic Horde banning out the Barghest, the Sleipnir, the Nighthawk, and the Loki. A band apart going for the Blackbird, the Griffin, the Barghest, and the Curse. And with our trickle bans, we get the Leshak for Pandemic Horde and the Scimitar for a band apart. Mystical Might, what are you thinking here?
I'm thinking that the Pandemic Horde bans all seem fairly targeted towards Rush. So they've seen how Rush has performed over the course of the tournament so far. Maybe also a little bit with Flykiller. With the Sleipnir ban, it kind of touches on both. And they've decided that they are either unable to deal with it due to their practice setups and the fact that they either haven't practiced against it too much or they haven't found a way to beat it with the setups that they have in mind. Or they're trying to bait the team into bringing something that they're weaker with, right? Like if we think that band apart is going to be really strong with Rush, you remove Rush, they have to bring something that they're perhaps less comfortable with. It's a little bit easier for you to outplay them at that point. So there's a couple of different reasons why they might have banned it. And then a band apart has just decided that E-War sucks. So they're going to ban that too.
E-War does sometimes suck unless it works for you, in which case it's a fantastic, fair and balanced mechanism that does not need to be changed at all.
But it never does. So it sucks.
Well, it worked earlier on for Volta, so I'm okay with it now.
Okay.
I'm their pro ECM again.
No bias whatsoever.
No bias whatsoever. We're fair and unbiased here, just like ECM. I see Horde are bringing their flagship Armageddon Navy issue to this match. So again, they're following Bart's rule of go big or go home. In this case, like the Ancients, it could be go big and go home. We'll certainly find out in the next couple of minutes. I mean, the flagship Navy Geddon, we see a lot more of them this year than we've ever seen before. It's historically kind of not a good ship, but they got a bit of a buff recently, and now it's either the second or third most popular flagship this year. Maud, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so we see it kind of as the second behind the Barghest, overwhelmingly the first, but we see some decent teams have brought the Navy Geddon. Just the added damage it's received, but also the bonus newt kind of feels like the range of a Curse, but on a battleship, so you can even have more range and more power. And it's kind of been in this place where you can also flex it between having all those MR lasers or not being locked to that damage and going with rapid heavy. So it just brings kind of a lot of utility, and it makes sense if you're a team that says, hey, I want to play heavy armor, and that's what we're good at, and we're just going to play not Barghest, which can be kind of a kite or kind of a control armor setup.
Awesome. Well, it is time to head over to the arena to see Pandemic Horde versus a band apart. The casters, Mizir and Mark Resurrectus.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second of today's 3 elimination matches. I am Mark Resurrectus. With me, of course, is Mizir. We have Pandemic Horde in red and a band apart in blue. Horde has chosen the big boy comp, Balgorn, Geddon Navy, which is a flagship, of course. Thank you, CCP Overload. Abaddon, a couple of command destroyers for Lynx, Celestis, Friglogy and Thalia Deacon, and then Sentinel and Confessor for support. Miz, what are we looking at for the team from a band apart?
Yeah, so they have brought one less battleship and only having like a Balgorn and a Abaddon, but in return they're having stronger support ships with like a Myrmidon Navy issue, an Oracle, Executive Navy issue, Celestis, Arbitrator, Thalia, Deacon, and Confessor. So they're trading one battleship for getting like 2 really strong battle cruisers and some cruisers on top of that.
We can already see tracking disruption being thrown across the map right now. Very important for these teams to, especially with so many turrets on the field. If you can apply that tracking disruption, keep them at, either force them to pull in or keep them at range to negate some of that damage. You're going to be putting yourself in a strong position here, Miz.
Yeah, and it looks like the band apart team are going in, they're keeping close together, so they're actually not going to stay apart, they're going to stay close instead.
Yeah, yes, they are not a band apart. They are a band together in many ways. But Horde here now, quickly going in on the Oracle of Stormfather. You know, Oracle's not known for being particularly tanky. That Oracle is dropping rapidly, as is, they have a handful of things being shot at. At the same time, Tyranneer Elikon in the Celestius for Horde is also taking damage. Now, if they lose that Celestius, that might hurt.
Yes, despite actually having the Arbitrator for the Dragon Disruption, the Horde team did manage to kill off that Oracle with a long-range protection of their battleships. It's actually a bit unexpected. That the Oracle should have tanked better, if at least fitted properly. Because normally, with in the tournament format, you just fill all those loadstores with armor modules, but I suspect they might not have done it.
You do really wonder about that, especially since you mentioned, and you're correct, having that Arbitrator on grid, you would think the Arbitrator would be able to mitigate a lot of that damage. We see now damage from the Horde team going on to Dark Caveman and the Exec Navy, and Rachel and Dashi in the Merm Navy, both strong ships, especially that Exec Navy. We've seen so many of those fielded over the last couple of hours. They are a popular choice in this tournament.
Yeah, it looks like this is actually evolved into a brawl, a lot of ships just piled on top of each other, shooting and cross and looting, and it's a big pile of mess. And I think this is what these abandoned part guys normally like on the TQ, but in this case, they're actually getting out-brawled by the Horde.
Yeah, and especially with that with the flag get a Navy on grid, those newts can project out so far into so much damage, and honestly has so much EHP, and they're playing it well. They're keeping it they're keeping it back a little bit. And they did pick off some of the Logi already. I think it was Logi. Maybe I was wrong. Let's see what went down just now.
The both teams still got their Logis, but the Horde, the abandoned part team did lose.
It was the Navy exec. Yep, it was the Navy exec. Yep.
And still, the abandoned part team haven't managed to break anything yet. At the same time, that own team is falling apart, losing Natalia as well. So that Deacon is easy to follow as well.
Yeah, chat's pointing out as well, there's a huge, thick control bar for Pandemic Horde right now. You can see so much E-War flying back and forth across this map, and they're doing very well to apply as much as possible to try and give themselves the advantage over what is left of the team from Band Apart.
Yeah, so the Horde team having a really strong newt presence, you're having both ball gun and Armageddon Navy issue. This is a gun ball gun, so it doesn't have all newts in high slots, but since Navy Geddon also got neutralizers, they have this combined neuting power, and they're going to make it really difficult for the Band Apart team to actually do much, since many of the ships do rely on their capacitor.
Yeah, if the camera can zoom in over here, there's a tense battle going on right now back between Smudge 245 in the Abaddon and Chosen One, Erkinnon in the Balgorn. Back and forth, they're basically just sitting right on top of each other, giving each other a good blast and giving each other a little bit of a suck if you're the Balgorn. The Balgorn is known for sucking, capacitor that is. And the Abaddon Smudge 245 dropping quickly into Hull rather, and there's not much left on grid that is going to be able to keep him up.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think the abandoned part team really can do much. Even when there was full strength, they couldn't really pressure the Horde team that much. And at this rate, the capacitor war is just going to take its toll on the abandoned part team. They're going to feel those newts as their capacitor is getting drained.
Yeah, and especially with setups like this where these ships are so cap
That being said, we haven't chosen one getting a heavy amount of damage, but he's getting the reps on him right now. So I think it'll catch him. I don't think he'll break.
Yeah, he's got a lot of armor maintenance bots around him right now. They still have both their Frig Logi up. I'm not quite sure. Yep, they are still. They're pretty close, so they can apply as much as possible. I mean, and there's just not a whole lot left that this team from Band Apart can do. Devin Shardo in the Balgorn is quickly dropping into, and the Deacon goes down. Yeah, that'll be the end of it for the Balgorn. He doesn't have any more Logi to keep himself up, and he is, aside from whatever the Merm Navy can pump out and the Confessor, really the last of their DPS.
Yeah, and that Horde control bar just remains being as chunky as the chunk that ever chunked today.
It's so chunky.
Just to steal Effica's words so he can't use them himself. This is real chunk from these Hordelings.
very chunky, exactly, and really a lot of chunking going on here too, as this armor is being chunked through from the Merm Navy of Rachel and Dashi. This one will go down quickly, and after this point, it's just a matter of mopping up whatever is left. Well played by the team from Pandemic Horde. Came out with a strong showing so far in this match. They will advance to the next round. However, our friends from A Band Apart unfortunately will go home. They will be eliminated at the conclusion of this match, which is nothing to be. Listen, at this point, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So many of these teams are so good. They and so much of this is a coin flip too about which comp you run into. So everybody who's made it this far and is participating in these matches should feel good about what they've accomplished. It's a lot of fun to do, and it really means a lot to a lot of these people who come out and watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they've been doing really good, and really excited to see Pandemic Horde do this well. Now they're like the PL A team. These guys are doing better than the PL, and they are doing well. And we saw the interview before with that Captain Darren. Sorry, I think it's Dana Manassi, and I'm really hoping these guys to do well so he can hand over the team on a big flyers. The chunkiest chunk controlled by took a band apart, and
I love that. Well, we are done here today for me and Mazir. We'll head back to the desk with Mod, Misty, and CCP Overload. Thank you, folks, and we'll see you tomorrow.
We're gonna
Exactly,
work through the
Vacancies.
planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way. What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they
yeah.
get
Just
like
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like
Yeah.
the sneezing more.
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh, no. Guys, what the?
Hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Who's our secondary target?
The Simi, broadcasted.
If they're jumping now, then we kill them.
I want bubbles all over this fleet, guys.
On dock now. Do it now.
Pandemic Horde, they're taking the win over A Band Apart, who sadly depart Alliance Tournament 19. That is it for them. We won't see them again. They joined the Ancients in the elimination bucket, I guess. They've been eliminated from the tournament. Pandemic Horde live to fight another day. Their flagship survives as well, which is pretty good for them. Now, I'm actually quite excited the fact that we played the interview with the Pandemic Horde captain, and then Pandemic Horde won. This is in stark contrast to last year. Jin Tan, one of our commentators this year, he did a bunch of interviews with a bunch of captains, and we played a number of them throughout the tournament, and it's just so happened that Jin Tan, on his hobby, was also the Grim Reaper, because he was just, like, every time he played an interview, that team then immediately went out. Immediately, without fail. It was like 8 in a row or something. It was brutal. Teams were almost asking us not to play the interviews. And I remember Jintan almost being on his knees, like begging for one of the teams to win so that the curse would be broken. So it's good that we're starting off positive here with we play the interviews and the teams win. So excellent. Good job, moderator. You don't have the dark touch like Jintan had.
Needed a winning pilot.
Let's take a look at some of the stuff that happened in that match. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is occasionally we see teams bringing 99 points. More often than not, teams bring 100 points because that's what you can bring. All the ships have points values. You can bring up to 100 and up to 10 pilots. However you combine that really is up to you. But 98 points is a strange one because 2 points isn't 1 point. In fact, it is twice as much. And in this instance, we saw A Band Apart bringing a Talia and a Deacon. If they, for example, brought 2 Deacons, that's 100 points. I think you also pointed out that the Abaddon could have been upgraded to a Navy Armageddon, and they're at 100 points. What's happening here? Why do you think that they left those 2 points and those potential upgrades on the table?
It feels like it could have been either they didn't, do the math correctly. Someone might have gotten on the wrong ship at the last minute. Like, it happens all the time where there's a lot of nerves and stress. You're in the lower bracket. You're like, hey, I got to do the thing. And sometimes you get in the wrong ship and then you get teleported and you're like, hey guys, sorry, I did the thing. And then everyone hopefully doesn't tilt and get mad at you. But in this case, yeah, it's a bit of a kind of a question mark. Sometimes there's a reason some of the teams are in the lower bracket is because they don't think of, how to comp these ships in the best, and then they go 0-2. So, I mean, your hat.
Yes, that's true. Pay attention to the hat, ladies and gentlemen. It's always solid advice. Mystical Might, have you ever done the thing?
I have not done the thing, but my most memorable, almost screw up, was being in a Malice in a match and then hitting 50% packet loss for the entire duration of it.
Nice.
So that was fun. Yeah, like just half the things that I was doing weren't sending. Maybe gonna boundary a Malice because I can't double click. It's fine. Can't hear anything on comms. I'll just fly in. It's okay. Yeah, it was a good time.
Nice. I think for me, my one was I was captaining a team in the Amara Championship, and I was so focused on making sure everyone else remembered all the different ammos. I was flying an autocannon Mauler. And whatever autocannons I had at the time, it was they had 120 rounds in them, and I was making sure everyone had all the ammos. We get teleported, and I'm like, this ammo I have loaded is not the optimal ammo for this this match. I shall reload to superior autocannon ammo. Right click to reload. I have forgotten all of my ammo. I only have the rounds that are in the weapons. I have no ammo in my hold. Luckily, we won the match. And when we won, I think I had something like 3 rounds left in all the guns. So, if anything, it was 3D crafting perfection. No more than needed. In fact, I could have probably ingested three extra shots. Didn't need them.
It was all planned from the beginning, right?
Exactly. Planned from the beginning. That's true brilliance. I was amazed at the depth of my own 3D crafting knowledge at that point. Didn't even know I had it. The other thing that Mr. You pointed in that match, we saw 2 Balgorns. We haven't seen very much of them so far. Why aren't we seeing Balgorns as much as maybe we used to?
I think Balgorn works really well in some of the control setups that we've seen again in yesteryear of the Alliance Tournament, where you'd have a Balgorn, typically flagship, pushing out from their team, and it would essentially just go out and grab something with its long-range webs, apply a bunch of nukes to it so it can't go anywhere, maybe nude out some of the logistic ships as well, and you can nibble away at the ship that you have tackled until it dies. With the rise of so much long-range damage coming out, we've seen, I think really Balgorn fell off when things like Octodad first came around in its proper carnation, where you had just battlecruiser spam. And, okay, you have a Balgorn, but you can't web down all the ships, you can't nude out all the ships, and they shoot you from ranges that you can't do anything in, right? And we've just seen a similar trend kind of carry on from there, where we've seen various iterations of Octodad turn into cruiser spam. We had drones as well, which kind of goes against the Balgorn because nukes don't matter so much against drone boats. You did sometimes see smart bombs fit. There were a few variations of the Balgorn that we could see. But in general, they became weaker ships as the evolving meta of the Alliance Tournament kind of moved further and further away from them. And in similar setups nowadays, where we have things like the Blackbirds, where you need control and you only have a couple battleships at the upper end to act as your damage ships, the Balgorn doesn't actually do that much damage, and other ships can do the same thing better. The Redeemer, for example, does a lot of damage. It nukes less, it doesn't have the long-range webs, but it projects further, it fills that damage hole a lot better. Same thing with the Lashak. Fills the damage hole much better than the Balgorn does. Again, lacks the utility a bit, but you do have, I think, 3 nukes, which is still fairly decent. There are a lot of other ships to choose from, basically, and the Balgorn just doesn't cut it anymore.
Yeah, the Balgorn famously was one of the more apex flagships for a very long time. Back in the pre-Abyssal days, when you could fit pretty much anything to a flagship, and any ship could be a flagship, the Balgorn was normally chosen by a lot of the top teams because it scaled so well with officer webs specifically. If you had a high-end officer web, then you could warp a Balgorn in at 0, and it could, with links and overheat, it could web anything within, I think it was 54 or 58 kilometers from the center of the arena. And as you saw earlier on today, teams must warp in between 0 and 50. So your enemy logistics cruiser, which comes in at 50, is in immediate range of your Balgorn. So the match starts, you lock up that cruiser, and you put a web on it, and a Balgorn web is going to be pretty strong. That is, of course, unless you get jammed immediately before you have the opportunity to do so. Mystical Might, I believe that happened to you once. Oh no.
Twice.
Yeah.
Or twice.
What a shame. Let's look at our next match, which is our last match of the day, and again, another elimination match. So it's Hold Control versus Deepwater Horizon. Hold Control banning out the Oneros and the Scimitar, the Sleipnir and the Barghest, and Deepwater banning out Armageddon Navy Issue, Blackbird, Curse, and Kerries. Mystical Might, what do you see here?
So I think it's interesting that Deepwater Horizon has banned out the Armageddon Navy Issue. I can't remember exactly what the Whole Control flagship is. If you could draw that up while I'm also going to talk about the other bands.
I shall.
The Curse, again, just a standard band. The Kerries is fairly interesting. It's a fairly strong damping boat. I don't know if I would favor it over the Maulus, since the Maulus is cheaper on points and still gives you the same damping utility. And then on the Whole Control side, we see, again, the kitey, skirmishy, fast logistics being banned out in the Oneros and the Scimitar. They are fairly hard to pin down. The Sleipnir preventing, again, a little bit of the rush setup, but also trying to neuter the Fly Killer that we've seen earlier on in the day. And then the Barghest ban, again, not sure what the Deepwater Hooligans flagship is.
So Deepwater have a flagship Barghest, and Whole Control have a flagship Vindicator.
Okay, well, the Vindicator, not banned at all. That's fine. But it does mean that if Deepwater want to bring Barghest, they need to field their flagship, which is an interesting maneuver considering they're both in the low bracket, so you are encouraged to bring your flagship anyway.
Awesome. And Mod, any further commentary on those particular bands and maybe what might go on here?
Yeah, no, I feel like Misty kind of hit on a lot of it, that, Deepwater Horizon, if they do bring their flagship in and dies, it will be a very, very expensive wreck. So, I mean, that's kind of one of the risks of banning a Barghest, and then you realize, oh, hey, we're in the, the lower bracket, so maybe the ban just doesn't matter because we bring a flagship, which evades the ban anyway.
Awesome. We've got just a few minutes before we go to that match, and as I mentioned, this is our last match of the day, elimination match. So make sure you stick around for that, and then tomorrow we will be back for more Spaceship on Spaceship Violence. I see that Deepwater are bringing their flagship Barghest, so this should be exciting. It would be extra exciting if Full Control also bought their Vindicator, and we'd see flagship versus flagship, but I don't think that's going to happen based on what I'm seeing on my little tiny screen down there. As I was mentioning, tomorrow we are back, same time, same place, the internet, twitch.tv/CCP. Make sure you do tune in. Of course, CCP Conflict already told you there is plenty of channel points to be won, and you can redeem those for all sorts of cool prizes, and of course the Galnet skins as well. We will speak with more of the CCP guys who are here tomorrow, talk about some more cool things. But before that, let's go to our last match of the day, Whole Control versus Deepwater Hooligans, with our casters Alec and Chad.
Welcome to the arena. I am Chad Flynn here at DarkSide Card, and we are here to see the final match of today. It is an elimination match between Deepwater Hooligans and Whole Control. Pick a team, run it through.
Deepwater Hooligans is rolling the dice, bringing their flagship Barghest with 2 Typhoon fleet issues, going for that Kingslayer-ish comp of rapid heavy missile launchers. They're supported by a pair of command destroyers and a small frigate repair team. The Hyena, their only real tackle there, although that Jackdaw could have some surprises for us. What about Whole Control, Chad?
We are seeing what looks to be more like I can't tell if this is going to be a range fit or if they're going to try to get on top of things, but a medium turret comp with a Balgorn at its head with Guardian reps and a small tackle wing. This is going to be an interesting match to see to end the day off.
Indeed, indeed. And teams are, in fact, charging toward each other. If they were long range, they're looking to adjust that slightly. It did look like railguns to me, but it could be they're trying to get into antimatter range.
Yeah, they're probably trying to get in there and deal as much damage as possible, because it does not matter their range with these missiles on grid. As long as the missiles can shoot them, it does not matter if you are at 0 or at 50. So they're probably getting there to do maximum DPS.
Absolutely. We're seeing both teams take their time with positioning, neither opening up yet, as both teams are fresh, No shield damage yet, but you can see some target painter effects going out. And what
Yeah, we see the Belgorn's taking lead here for his team as the rest of Hull Control sits back a little bit and waits to see how Deepwater postures for the match. Deepwater holding their clips to see if any of Hull Control are out of position and try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, basically what we see is the Balgorn bullying effectively the Deepwater Hooligans team, forcing them to react to him because they don't want to get tied down and neuted. But now we see Deepwater opening up. They've targeted one of the Exeter Navy issues. They've already stripped it of its shields, and more to come.
And it seems like the Typhoon fleet is burning in a little bit ahead of the group, and the damage was going on to the Exec, and now it seems like damage is going on to the Balgorn.
Yeah, the Balgorn is the more logical target. It's far in front. It's the battleship. It's what they're going to apply fully to. And if they take it out, that is a ton of the kill pressure off of the whole control team, with those newts being pretty much their only way to successfully hold down a target outside of that Nurgle, which, while it's very tough, it can only do so much. We see that Balgorn now dipping into about half armor, having trouble staying alive here.
I believe they're probably going to clip by the time that the Balgorn will live through the clip, most likely, as it is being webbed down currently by the Skybreaker, which is the target of the whole control, attempting to clear off the tackle from their Balgorn so he could pull back and hopefully reset by the time the Rapids are reloaded and or clip. But as we said, the Balgorn is going into low armor.
He is losing huge chunks, and it's hard to know exactly when that clip happens. When it does, we should see him pull back a significant amount of armor, but it might not be the whole thing, despite that Guardian trying its hardest here. The Skybreaker, meanwhile, still has some shields. It's hanging on there, and the Stork taking a bit of chip damage. Now we see the Skybreaker really taking a pounding. That'll go down here, but not an essential part of their comp. They're still very much in the mix.
Exactly. As we see, they clipped on the Deepwater side, and the Balgorn is slowly pulling back armor. And the question is it going to be enough? The Nurgle seeming to be the primary now from the small end of Deepwater. The Hyena goes down very fast.
Yeah, that Hyena is a bit more of a significant loss for Deepwater. They're now going to have a little bit of trouble applying to some of the smaller ships here, as you can immediately see that Nurgle starting to pull back some armor as the Guardian gives it some love. And it's a very tough ship. It's basically a hack in an assault frigate's body. It puts out a ton of damage, and it's extremely tough. Now the Barcus of the Fleet Typhoons, they've reloaded. That Balgorn is back on the menu. It barely got up to half hit points, so it is unlikely to live through this clip, assuming they're able to empty all of the missiles into Carib.
We might not see all the missiles get emptied, as I see a tackled Typhoon fleet on grid. And we might see him go down, and they might be trading a Balgorn for one of those rapid heavy missile ships, which could work in their favor, but it does not seem to be breaking as fast as you would expect, as the Scalpel seems to now be the primary target.
Yeah, he's getting some local reps as well on top of his repair team. That ancillary shield booster working overtime to try to keep Akov Stows in this match. Meanwhile, Locke Erasmus and the Scalpel, he is getting absolutely brutalized, trying to hang on here as they really need to take this Balgorn down before they lose any more of their comp. Meanwhile, the Nurgle seems to have pulled range, and he's doing much better. He's actually beginning to recover some shields and is now going back into the mix to try to chase down the Kieran and Scalpel team from Deepwater Hooligans. I know from experience having flown that ship in the AT environment, it is scary effective at killing enemy logistics frigates if he can get on top of them. He's currently getting kited pretty hard.
As we see, the Balgorn has lived again through another clip, but is not really pulling back much health. If we don't get the health of that Balgorn up soon, it will be breakfast on that next clip.
And it looks like Hull Control is going all in on this Typhoon fleet issue now. The Nurgle has broken off. It's no longer pursuing the logistics frigates. It's tackled one of the Typhoon fleet issues, and the other one is getting absolutely slammed right now. Meanwhile, a drone cloud surrounding the logistics frigates. It seems like that's how they want to approach this puzzle. As the Typhoon fleet issue has run out of charges and run out of support, it's going through armor at a terrible pace. This will be devastating for Deepwater Hooligans if Alex Stoves drops.
Also, note, the Bargust is also scrimmed, so they now have a follow-up target ready to go once they get this Typhoon down and are eliminating as many of these rapid heavy ships as possible to attempt to save this Balgorn.
Ooh, and it is down. That Nurgle pushed it over the edge. And that's a huge pile of their missiles. They might not be able to even kill that Balgorn under the Guardian reps. I don't know what his tank looks like, but it's terrifying. Meanwhile, that Scalpel just caught unawares, dropped immediately, just absolutely shredded with no reaction from the Kieran.
I'm sure that Kieran's going to be next, getting rid of as much of this Logi as possible. But it seems like they're going all in on this Bargus, trying to go for the 100-0 sweep, as the Balgorn has seemed to pull back and be able to tank grid, as the Brutix Navy is the new target of Deepwater.
Yeah, the Balgorn has, he's maybe micro-jumped away, it looks like. He's at the far edge of the arena now, quite safe, no one around him. He's not contributing to the match anymore, but his armor hit points will remain as the Kieran's armor hit points go to 0. Structure hit points about to follow. The Kieran is down. That is all the logistics off of the Deepwater Hooligans team. They still have some local reps, but as we've seen, that is not nearly enough to stay alive against this whole control comp.
Yeah, note that earlier in that match, that Hyena going down very fast, allowing the Nurgle to actually put in work and go to whatever target it desired and pester and spool on anything it wanted to. As you said, the Nurgle, a very strong ship for what it is worth in the Assault Frigate role, putting out damage as well as tackle, as well as having tank to do whatever it pleases. And it really showed in that match.
Yep, and now it is parked right on top of that Barcast, which is trying to shield boost its way to the end of this match, not very successfully, as it's bleeding armor every cycle. Meanwhile, the Brutix Navy issue still looking relatively healthy. I mean, it's got a third of its armor. It is unlikely to go down before this Barcast drops, and that Typhoon Fleet issue does not have the oomph to get through this Guardian. Jikashin Aninin, or however you pronounce him, is absolutely a hero for his team, keeping that Balgorn up under absolutely withering fire from 3 rapid heavy missile battleships. And it seems like they're going to wrap this match up.
Yeah, definitely keeping everyone up through the clips of those rapid heavy ships. That's one thing you worry about, is sometimes when you have to clip, damage falls off, and that allows the other team's Logi to play catch-up. You have to kill something with your clip. If you do not, you really fall behind fast in this match. And it showed here. Good work by the Logi team, as well as positioning of hull control to keep as many ships alive.
Yeah, and while we've seen a lot of gun Balgorns in this tournament, this appears to be full nude. I'm looking at him. I don't see turrets, which meant he was able to fully commit his low slots to tank, not needing any damage mods. Probably the only reason he's still alive right now.
Yeah, he is very crispy as I look at his ship as well. Doing an amazing job staying alive, MJDing out. Good work to the Guardian pilot, keeping him up through all of that damage. Definitely carried that match through him and the Guardian.
I don't know if our camera team can get a zoom in on that Balgorn, but it's sizzling, baby. You can really see the battle scars here as the Balgorn is beginning to get repped, just to make sure he's nice and topped off. But the Typhoon Fleet issue, no such luck. Doesn't have any love for the rest of its team, as it is the last ship to fall here. And yeah, that is it.
That is a great way to end the day, seeing ships barely surviving in hull, as we see hull control taking out Deepwater Hooligans. Deepwater, great tournament. Hopefully we see you next year. And with that, we will send it back to the desk.
Basic, you are one of two people that couldn't listen and couldn't check bookmarks and find your own way out. The route, the entire route was literally bookmarked out to Losec. I bookmarked it 10 minutes in advance!
Deepwater had the blowout and they are out of the tournament as Whole Control come in to clean up and go 100-0. Was it 100-0?
Yeah, it was a clean win. Basically, we had a bit of a spill of a bar guess, but before that was too expensive, we cleaned up the gulf in score there between 100-0.
Let me just check Zkill and see if that bar guess has come through yet. I don't think it has, which is a crying shame because we'll have to talk about it tomorrow. So that was our last match of the day. We are back 1500 tomorrow, Eve time, which is the same time as we started today for our first match, White Squall versus Brave Collective, another elimination match. So we will continue with the elimination bracket. We are here. Twitch.tv/CCP 1500 tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you really enjoyed it. You guys are why we do this. And of course, thank you to all of our teams, even more so, especially the guys we said goodbye to today. We hope you had a great time. And yeah, see you tomorrow.